Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Rees toku ingoa, ko Roti Kuramato whakatuna mahare mai. Welcome to the hearing of the draft Nelson Tasman Development Strategy. Tēnā koutou katoa to all of our panel members and kia ora tātou to our submitters and the public who are joining us today. We'll start today with karakia. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki waho, ka runga te ao, ka runga te pau, haumi e, hui e, tai e, kia ora. Welcome to you all. Just checking in with the panel. Are there any matters, procedural matters that you need to raise, or any administrative matters where you need any documents or any items like that? Kia ora, Aina. Is there anything that you're needing this morning? Are you good? Are you happy to start?
Atamari e rangatira mā. Kei te pai, te rā, I'm fine, thank you. I have all the information that I require and very happy. Looking forward to today.
Kia ora. Panel's ready to go. Well, we have our first submitter. But just before I go to the first submitter, just today is a big day. We are in hearings right through till this evening. So we will need to stay, on track in terms of the timetable. Just a reminder for submitters that we've allocated 10 minutes for your presentation. That includes question time. You don't need to use all of that time if you don't feel you need it, because occasionally it's good for us to get a little bit of catch-up time throughout the day. But really encourage you just to focus on the key points that you want us to be considering, and any additional information that you want us to take into account. We have read your submissions, and so we're ready to hear those matters from you. We may have some questions for you. Now I'm looking at that screen, and I am looking for our first submitter, Mr. and Mrs. Rose and Philip Windle from Windle Brothers Company Limited. Alexa, I don't think they've joined us yet, have they? No, all right. Well, it's 1 minute to go, so we'll just pause. We won't go offline or adjourn. We'll just wait to see if they come in. Oh, copy two. Kia ora, we're waiting for our first submitter, Mr. and Mrs. Rose and Philip Windle from Windle Brothers Limited. We're noting that Sonia Lammers is here, and I wonder, Sonia, you're not due to present until 10:10, but if you are ready, we could take you now. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Rachel, but our other presenters are not there yet. I'm just checking in, so I know
okay.
that my computer is working. Thank you.
All right, no problem. We'll see you back at 10:10.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do see Cynthia though. Kia ora, Cynthia. You've joined, and you're due to present at 9:20.
Yes.
Would you be happy to go now?
Sure. I've only put that down, so yes, I can do that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, well, just when you're ready.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission on the future development strategy. I'm objecting to the proposed housing development at 42 Keegan Road, T163. Council staff member Jackie Deans, growth coordinator, has emailed me stating that the staff envisage 5,000 square feet. The average size of the 5 adjoining properties to this site is 2 hectares, 4 times the size of what she's envisaging. Sorry, just a little bit of problem with my reading computer. The largest boundary on this property adjoins a 4-hectare property. So this proposal is completely out of context with the majority of properties in the Rangiata community, which is made up of quiet lifestyle blocks. Golden Bay needs affordable housing. We have good people who've made valuable contributions to the Bay having to leave because of a shortage of rental accommodation or the ability to buy an affordable home. Affordable housing cannot be provided in Rangihaata. The local nickname for Rangihaata is the Hollywood of Golden Bay. Properties here sell for between 1 million and 1.5 million, regardless of their condition or whether they have views or not. We don't need more $1 million houses, and we don't need any more holiday homes in Golden Bay. Rangihaata is flanked by two estuaries, the Waitapu and the Onaho. It's home to several thousand shorebirds and seabirds and 25 nesting sites for little blue penguins. Any concentrating housing project, such as staff are suggesting, will bring cats, dogs, and human disturbance to an area that is relatively secluded. You will have read my concerns about road safety, the challenge of grey water and black water disposal on Pākehā soils. And I want to say, particularly now that we're subject to increasing storm events, if the owners wish to subdivide this property, then it should be done under resource consent. T163 is on the flight path for the Takaka Aerodrome. Shane Fleming, president of the local flying club, has said to me, if this goes ahead, there will be a lot of complaints. Any potential resident or residents would need to be tolerant of aircraft noise adjacent to and over the top of their homes. My request is that you remove T163 from the future development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. It's open for questions from the panel. Do we have any questions for Cynthia? There are no questions, Cynthia. It is a very clear submission. Thank you very much.
Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Bye-bye. I can't see Rose and Philip Windell yet, and the submitter after Cynthia is Ren Kempthorne, and then we have Robin Wally. So we're just waiting for those submitters to arrive. We'll come back as soon as we see a submitter arrive. So for the moment, we'll wait. Sonia's going to wait for her time. Sonia, if you change your mind and want to go a little bit earlier, I'll just send a message to the host on this call, or just if you want to. Yes, it's a co-presenter, isn't it, that we're waiting for? Okay. Kia ora tātou. We've just been having a little pause because some of our submitters haven't arrived this morning. So we've been advised our first submission from the Windell Brothers Limited that they were unable to join us today. We haven't been able to make contact with Ren Kempthorne and Mr. Robin Wally, who were the next submitters. We've heard from Cynthia McConville, who was number 2 today. Sonia is just waiting for someone else to join her. So we're going to move on to the submission. It's on behalf of Joan Butts, Tarakoi Services Limited, and Dan Hames is here to speak to this submission. So kia ora, Dan, welcome to our hearing.
Hi there.
Hello, thank you. We'll hand over to you. We've allocated 10 minutes for your presentation, opportunity to highlight any key points or provide any additional information you want us to consider. And we may have some questions as well.
Absolutely. Before I start, did you guys get all the additional information I provided? So I know there's a fair whack. I think there's the hard copy of the Mohur Encounters document, and then there are 6 other supporting documents with that.
Have we got the 6 other supporting documents? I think they've been distributed already, so we've got those in our files. And yes, we've received this one, the document today, but that's also, I think, attached as a reference.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, I'll get started. Yeah, my name is Dan Hames. I'm a director of Port Siriko Services Limited, and this company manages the Siriko property adjacent to TDC's port for the landowner, who is Port Siriko Limited. And today I'll speak to both those submissions. I have planning experience. I've previously worked for Western Bay of Plenty District Council as a senior planner for Beckett Engineering in Christchurch. And I'm also director of Nautic NZ Limited, and I do a bit of part-time consultancy work through that. I suppose to get things started and to give a bit of context, back in 2018, we collated the Mahur Encounters document, which you've got in front of you. This document was given to the Council's Strategic Policy Manager at the time and their leadership team, and it was gained support from DOC, Mana Whenua Iwi, and the Dutch Ambassador. We agreed to co-fund a joint application with TDC to the Provincial Growth Fund to acquire funding for the Port Siriko business case, which is still ongoing at the moment. Council at the time and still agreed to do a master plan for Port Siriko and PTL's adjacent land. It was a condition of the co-funding. A spatial plan for the whole Siriko area was initially agreed back in 2012 and again in 2019. And we've trusted the whole way that the negotiated development plans would proceed. Both times, Council have limited the development plan to their port land only. In terms of the draft FDS, we asked Council's policy staff to identify the land area that would be covered in the Siriko master plan. To date, we've still had no response. We later became aware that business land under the National Policy Statement includes port zoning and special purpose zones. And we questioned how they are dealing with port zoning and special purpose zones as part of this FDS. Did these areas need to be included? Still no response. So we're in a bit of a grey area here. The unanswered questions remain. And I suppose our submission is necessary to include us in this planning process going forward. Eastern Golden Bay is where all the business and house growth is occurring. Liga Bay and Pahara are approving the majority of new subdivisions and have been for some time. And a big part of the FDS is to locate the employment opportunities where the growth is. This ensures efficiencies and infrastructure spending, and it also helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The crux of it is, I suppose, the further you have to travel to work, the worse for the environment. In terms of PTL's land, we've rehabilitated an 82-hectare abandoned derelict cement works site. A massive undertaking, right? 20 years later, and that site has been transformed. You can probably see the aerial in behind me. This site is now what the FDS classes as infrastructure ready. And then when you look at Council's port, you've actually got a very limited land area available, right? We estimate, you've got 4.5 hectare titles there. We estimate you've probably got, 2.5, 3 hectares of usable land, which includes the wharf structure and the eastern parking arm. PTL's land adjacent to that is the only feasible land to support that port operation. And it includes around 5 hectares of usable business land and 15 hectares of usable aquaculture land, and that's only 25% of the site. The other 75% will be used and is being used for buffers and green zones. TDC's mountain to sea planning requirements probably couldn't be more relevant to this area. The present growth modelling has underestimated the growth of that sea aquaculture business and the need for supporting businesses and industries. Most of the companies that work these mussel farms store and maintain their gear on our land. The marine gear is constantly moved between the storage sites and the mussel farms. And essentially, when the farming area expands at sea, the storage and operations expand on our land. We are continually working with them to provide the land space and facilities they need. I think the other thing to note is that most of these storage areas are invisible from the coastal road. I mean, eventually all of these will be screened. And we've ensured that there are buffer areas to minimise the effects on the neighbouring settlements. Council's anticipating a 5-fold increase in mussel production, 32,000 tonnes of mussels a year, to pass over Port Siriko by 2027. And we expect that our on-land operation will have to grow in parallel. TDC has not identified sufficient business land at Siriko to support the expanding port operations. Our submission is really saying you need to utilise all of the available flat land on our site, and that there are our proposed business areas are included in the FDS, so that the area can be considered for rezoning as part of the Tasman Environment Plan process at a later date. We understand it doesn't rezone the land, it just enables it to be considered. So in summary, I'd say the business land identified in the draft FDS for Siriko needs to be extended to accommodate the tsunami of aquaculture gear, which is coming in the next 5 years, and it is a tsunami. This will surpass our current storage area at Siriko, and within the 30-year lens that the FDS puts to everything, the need for this land is only going to be exacerbated. So storage adjacent to the port removes heavy traffic from the narrow coastal road, which is growing steadily. The supporting aquaculture industries are going to include spac factories, seaweed processing possibly, engineering, offices, fast food outlets, and pharmaceutical businesses who have all expressed interest in our site. At present, there are only short-term leases available to the aquaculture industry to store their marine gear, because there is still no master plan in place for this really strategic piece of land. So today, we ask that you recommend to Council the addition of the 2 proposed business land areas as drawn on the submitted maps, which you should have as additional information. These areas are adjacent to the presently zoned industrial land, and they meet all the criteria as described in the supplied FDS multi-criteria analysis. So a lot to take in, I know. A lot of information has been provided, and you're going to have to look at that in your deliberations over the coming months. So I'm absolutely happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, there is a lot of information here, and we will be considering it all, as you said, as we go through our deliberations. I think we're all reasonably familiar with the site, and certainly I'm very familiar with the Provincial Growth Fund application and the processes, because that application has been supported as a regional project. So it's, I think we've got a degree of knowledge, but there may well be some questions today on what you've presented, and possibly some follow-up questions that we'll send through the offices. So I'll just open for questions for Dan. Councillor McGurk.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Thanks, Dan, for the submission. I've read it through, and just a couple of sort of ancillary questions. The quarrying activities that you've got, are they what's the duration of that in terms of the land that you're holding?
Yeah, that's a really good question. The quarry, currently operates under existing use rights, but we're actually in the process of putting together a quarry management plan. There's been indications from staff around a few issues about how we deal with the quarrying on that site. If I was to put it in simple terms, the quarrying to the Pahara Valley side, where we're currently quarrying, is being terminally quarried. We're in the process of doing that. Okay, so we're not going to get any closer to Pahara from where we are. We're simply benching that, and that'll take a few years. There's a little bit of rock to come out maybe on the northern side of it, certainly no closer to Pahara Valley. And so we're in the process of rehabilitating that land and setting it aside, because there's flat land available in there once it's rehabbed for the aquaculture industry. So we're talking port or industrial zoning in that portion of the site. longer term, we're probably looking at moving the quarry centrally into the area the middle area. If you're looking at the aerial behind me, we call it Mail Mountain. There's some rock that can come out of there. I think what I want to highlight there is that we can, through appropriate health and safety measures, we can work that quarry in with the aquaculture industry. All the rock at the moment for Eastern Golden Bay comes from that quarry, right? It's where all the big subdivisions going in Liger Bay and Pohara get their rock from. It's essential to Golden Bay, and it's certainly essential for the next 30 years. I mean, we're not going to quarry forever, but it's certainly probably essential over the FDS timeframe. Like I said, it provides if you don't use that quarry, then you're going to have to quarry it from areas really far away. When you read the FDS, further for trucks to travel, more greenhouse gas emissions. Let's keep the rock resource next to where the development's actually occurring.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions. Look, Dan, thank you very much for coming to present today and for the quality of information you've provided to us. We will, as I said, go through this in some detail before we get to the deliberations and through the deliberations process. So thank you very much.
Hey, great to hear, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I can see Robin Wally has joined the meeting. I think it's Robin. Let's see Robin up there. Sure, Robin, Robin Wally, if that is, if you are joined the meeting, then it's an opportunity now for you to present your submission. There are two Robins there. I'm not sure which it is. We can see that we have somebody called Robin who has joined the Zoom. And if that is Robin Wally, who was our submitter, who was due to present at 9:50, well, just looks like somebody's coming in on the audio now. Just wait a little bit longer to see if we can get a connection. All right, it looks like we're having a little bit of difficulty there, but I've just had a message from Sonia to say that Homes for Wakefield is ready to present. So perhaps we'll move on to the presentation from Homes for Wakefield and invite the, oh, hang on a moment. I think we do have Robin. Apologies, Sonia. Sonia, Robin, can you hear us? It does. We can't hear you at the moment, Robin, even though it's showing that it's unmuted. Some issue.
It's trying to talk.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the settings. Let's do his microphone.
Yeah.
I see the other one's trying to come in now. Maybe if we get both of those going, and then we'll be able to hear him.
Unusual when he's unmuted though, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Robin, if you can hear me, the advisors are just having a go at seeing if they can resolve the sound issue at our end. We can see you're speaking, but we couldn't hear you. No.
I wonder having the two open, would that make any difference, Judy?
Robin, if you can still hear me, what we're going to do is phone your mobile and just have a conversation. So I don't know if you've got your phone there, whether you can hear me or not. It doesn't appear that you can hear me. So, all right, what we'll do is we'll go to Sonia and we'll try and get some messages through to Robin to sort this issue out so we can hear his submission. All right, so Sonia, we'll move on to you. So just when you're ready and you've got someone else with you to present the submission on behalf of Homes for Wakefield.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Sonia. That's absolutely fine.
But you cannot see me.
No, we can't see you.
Oh dear. Is that normal?
Well, depends if you click on the video icon and just it'll be either crossed on or off. It'll be down on the sort of bottom left.
Okay, I'll see. Yeah, I'm there.
There we go. That's it. That's
Okay.
that's great.
Tēnā koutou e tēnei ata. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting the Homes for Wakefield group speak to our submission. We would like to acknowledge the hours and hours that council staff have put into the preparation of the future development strategy. Richard Martin, Tony Eldridge, and Sonia Lames will be speaking on behalf of our group, and we are a subcommittee of Wakefield Community Council. I will be especially speaking on inclusionary zoning. I have a dream, said Martin Luther King. I have a dream too. My dream is that we look after all the people in our village to have a basic need met housing. My dream is that we can build small homes for all the people so they can stay in our Wakefield community, that we build small affordable homes for first home buyers, for renters on low incomes, for instance, people working in local industries like forestry and farming, using creative ways to achieve this, that covenants in developments are not necessarily 100 square meters plus, but that 60 to 100 square meters is good enough. Homes for Wakefield did an extensive survey in 2020. What did this housing survey show as the most important need? The need for 1 to 2 bedroom homes and retirement units in present and future developments. Our concern is that not enough development of affordable and community housing takes place in Wakefield, that too many 3 and 4 bedroom houses are being built in our new subdivisions, rather than the much needed smaller homes. We estimated that at least 50 1 to 2 bedroom homes and retirement units need to be built. Please could you put up the first image that we sent to you? It's inclusionary zoning.
Thank you, Sonia.
I'll carry on in the meantime. The Nelson Tasman Future Development Plan is our chance to assist people on lower incomes to get into the housing market. TDC told us that there is 3,759 hectares in the Nelson Tasman area that can potentially be rezoned. Of that, over 2,000 hectares are for sites in the Tasman area. Potentially, the land for rezoning could be partially used for inclusionary zoning, which could provide us with houses in the affordable and social sector. I hope you're all familiar with inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning means that a levy, maximum of 5%, could be collected by TDC and NCC when land is rezoned, e.g. from rural to residential. This levy can then provide funding for a non-profit organization to build homes for rent or lease or ownership. In Queenstown, inclusionary zoning was used to gain up to 5% of land or the equivalent in cash that was rezoned for inclusionary zoning. It has provided Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust with $119 million in assets over 13 years, which it holds in perpetuity to offer a range of subsidized housing tenures to low-income households. The Trust has helped 176 households since its establishment and has 300 sites still to develop. Sorry, that's the wrong one. We need the image on inclusionary zoning. Thank you. Okay, if in Tasman, 5% of our to be rezoned land would be used for inclusionary zoning, this would be 100 hectares. A total of 2,000 plus houses could be built. Currently, we have in Nelson, Tasman, 447 households on the waiting list for public housing, and we would need to plan for the next 30 years. We all know that Tasman and Nelson are respectively the second and third least affordable regions to live in New Zealand. Let's break the mold and be creative, have leadership from council. I noticed that Habitat for Humanity in their submission are also encouraging to have inclusionary zoning as part of the development plan. If councillors and mayors of both TDC and NCC would work together with Nelson Tasman Housing Trust and Habitat for Humanity, as well as with developers, we could potentially have 100 hectare plus land available to build on. Our public housing waiting list would shrink it. If Queenstown Lakes District can do it, surely Tasman and Nelson City Council are up to the challenge. Our Homes for Wakefield group sees inclusionary zoning to be one way for our Tasman District Council to help alleviate the housing crisis in a creative and constructive way that will have a long-term impact. We hope that future developments will have the much needed smaller 1 to 2 bedroom homes and retirement units, as well as affordable homes for Wakefield. He aha te mea nui o te ao. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is the people, it's the people, it's the people. And I'll now give you on to Tony.
Morena koutou. I'm Tony Aldridge. I'm a retired industrial statistician who's living in Wakefield and part of the Homes for Wakefield group. I've got a quick point to make. It's about your future strategy, acknowledging the high population and growth of and the need for affordable housing. Plus, you're projecting that 1/3 of the population will be aged 65 plus in this 30-year period. And your future strategy also accepts there will be a greater, I'm quoting here, greater demand for 1 and 2 bedroom homes. So it's in your section 14.2.2. And I assume that these are homes that your standard residential of 15 to 22 dwellings per hectare. Now, however, this high-level plan omits how the demographic detail will translate into Wakefield's future housing types. Given the available data, it's the Natalie Jackson report and the Stats New Zealand reports that you use, housing, estimating the housing types is straightforward. And I think a natural response to the housing challenges, such as Sonia's already stated with us needing 50 of the 1 and 2 bedroom type homes. Future development of Wakefield should be based on a profile or distribution of housing types that reflects the demographics, that's income, housing, age, and not just total population. Requiring such a profile would reassure that your strategy has a definite method for the Wakefield development. As we stated in our written submission, TDC needs to give clearer direction to developers rather than leaving developers to decide. So my request is please include how you will use demographics for likely housing types in Wakefield. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Richard, I'd like to hand over to you.
Morena everyone, my name is Richard Martin and also a member of the Homes for Wakefield group as well as a Wakefield Community Council member. As you will see by my side of the submission, I've looking at more along the lines of the infrastructure, which I sort of hold a bit of a local passion for, having lived in this village predominantly all of my life. So really, so often when parcels of land are considered for rezoning for either residential, commercial, industrial purpose, there is omitted consideration for suitable infrastructure provisions and impacts on that infrastructure. Now, we've all witnessed the resultant flow and effects with transportation in specifics, congestion post the Richmond West intensified development. Notwithstanding the travesty of loss of such a highly productive land, which, as we all know, it's gone forever. Really, perhaps, which is not my submission, but perhaps Richmond should focus more on intensification rather than urban sprawl, which seems to be the current movement. However, Wakefield, on the other hand, is really what I'd rather focus on, and it is poised for future development. And what makes it a bit different is there are many suitable parcels of land of less productive significance, and the future development strategy rightly acknowledges this. However, again, endeavours to accommodate all, and if you look at the map when provided there, rural, urban, rural and commercial development, all within the existing transportation infrastructure. As many of you would know who live there, it also fails to acknowledge that it is the converge of tributary movements, especially heavy traffic. So I draw your attention to the map which I have put out there, which actually includes all the zoning and the shaded. And my written submission talks to where I see the issues. And in consultation with local police, which actually came to me and had quite an input in this, it offers some viable roading alternatives, which would not only satisfy safety concerns, but would potentially accommodate growth beyond 2035. And I think the map really is self-explanatory, so I don't really want to speak to that with that. But I'd just really like to conclude really with just a comment, is the fact that we, and I use the word we because we're actually all in this together, is that we have a responsibility to future generations to get it right. And I think you'd all agree that sadly for the last 30 years or so, we have dropped the ball. So that's really, I come to, and it's more, we have to give more consideration, get our infrastructure in place. Too many developments just get rezoned, no infrastructure, no provisions, no nothing. Thank you for your time, and I invite any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Richard and Tonya and Sonia, for a very comprehensive submission. I'll just open to see if there are any questions from the panel. Richard, there are no.
Hang on, I do have one if there's no others. Richard, could you just clarify for ourselves and the panel what F is on your map? I'm not quite familiar with that one.
Yeah. Oh, F for free?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I see as when we went on the original submission process, it identified E as a potential, what do you call it? Was it light industrial or commercial area?
I think it was a business zone.
Yeah, that is in your future plan as E is being zoned. But then if you look at what I propose by changing the whole roading infrastructure, it would then give you the opportunity for future development where F could also be used for, could also be rezoned into that, was it light industrial or commercial, because the infrastructure is in place.
Thank you. Okay. Understood.
No further questions. Richard, thank you, and again, thank you to Tony. Thank you to Tony and Sonia as well. It's a very, very comprehensive submission, and we'll be considering all of the matters that you've raised as we move through into the deliberations process. If we've got any follow-up questions, we may need to send those through via the offices. But thank you very much.
Rachel, could I just ask, what is the council's what are the council's ideas on inclusionary zoning at the moment? How far are you with that?
So I just want to say, what are the council's views on
Inclusionary
inclusionary zoning? We're going to be discussing that with the officers. So I've got it as a note today. I want them to give consideration to that and the advice that we'll use for our decision-making processes.
Thank you.
Noting it's, of course, a joint committee of Nelson and Tasman, in which case one of the issues that has been raised with us previously is the challenge of having inclusionary zoning in one area and not the other. It seems to have to be one of those things that will work best if it's across both Nelson and Tasman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, just see if we've managed to connect Robin. I can't see him on the list at the moment. How did we get on with Robin Wally? Did anyone manage to speak to Robin? Oh, great. Okay. All right. Well, if he comes back on, maybe just, I don't know if you want to text him and just let him know that if he wants to have another go, we'll try. Yes, we do have quite a long break.
Such a long break.
Oh, we're supposed to be having a morning tea break, I think. Is that what we're meant to be doing now? Oh, shortly we are.
Oh, you're not farmers, you don't need 40 minutes.
No. All right, let's see if we've got anyone else on that screen who's coming in to speak. No, I don't believe we do. So no sign of Robin at the moment. All right, let's take we're meant to be breaking for morning tea. We'd like to see who Mapua is. We can. Oh, kia ora, we see somebody on the screen who's labelled Mapua. If you're a submitter and you'd like to speak now, we're very happy to take you. Oh, it could be. All right, we're not getting a response. So what we'll do is we'll now break. We'll take a break from 10:15. So it's just about 10:15. And if we take a 15-minute break back here at 10:30, we'll see if anybody else has arrived. In fact, what we'll do is Ina, we'll message you. We'll see who turns up and we'll message you so that you've got some sense of when we're going to come back. So it may be a bit longer than 10:30 if we haven't got any submitters present. All right, we'll stand adjourned. Tēnā koutou katoa. We are resuming our hearing of the draft Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy. And we are just adjusting the hearing timetable a little bit to see if we can accommodate submitters. We've got Mr. Robin Wally who's joining us, and Robin, we can see you on Zoom. I'm not sure if the sound will work there. It may be that you go to phone through and we'll use speakerphone. Get on. That would be useful. Hi, kia ora, Robin. It's me, Rachel Reese here.
Hi, Rachel. Thanks for sparing the time.
That's all right, Robin. What we're going to do is try and get the audio to work so that those on screen can hear you. So just give me, if you can just talk, speak to your submission, but I'll just ask you to pause it after you first start just to check with those on screen to see if they can hear.
Sure. So you just tell me when to go.
Yes, they're nodding. They're nodding. So you're all good to go,
okay.
Robin.
Okay. Well, thanks for sparing me a few minutes. I'm only going to take a couple of minutes. But I decided to speak to my submission because the questions and the feedback forms were quite subjective. They almost seem to have predetermined outcomes. But I think everybody knows me there. I was a chartered accountant in public practice in Nelson for 25 years, and I retired in 2005. And since then, I've been busy and I've established a private banking business, and I do capital raising outside of the banking system, property syndication, and setting up venture capital, and I also set up the Nelson Venture Capital Angel Network since I retired. We've got syndicates now worth over 500 million with property all the way from Invercargill to Wakatani. and we have 4 in Central Europe. Our investor stakeholders come from all over the world, and here in Nelson and Nelson Tasman, we've got a highly developed and sophisticated network of expat Nelsonians. We've even got them as far away as Iceland. We've not invested in the Nelson province now for over a decade, and the principal reason for that is the political and regulatory risks here. We look for projects with a 2-decade view. What buildings should be here instead of that? Is this building in the wrong place? What would be better use for this building or that land? And when I attended the pre-FDS meetings in Nelson, I was quite concerned that no one from the council's advisory team had read, for example, the book 21 Lessons for the 21st Century by Yuval Harari. And this book was written in 2019 and it discusses what we should be concerned with here in this plan. And it talks about what are the businesses that will not be here in 20 years' time, and what will the world look like in 2050, and talks about things like no petrol stations, no travel agencies, no bank buildings in the high street, no pharmacies, no large lawyers' offices, no car sales yards, no doctor's surgeries, no bag shops, and even discusses the possibility of no supermarkets as we know them. And then he looks at what we will have. We will have bookshops, hairdressers, coffee shops, pop-up libraries, sea gliders, electric aircraft, and we'll still have newspapers. And this book was published well before the COVID epidemic. And I've just had a message from one of my friends who lives in New York and said in Manhattan, the office occupancy there is now only 37%, whereas before that pandemic, it was 80%. And my point is that the future development strategy does not even consider these issues. What are we going to do with these obsolete buildings? What are we going to do with the warehouse stationery building? H&J Smith, the old building, and even Civic House. And should we be using these for housing? And if so, we urgently need to look at our regulatory framework. We need to encourage people like Galen King to stay here and develop and not push them away back to New York. And I was part of the team that converted the countrywide bank building into the Nelson Provincial Museum. And it's taken 20 years to start the moving of the ISIL Park facility to where we had originally planned it. Council wanted the museum to go into the Munro State building in Bridge Street, and what a disaster that would have been. We're still mucking around with what to do with Kinsett Place. And even though we've had some splendid proposals put on the table, and the Anchor Foundry building, the capital that I raise will continue to flow away from Nelson to Oamaru, Timaru and Wakatani until such time as these issues are addressed. And for example, we've got Port Nelson sitting on an estimated $450 million worth of land. And in the year to 30 June 21, it paid Nelson City $750,000. The total dividend paid was $1.5 million to Nelson Tasman. And this is where we should think about housing should go, around the forefront development. So I just wanted to say that I think our solution is hidden in full view instead of trying to expand. We really need to look at what we've got and the rapid rate of change and really look a hard look at our regulations. And really that's my submission, that we've got this huge rate of change and we need to be looking, what are we going to do with all these buildings that could be housing? And that's really the end of my submission. Thank you.
Robin, thank you very much. It's a really clear submission and actually a very thought-provoking submission. I'd see if there are any questions from the panel.
No one else has on hand.
Councillor Bryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robin, for your submission. I just wonder if you'd like to just expand a little bit on the type of housing development you'd like to perhaps see on the port land. Are you talking compact density, multi-storied, luxury type apartments, or housing for the masses? Just if you'd perhaps expand on that, please.
It would be a mixture of all of those things, similar to what they've got in Queensland, Australia. You know, 2-floor, 2-story, 3-story, the mixture for low accommodation, low cost accommodation, a higher value accommodation. It would be a new development there of mixed use, and it's literally within 5 minutes walking distance of the centre of the village, and we could accommodate all that. It's quite a large area of land. We could lift it up and build it there, and it's sunny. We could use all that amenity value, and at the moment we're getting I think we could do a really great mixture of housing there, and it would work well.
Thank you.
Sunny.
When you say we, who would you think would be doing the housing? Would that be the council or one of your companies?
It would be, we could do it any way you like. It could be a joint venture. It could, you know, it would be completely open. We do a plan of what we want to see there and work out how we can do it together. But we need to stop all this capital flowing away. And it's not going to happen until we make some decisions about what to do about that land.
Thank
There's
you.
no shortage of capital. It's the opposite. At the moment, we have a real shortage of opportunity.
Thank you, Robin.
And that just needs leadership and direction. And I wanted to see that out of this FDS. It's just not there at the moment.
Thank you, Robin. That's very clear. I've got a question from Councillor McGurk.
Thanks,
Oh, sorry, Councillor McGurk.
The question that I've got is, you talked about political and regulatory risk. And I just wonder if you could explain that a little bit deeper. And following on is the flowing out. So you've got other regions in the country. So what's different in Nelson in terms of that political and regulatory risk?
I don't know, but if you have ever tried to convert a building in Nelson or even Tasman from its existing use to another one, it is extremely complex, difficult and expensive to deal with the regulatory framework that we've got. And we've tried and given up. So that's what I'm saying. We need to have a good hard look at how council can work with the investment community to bring about change instead of putting up barriers. There are too many barriers. And it's not about the money. It's about the ideas and the strategy. And it's just not there. It's more or less, you can't do this, not how can we work together to do this. These barriers are not there in Wakatani or Oamaru. It's really, you know, your council officers need to go and have a good hard look at what is happening in these other provincial towns. It's working well there, and that's where our money's going.
Thank you, Robin. Any further questions for Robin? Councillor Ogilvie.
Good morning, Robin, and thank you for your submission. You've mentioned your concern about the amenity values when it comes to intensification. Can you develop that thinking a bit more, please?
Sorry, I can't hear that clearly.
It's okay, Robin. You mentioned you were concerned about the amenity values coming from intensification, probably in Richmond as well as in Nelson City.
Yes.
Can you develop that thought, please?
Well, I just think that we've got a huge amenity value there, like on the port, where it's got all this, its whole outlook, its amenity value there at the moment is being wasted in my view. It's sunny and it's got the water, and we've got all these international visitors that want to come with their vessels, and it's not necessarily expensive vessels. There are people living on boats, so we need to develop that, and that's really what I'm talking about. That we've got an amenity value sitting right in front of our eyes that we need to do something with, and we need leadership around that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Robin, it's Rachel. So just in terms of your proposition around the port land, are you suggesting that we don't have a port at all?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that its return at the moment is weak. It's poor. And you've got to remember that something like 70 or 80% of all those containers that are on the port are empty. We're just a big storage yard. Nelson's the cheapest place to store containers. And I was saying we've got to have a long, hard look at, we've got a $450 million asset there. And should we be doing something better with it? I think it's a splendid idea with the Cawthron's going there. Now let's grow something around it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that makes sense to me. But I would just say one of the biggest challenges we have, and it's something you're very familiar with, is the reverse sensitivity issues with noise of a port operation. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how to manage that if we had more residential activity or living within that area.
Well, if we had more residential space, we certainly wouldn't have clangs and bangs at 90 decibels of containers being unloaded. It's just that I think that Nelson Tasman would make more value out of having that as more housing and less container storage.
All right.
We get far more rates and people there. There would be far more use of our amenity that's sitting right in front of our face. And the noise would be considerably reduced if we didn't just store empty containers. We should have that in housing.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, it's a really clear submission. And as I said, you've got some really thought-provoking matters for us to consider as we get to deliberation. So really appreciate you working with us on the technology today, and pleased that we were able to hear from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
okay.
you.
Bye.
Okay. Brilliant. Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much to the officers for managing to do the work around there, and hopefully that's clear enough for the recording that we've got Robin's comments included in our hearing. Our next submission, is Chris Knight, and Chris is here on screen, so I'll just invite Chris to join the meeting, or it could be Jill. Just when you're ready, if you'd like to unmute and pop your video on. It is both. Oh, welcome. Just get you to unmute, Chris. Chris, you're still.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Fantastic.
Yeah, you can. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm sorry, my wife's not available today, so you've got to put up with me.
It's perfectly okay. Welcome to our hearing, Chris. We've read your submission, so it's an opportunity to highlight any key points or provide us with any further information that you'd like us to consider. So over to you.
Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure. I think my wife put the submission in, so I'm not quite sure what she said, but I've just put information together, which if I can present it, that'd be good. So if I can just carry on and you can ask questions at the end, is that all right?
Works perfectly.
Okay.
Works perfectly.
Well, so what I'm going to say, thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the area identified for intensification by allowing buildings up to 6 stories high as the proposal known as the Future Development Strategy. Interestingly, in the press on the 28th of the 4th, I understand that the government is currently working to replace the Resource Management Act with the Natural and Built Environments Act, the Strategic Planning Act, and the Climate Adaptation Act as top of their list to do. And the laws would provide tools to stop councils from allowing developments in at-risk areas once passed, the local government will need to, pair with communities, iwi, central government, to make decisions about how and when areas adapt. So is the Nelson City Council trying to get ahead of the consequences of the government's intentions to restrict development here? I just wonder. Seems to me that the Te Huna Nui area would certainly fit the at-risk category. You, as a council, have already identified it as an area of climate change risk with earthquakes and have put information on our LIM reports with properties possibly at risk from inundation and liquefaction. We already have had flooding of the sports ground, and Rocks Road is often blocked in storms. It's time the Nelson City Council look seriously at future-proofing Nelson and retaining its character. You've already had Waka Kotahi proposed increase in the traffic flow through Annisbrook and Te Huna because of the transport issues. Increased housing in the area will compound these problems significantly with no parking on the roadside, and clearly developers don't have to provide off-street parking. So I do not have a problem with multi-storey development, provided it's appropriately sited, but it's not appropriate to place them in a potential liquefaction or inundation zone, particularly when both insurance companies and the government may not come to the party when climate intervenes. So these proposed changes to Te Huna area, I believe, are pretty short-sighted. These, in combination with the changes in the roading Waka Kotahi are putting through, will be counterproductive, leading to increased traffic and create more havoc for the Te Huna area. If you look at Australia, the best beach towns are those that have retained the small town feel. So we have to make sure that every decision we make about where we build and how we build is seen through the climate change lens. This includes infrastructure, roading, housing. We've already seen the impact on the West Coast, the Bay of Plenty and Hawke's Bay. We also need to understand that sea level rise is not simply to be even like water in a bowl. Some coastal areas are sinking, some are rising. Temperature of the water all contribute. So this all needs to be taken into account. So how much is the City Council prepared to fund in the future for poor decision making when they make today? The cost of coast protection, coastal retreat will not be cheap. So let's be sensible about how and where we consider multi-storey properties are placed. It might be more desirable for developers to put in multi-storey buildings in coastal areas, easier for them to sell because of the access to the beach. But the longer term view should be taken and the potential consequences of poor decision making now considered. Quite frankly, Te Huna has been pretty hammered by some of the decisions of council in Waka Kotahi. And it's time the council had a more global view and protected one of the few assets the city has. The beach is what sells Nelson. Ruin access to this with intensification, increased traffic, etc. You lose what makes the city tick for visitors. I've worked in the Te Huna area, setting up the medical centre there in the 1990s, and the influx into the area over the holiday periods was full on, bringing significant funds to Nelson. I believe if you destroy this area by overdeveloping it, it may and make access to the beach more difficult by roading, intensification, will lead to more traffic, etc. Nelson will be the poorer and less desirable for it. I think you need to think seriously about what you allow to happen in this area of Nelson, because once you've put these changes in place, there's no going back until the climate intervenes. And you're stuck with the poor decisions you've made at the cost of the city. And the cost of the city of that retreat will eventually happen. I'm sorry about the gloom and doom, but maybe you should look at the environmental protection of the area first before intensification. This might be a more sensible approach. This approach I have discovered today has been made by Hastings City Council in the Hamoana and Tiawanga coastal areas. And as I've said earlier, who pays for the damage of the inundation and the retreat? The government doesn't sound that keen, so it will fall on the City Council. Insurance companies are going to look at not insuring properties in danger areas of inundation, and a lot will fall back on the councils. It may be prudent to look at a specific local rates fund to build a fund that is specifically there for future use in the event of inundation. So thanks for allowing me time to speak. I've made this reasonably brief. What I find incredibly interesting is the increase in information that is coming through from experts online and newspapers and on the air regarding concerns of coastal erosion and issues we will face dependent on how we prepare for the future. Clever and clear decision making is required now to avoid disasters in future. Basically, at the end of the day, sea level rise, New Zealand cannot afford to protect everything we've built. These properties are multi-stored, they will significantly increase the costs. So I think, getting things right to start with is the C. Get it right, do it once, get it done correctly, or do the preventative sort of work first. That's my submission and my wife's submission.
Chris, thank you very much. That's a very clear submission. I take on board your points, and they're well made, around the importance of having good quality, reliable information to inform the FDS. And certainly we'll have some questions back to the officer in relation to the sea level rise report that's been released this week. The questions I just had for you are contemplating that there is some way to manage sea level rise within Te Hunanui. So let's work on the assumption that there will still be a Te Hunanui of some form. In terms of the housing that's available in Te Hunanui now, and I mean you're a long-standing community leader, is the housing stock meeting the needs of that community right now?
Well, I think it is. I mean, I get your point that we don't want to expand over good arable land and that. So, but I just, my point is basically, if you're going to put up multi-storey buildings, they need to be in an area, because you imagine the disaster it'll be, with multi-storey buildings all down there, and then we get significant sea level rise. For starters, that ground isn't, you've already identified it as not being very stable. And I know when they put up one of my properties down there before I had anything to do with it, they had to pump the water out to get the foundations down, so, there is quite a bit of, and it's pretty, you only have to dig down a little way and you're straight into sand. So, look, at the end of the day, some sides of the road are definitely not suitable for multi-storey buildings, in my view. But anyway, I just think you got to be sensible about this. And I know it's more desirable to have properties near the coast, but you look at Australia, they've made a huge, lots of mistakes with their developments where the buildings shade the beach. So I don't think we can have that problem here. But I do think you really have to think long term, and it's like with the transport. I do think we need to put roading further back in the hills and come into the city at different areas rather than sticking it all on Te Huna Drive and around the beachfront where, it blocks people's access to the beach. It creates a heck of a lot of noise, or we certainly get a lot more noise up the hill. We're on the hillside in Te Huna, and we know when the traffic's coming into town, even up, very near the top of the hill. So, you've got to take all those things into account to make the city a viable, healthy and friendly city, So it is one of the treasures of Nelson. I know Christchurch people, they mainly come for the beach, and I just think, and well, certainly I've seen that over the years. The number of times I had to go down to the Tahuna Beach Camp to sort of look after people that got sunburnt or had injuries. It certainly, the work was sort of tripled over Christmas. So, I think you'll lose a lot of that if you don't look after the area. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Chris. Any other questions for Chris from the panel? No, there are no further questions. It's a very clear submission, Chris. Thank you very much for coming to present today.
Well, thanks for letting us do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, did you hear that?
The next submission is from Alison Pickford. I wonder if Alison is with us. She is. Morena, Alison. We'll invite you to join our meeting. I think we may have some sound issues, Alison. I think we've got some sound issues. Just mute. We might just have to mute Alison for a moment. Alison, we're having some sound issues. I think it's definitely your end. We've got some sound issues, so we might need you to drop out and then reconnect again with the computer audio. So let's give that a go and see if that fixes it. Have we got a contact number for Alison? So if she's having difficulty, we can ring her. No, we don't. Okay, so Alison, give that a go. We'll try. Do you want to try? I think if you unmute now, I think we could have the same problem. Let's just double check that. I think, yes, we do. We've got the same problem. So we'll get you to drop. We'll get you to end the Zoom and then come back in again and join with the computer audio, and hopefully we can get the sound to work okay. If not, we'll have to come up with another solution. I'm not sure what that's going to be just yet. Well, we'll see if one of the elected members might have Alison's phone number. So we'll just see if we can get that one sorted. Then the next submitters are Michael Mokta and Ellie Howard. I don't think we've got Michael or Ellie with us. Oh, Ellie is there, is she? Oh, she is there. Kia ora, Ellie.
Does that work?
Oh, Alison, that's fantastic. You're on. Okay, that's brilliant. Well done, you. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Right. Welcome. So you're all good to go. We can hear you, and hopefully you can hear us. Don't think you can hear us.
No, I'm sorry, it's not working.
Oh, okay. So Alexa, can you just type a message to Alison to say that we can hear her, and so if she wants to start presenting, we'll be okay.
Is that happening or not happening? No, I'm very blank.
It's all good.
Oh, okay then, thank you. I have a message there saying the speaker's not working, but if you can hear me, that's fine. I've already sent in my submission, so I've actually presumed this is for a few extra things. My biggest concern is that councils are not looking far enough ahead, but are looking at climate change from the best case scenario, kind of leaning towards business as usual. To me, the report does not adequately reflect the increasing risk to future generations with any urgency, but the newly released rise and fall of New Zealand sure adds a bit of mustard to it. I don't think that we should be looking at development as from now, but looking at the plan as if we were 10 years ahead in time. And if you look ahead, it's not greatly encouraging. I read a lot of Science BBC News columns, and so quite a lot of the following is drawn from this source. Now, glacial sea ice and snowfield melt is accelerating, as well as adding water to the ocean. We're losing important water reserves. An island off the French coast is already seeing 16 centimetres of sea level rise. The sea is expected to initially rise around the European coast faster than the southern hemisphere because of the gravitational pull of the continental landmass. Closer to home, December last year, a 20 centimetre rise in the Pacific due to a combination of spring tides, climate change and La Nina. And so I think that we don't need to be looking at, we think we should just maintain our lower Queen Street and close to the coast roading, but be looking at developing access corridors from way further back and not spend money on the coast. And I would also like to see the councils put money aside, 0.5% or 1% of rates, so that you can actually you can actually deal with stranded assets. Because buildings now are full of plastic and plastic and foam and rubber and all sorts of things that really have no place in the ocean whatsoever. Water and then sand are the two most used resources globally. Moving sand or mining too much sand can have devastating effects on rivers and estuaries. Allowing coastlines to behave naturally is a largely unacknowledged way of actually building resilience. I'm very sorry for those who stand to lose their coastal properties, but I think that seawalls, stop banks and moving sands are a short-term intervention which don't allow natural coastal function and are often the cause of other problems down the line, and they all eventually fail, and I think you should put resources elsewhere. There's an interesting article on BBC Science of sponge cities, which is an innovative way of coping with flooding events. I think it's really worth looking at, and whether it can be tweaked to help with managing sea inundation or not, I'm not sure. The recent IPCC report, The Warming Planet Puts More People at Risk in the Years of Hunger in the Years to Come. Researchers are already observing crop failures and fish depletion, as well as rising CO2 levels, which makes the food we grow less nutritious. CO2 production for some crops can lead to an increase in yield, but mainly through increasing carbon and not increasing nutrient uptake. So we get decreased nutrient concentration, and it's already been observed in rice, wheat, soybean, but also in fruits and vegetables. Having gardened for 45 years locally, I'm now noticing some damage on plants, as well as damage from continual water restrictions. NIWA predictions long-term are for a drier and hotter climate, and this is why TDC really needs to consider just how many people the Waimea Basin can support, even with the dam, which is not going to address all water issues. And perhaps now is also a good time to be reviewing rural water allocations. Are they sustainable at the current take, especially with the subdivision plan for Hope, Brightwater and Wakefield? I know that allocations do affect property values, but it's another item that needs consideration. In the backcountry, I see far more and far too many dead beech trees in our forest. Trees do an enormous eco-service for us, and the collapse of the forests is absolutely unthinkable. So I would like to see increased safe cycling commuting corridors and really pushing people to get off their four-wheel drives. Even if they ride a Honda 50 to work, it's better than a four-wheel drive of 4,000 cc's or whatever. A much faster expansion of effective, reliable and cheap public transport, collection of compostables. In some areas of New Zealand, initial studies have said that this reduces landfill by 40%, even without 100% engagement from ratepayers, which is a lot of methane as well. I'd like to see many more trees in local parks and on suitable streets, islands of trees and their supporting fungal networks, fungus takes up a huge amount of carbon, and they support each other rather than having single trees. And we should be thinking of Australian jacaranda, frangipani, etc., not the English oaks, which are looking truly miserable in the Berryfields subdivision. And they're really inappropriate in a global warming scenario. I would like to see development of inlets for the sea to expand into, providing places for birds to feed and rest. They're already roosting higher on the shoreline, and the inlets are a good fish nursery as well. I'd like to see more restoration and building of wetlands, and congratulations on the Waimea Water Park fishing pond area, but we need more. And lots of weed control and planting of riverbanks, as well as jobs for nature. There's volunteers who'll come on board if you ask them. And that's my extra notes.
Alison, thank you very much. A very clear submission. I'll see if there are any questions from the panel members.
But I can't hear you now.
Oh no, I know. Okay, so we'll need to. That's very true. So Alexa, I'll just see if there are any questions. Then we'll just have to type something up. I think it's a really clear submission. So can you pop something in there for Alison just to let her know? Thank you very much. My Cephalomoore isn't quite good enough to communicate. No, there are. No, there are no questions. So if we can just let her know that there are no questions, it's a clear submission. And thank you very
sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Thank you.
And we'll say bye.
Okay.
Gosh, technology is not being our friend today, is it? Well, I did see Rob and Wally pop up a moment ago. He's gone, no, this is working. That's great, isn't it? Next was Michael Mokta. Is Michael, I can see Mark Morris. I can't see Mark. I can't see. Oh, Mark, are you here to present? But hello, Michael. Kia ora, Michael. Fantastic.
Do you want to come closer?
All
Can
right.
you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. Welcome.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. We just had a few technical hitches. So we were going to do it through my laptop, and the Zoom didn't seem to be set up. So we had to rush back to my place, and now we're on my desktop. So yeah, basically I've put a submission in on behalf of Michael Mokta in support of the T194 Greenfield development area on Michael's property at 200 Whitby Road. And so hopefully you've got a copy of that in front of you.
We do, Mark, and we have read that.
Okay, I'll just briefly go through it. Some of the reasons for the support of the Greenfield Future Development Area T194. The property is very close to the Wakefield Township, within walking and cycling distance, which seems to be really important in the FDS. Has access to sewer servicing in Whitby and Bird Road, and water servicing along Whitby Road. And the Greenfield subdivision should be able to be designed to mitigate any flood hazards from the Pitfure stream. And as far as I know, the Greenfield area has been designed to keep out of the main floodplain of the Pitfure stream. The property can gain access from both Bird Road and the State Highway frontage, which now has a lower speed limit, making it easier for intersections with the State Highway. The site is very close via Bird Road to the Great Taste Cycle Trail. The development fits in well with the other existing residential development around Whitby Road, and we're not aware of any stability issues. And I'll just go through the 11 outcomes of the FDS and how it complies with that. It's obviously part of an existing urban form in terms of reductions in greenhouse gases. So there's an ability for walking distance and cycling distance to schools and services, which is really important for the future. It's part of the consolidation, secondly, of the Wakefield Township by allowing more houses within a close distance of the CBD of Wakefield. New housing is focused where people have got access to jobs, services and amenities. 3, it's very handy to the commercial area of Wakefield, which probably has a lot of potential for future development, and it's in a community where people want to live. And the site is likely to be very close to future public transport routes. The range of housing choices that are provided, number 4. So we believe it will help provide a variety of housing stock in the Wakefield community. We'd just like to add that one of the issues with the subdivision rules for Wakefield is they have a higher minimum lot size of 450 square meters instead of 350, and an average of 600 square meters for subdivisions over a hectare. In some ways, that really needs to change if you're going to allow for smaller lot sizes, and I'm not sure if the development strategy can have a influence on those rules. But if there is going to be a plan change, then they really have to allow more flexibility in those subdivision rules. Sufficient residential and business land capacity is provided to meet the demand. So obviously in the last 5 years, there's been a great increase in demand for residential land in Wakefield, and this site will help provide for it. 6 new infrastructure planned, funded and delivered. It's beside existing roading infrastructure, and it makes use of existing council servicing infrastructure in terms of water and sewer. 7, impacts on natural environment. Because the proposed development is simply consolidating the existing urban form of Wakefield, the impact on the natural environment is minimal. Planting reserves can be provided as part of the greenfield development and help mitigate the effects of stormwater runoff from the development. 8, Nelson Tasman is resilient to and can adapt to likely future effects of climate change. The subdivision can be developed to be designed to avoid the effects of flooding both now and the future. All building sites can be required to withstand a Q100 flood. Natural hazards. The residential area will have a high level of resilience, and that conditions can be imposed requiring each dwelling site to be an engineered platform and free from known flood risk. High productive land. It is part of Rural 1, but it's very, very much part of that Wakefield settlement. So the rezoning of the site is that trade-off of losing some productive land in exchange for gaining residential land close to schools and services of Wakefield and consolidating the urban form. And 11, people and communities are part of the life force Maori of Wakefield, and this change will help enhance that community. Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Michael, is there anything that you would like to add to the submission?
Yeah, I just thought while Mark was talking about it being Rural 1 land, yes, we have had so-called crops like apples and grapes and boysenberries on the land for a significant length of time. But we found towards the end with the likes of grapes and kiwi fruit, the frost hit us twice on both crops, which meant at the end of the day, we decided then that horticulture might not have been so successful because of the frost levels that we got hit with. So despite the fact that it is obviously Rural 1 land, that was our experience of the frost affecting the crops. And so it didn't work for us because of that. I just thought I might mention that.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I'll just see if there are any questions from the
please.
panel. Any questions? Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Mayor Rees. Mark and Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Jeff.
Good. And so My first question is just in relation to the size of the block that you're proposing. And have you done a desktop study to see currently how many lots you could get into that area?
No, we haven't. It's very early days, but we could easily produce, if that would help, like an indicative plan of the site, which would give an idea on the lot yield.
I would think it'd probably be about 50.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the FDS had a so there's two properties. There's 200 Whitby Road, which is Michael Mokhtar's, and your neighbours
next door,
who's also put in a submission, the Christmas Tree Farm.
Yeah,
Mr.
Bolton.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm pretty sure there was an indication in the FDS on the lot yield, but we can easily put together a basic scheme plan which would give an indication on the section yield, if that would help.
Yeah, even if you could tell us the area now, do you know what the area of Michael's block is? I can't see it anywhere in the submission.
It's about 8.9 hectares.
Yeah.
And then just a further question, Mark, just in relation to the wastewater, I understand that the line from Wakefield to Brightwater particularly is getting near capacity. And I'm just thinking there's quite a lot of development happening now. There may be a required upgrade in years, future years. Yeah. So that's something to think about. But do you have any comment around that?
No.
Thank you.
That's, well, I suppose it would be an LTP project, and whether that would mean it would be a deferred residential, but obviously if you look at the Pitfewer Syndicate area, the Whiting subdivision that's being developed at the moment, the Eden block is being very much developed at the moment. So really there's going to be a shortfall probably in quite not too many years off. So if there is going to be a need for that, then that needs to be urgently put into the LTB project timeline.
Thank you. No further questions.
I just have one question in relation to, we had a submission earlier today from the Homes from Wakefield group, and we heard from Sonia and Tony and Richard, and they were talking to us about the need for 1 and 2 bedroom homes in the Wakefield area, and I just would appreciate your thoughts on that as two people that are very familiar with the area. So just in terms of housing topography, you know, what do you see as the need? What would that look like? And I take on board, Mark, your comments about the subdivision rules. That's part of what's provoked this question for me.
I have had conversations with Sonia Lamas, they're friends of ours, and yes, they have approached us with that subject in mind. We are happy to be, if we can, if we're allowed to, we are happy to be part of a project that would support her organization. So we're not adverse to that at all.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, I think just adding to that, I think it's really important that the rules for greenfield developments allow for smaller lots. At the moment, particularly the 450 minimum lot size just makes it, it all becomes discretionary, and really you want to try and take that out. I'm not saying it should be a high intensity, but there needs to be some flexibility there to allow for areas of smaller houses and smaller sections.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much for both your written submission and coming to speak to the hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm just checking in terms of the hearing list. Is there the Richmond Baptist Church submission? Is that set down on the agenda? I think
It is, and I saw it before. Now, where's it got to?
It's 2 down, Rachel.
Oh, it is 11:50. So we've got Ellie Howard, and Ellie I can see is here with us, and then we'll be back with you, Mark, if that's okay.
All right.
I will take them in order unless you're unavailable, in which case I can negotiate with Ellie.
Okay, no, I'll just need to drop off Mike Order's office, but I should be home in time for the next submission. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kia ora, Ellie. Welcome to our hearing.
Hi, kia ora. Thank you for, oh, sorry, hold on. Let me just make sure I'm okay. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us okay?
Great, yes, I can.
Oh, good.
So, kia ora, and thank you very much to the elected members and staff for the opportunity to engage today. And I commend you all for sitting through days and days of what is an important part of democracy. I will take it that you have read my written submission. And so my 2 points today that expanding on that are on climate change and local democracy relating to the future development strategy. So I support strategies for urban residential development that make it easier for building housing of the highest demand. So that's community housing, co-housing, and different tenures that aid affordable housing. Nelson Council's most recent population projections are that all age groups will be declining in the population over the next 30 years, apart from the over 65s, the only age group to increase in the population. The locations and housing types that are common to all these groups are of smaller dwellings on smaller plots, walking distance or ready public transport access to services and amenities. And I support strategies that facilitate this. I do not support strategies within the draft future development strategy that incentivize sites outside the urban area, and particularly the 2 greenfield subdivisions in the Maitai Valley. I do not support urban sprawl and turning our landscape into suburbs. With regards to climate emergency, I commend Nelson City Council's declaration of a climate emergency, the intensification action plan, and the intention to prioritise compact urban form. To quote from the FDS technical document, the FDS is a Resource Management Act planning document, and the effects of climate change are one of the matters that must be considered. Feedback to both NCC and TDC from the first round of the FDS public consultations is that greenhouse gas emissions are an important point to be considered. And Nelson City Council said the same thing in its submission to the Climate Change Commission in March 21. So the first question on the government submission form was, do you agree emissions budgets we have proposed would put Aotearoa on course to meet the 2050 emissions target? Nelson City Council's response was to tick disagree. And they wrote, and I'll just read this out, it's short. While we support the Commission's work and believe that reduction budgets are achievable, we are concerned that the first periods are not ambitious enough. We appreciate that change will take time to implement. We believe rapid, accelerated action needs to begin now. Furthermore, placing emphasis on reductions closer to 2050 increases the risks that the targets will not be met. Lower targets earlier in the timeline may result in wrong messages being given to community. And here's where NCC makes a suggestion. It says infrastructure, building and housing projects should include consideration of emissions right from the start at the business case and design stages. So the government and the public and Nelson City Council are saying that greenhouse gas emissions and climate change is of the highest importance. And yet the draft future development strategy gives scant regards to this. And there is no consideration at all regarding emissions for infrastructure, building and housing projects to be included. I asked this same question at a webinar because I couldn't really understand the contradiction, and the staff confirmed that these carbon emissions were not taken into account in the draft future development. My next concern is around local democracy within the future development strategy. Since 2 years, when the public were first alerted to the possible greenfield subdivision in the Maitai Valley, myself and thousands of people have put in an enormous effort into explaining to council that they do not want the Maitai to become another suburb. The public have tried to engage with council through reading hundreds of pages of documents, writing hundreds and hundreds of submissions to the annual plan, the Nelson plan, the long-term plan, the plan change request, speaking to those submissions, speaking at council meetings, emails to council requesting meetings, and signing a 13,000 strong petition. And yet here we are again. In this round that you're in now of the draft FDS, I flicked through and over 200 submitters ticked that they disagreed with that question 22 in the questionnaire about Nelson Greenfield sites. And they wrote and cited opposition to mass housing in the Maitai Valley. I understand that the FDS is a high-level document, but council cannot say they are not aware of this opposition, and yet there have been no moves to acknowledge this crucial decision in Nelson's future within the future development strategy. So my feedback is that greenfield sites should only be considered once all urban area developments have been exhausted, that the rate of population growth or even the expected population decline within 20 years is such an unknown factor, and that was again stated in the population reports, and that council should tread extremely cautiously there. For councils to do their part in easing the current housing crisis, intensification and densification provides the more immediate returns. An experienced local surveyor that I met and talked to told me he's been involved with building dwellings on infill and brownfield sites, which can be done within a year, whereas greenfield sites usually take a minimum of 5 to 10 years before any housing even comes to market. And we have local subdivisions that bear this out. I urge councils to take more consideration of greenhouse gas emissions. And the National Policy Statement on Urban Development does not actually oblige councils to include any particular area in the final future development strategy. So I urge Nelson and Tasman Council to remove Carker Valley and Orchards Flats from the FDS and to be the councils that saved the Maitai from becoming another suburb. I think my time is fairly short, but I have 2 questions, and that's really how will councils give considerations to greenhouse gas emissions in the final FDS? And bearing in mind that the first purpose of local government from the DIA is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities. How will the council use the FDS to enable this?
Thank you, Ellie. They're good questions. And as we get into our deliberations process, that's where we're going to start to do the analysis. But I hope that by having this opportunity to present today, you feel that your submission has been well heard by us. We will, I've made some good notes here around the matters you raised around greenhouse gas emissions and how that's being addressed through the FDS. So we've read a range of questions over the last few days about what the FDS, the scope of the FDS and what it can do and what else needs to go alongside it. So your points have been really well made today. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel for Ali. I think it's a very clear submission, and thank you. It's actually quite good to get these submissions that are really targeted on some of the big issues that we need to turn our mind to. I guess the one thing I would ask you about is just densification and intensification, and where you see that, the distinction between the two, and where you think that it would be appropriate on the scale of what we've got to look at today, noting that we've got communities across both Nelson and Tasman that we need to consider.
Yeah, I agree, and you're asking me where I think they should be.
Yes, when you're turning your mind to that issue, if there's no greenfield development at all, so your proposition there should be none until intensification and densification have been exhausted. Are you looking at that across the Nelson Tasman region? I don't know if you had considered that in the broader sense of both Nelson and Tasman.
I think generally, yes. I don't live in Tasman. I don't support the greenfield developments on the Berryfield places and things like that. I think that housing type does not encourage any reduction in house pricing, which we saw with the Berryfield. I think that there are plots that are available. I think the example in Nelson of the housing that's going in behind Canal Street is a really good example of areas that could be that are perfect. I think we have other sites around town. Just cycle around town, walk around town, and there are plots that could be looked at. Yeah.
Thank you, Ali. There's no further questions. Thank you very much for coming to present today and for your written submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mark Morris has made it back. I hope you didn't get a speeding ticket, Mark. So I got a parking ticket last week from Tasman District Council. I've got to attend to that. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah,
never mind.
We cope with that. I dropped off Mike back at his office. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Baptist Church in support of the T112 residential intensification future development area on the church property at 123 Salisbury Road. So I think attachment 1 of my submission, I've just got the areas of the future intensification areas, and sort of the Richmond Baptist Church is part of that. Probably about a third of the site is currently, I haven't got the area in front of me, sorry, Stuart, but about a third of the site is part of the church buildings, and then there's basically an undeveloped field area, which they call the lower paddock, which is basically undeveloped and fronts on to Arborlee Ave. And so the church fully supports the proposed rezoning of the property from tourist services to a residential intensification development area. I'm not sure if that's the wording in the FDS, but ideally the Richmond intensification development area rules, which allow dwellings down to 200 square metre sites on a non-notified basis, is really, we feel, is the best way to go about it, or make the most efficient use of the land. The church has been in discussions with Habitat Nelson, and I think Nick Clark has probably spoken earlier this morning, about doing a possible housing project on the site. And obviously at the moment everything's discretionary, and so it can be a lot more challenging doing development on the site, with it being tourist services, which is quite limiting. I'm not sure the reasoning why it got zoned that in 1996, but it allows for motels and hotels and things like that, but there hasn't really been a lot of interest in that. And so really for the FDS, this is the best use of the land. And I'll just briefly go through the reasoning. The church supports the fact that safe, affordable housing is a social right to encourage a safe, caring community, and it supports any rezoning that encourages the supply of safe, affordable housing, which the high density residential area would provide. The property is very close, within walking and cycling distance of the Richmond shops and at least 4 schools, and probably about 4 preschools and places of work. So it's probably one of the few sort of undeveloped greenfield sites in the Richmond that's close within walking distance. So it really ticks those boxes. The property has access to sewer and water servicing and Arborlee Ave, and the property should be able to provide stormwater servicing, with detention being provided in accordance with the LDM. The area of the proposed high density residential is above coastal flooding level, and a minimum ground level of at least 5 metres or higher should be able to be achieved. The site is handy to a number of cycleways and walkways for future residents to use, and it fits in well with other existing residential developments around Arborlee and is one of the last undeveloped areas of potential residential land within walking distance of central Richmond. There are no known stability issues on the property. Just one, with the proposed area, it doesn't go all the way down to the bypass. The property basically fronts the bypass, and the reasoning I suspect is not to have residential development adjoining the bypass, and NZTA's concern about having houses within the 100-metre effects area. And so that's what I suspect it is, or possibly the low-lying nature. And so what we are proposing is for a commercial zoned area in that lower part of the property. And you don't, NZTA, Wakatahi doesn't tend to have the same issues with commercial development close to the bypass. But the key would, in terms of developing the site, is having road access between Arborlee and the aquatic centre, bottom of Champion Road. There needs to be a sort of roading link through there rather than feeding more traffic onto Salisbury Road, which at the time sort of banks up. And so there needs to be a roading project to provide for that. But apart from that, hopefully the submission sets out what we're wanting. And any questions?
Thank you, Mark. It's open for questions from the panel. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I've checked the area for you, 3.245 hectares. The question is that your plan shows high density residential, and I'm assuming that's from the back of the church car park through to where you've got the indicative road. Is that correct? The church will stay, I take it?
Well, yeah, it sort of been a bit of discussion about what is the best zoning for the existing church area. And in some ways, commercial zoning is the one zoning that allows church buildings as a permitted activity compared to residential or tourist activities. But we really don't want it to remain tourist activities. But we don't want to get offside with the neighbours, and sometimes with commercial, people think there's going to be some massive building, which isn't the case, and there probably won't be some change. It's probably most likely that if there is any development within the existing site, is that gravelled area between the auditorium and Salisbury Road. So yeah, it's I suppose how you can provide for that without impacting on the residents or future residents complaining about the noise or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. And just in relation to the commercial, what sort of activities were you sort of thinking in that area?
Well, yeah, usually that is limited. There are high voltage lines, 33 kVA lines across part of the property, and so that will limit some of the buildings that you can be built. But usually sort of, I worked for 3 years in the Arborlees and the Stoke one off Champion Road, some of the industrial areas, and they tend to be either building company depots or commercial storage buildings, that sort of thing. So But these days, commercial areas, there's not a lot of noise involved or hours, in my experience, compared to an industrial zone. It's not really going to be a beach road type industrial area. But there is a high demand for it. And you could have a setback from the residential area if people are concerned about it. In that sort of southern boundary, you're probably going to need to be some sort of stormwater detention area. So you could have a bit of a either extension of the open space zoning to have a bit of a buffer between the housing and the commercial area.
Thank you. I'll let others have a chance.
Thank you. Councillor Siriko.
Thank you, Mark. So have you considered so I'm not sure if the current driveway access of Salisbury Road doesn't go all the way up past that current greenfield area, does it?
No, it just comes in off Salisbury Road.
Yep, to the car park.
Yep.
Yeah. So have you sort of done any consideration or analysis of the impacts on your neighbour, as in the aquatic centre neighbour? Because there's a lot of kids running to the playground and back and forward and around, and the impacts of significant increases in vehicles would have in relation to safety effects, any reverse sensitivity, etc.
Yeah, well, basically the road would be designed to bypass the aquatic centre car park. So there's an area in front of the car park, and it would join up with Champion Road, and obviously it would bring traffic into Champion Road. The proposal really came out of the church applied for a much larger building back in 2008, and out of those discussions and actual consent is and it was quite a large auditorium, I think 750 person auditorium, which hasn't been built, but anyway, it's still consented, and the consent remains in place till 2023. And as part of the discussions was that the access would go out via this road to Champion Road, and there would be an access across. But it's really weighing up putting all the access out to Salisbury Road and the effects from that, as opposed to bringing them out onto Champion Road. But I agree, that's all part of the assessment and all the traffic effects assessment, and that could be done as part of any development.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Mark, thank you. That concludes the questions. Thank you very much for coming back to present this submission on behalf of the Richmond Baptist Church and for answering questions. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. The next submission is from Nelson Tasman Strategy Group Incorporated, and it's going to be presented by Peter Olorenshaw. Kia ora, Peter, welcome.
Hi there. It's actually the Nelson Transport Strategy Group, NELSAST, if that's right.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's who I thought the submission was from. That's right. Okay. And you're here to present their submission. So welcome. Now I understand have you got a PowerPoint, Peter, that you're going to speak to?
I have.
All right.
Will I just share my screen, or do you want to? Like I've already sent that in.
I'll just ask the officers. Preference share screen. Preference that you share your screen. It's probably the easiest thing to do, and then you can keep pace with your presentation.
Okay.
We've got your email. You've got your inbox at the moment.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
Here we go.
That's it. Thank you.
Cool. So you can see that first slide, okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'll start by referring to the illustration from our submission on CO2 emissions with distance from city centres. And I just want to clarify that even in cities with very good public transport, those living further out inevitably have higher CO2 emissions. So you can see Wellington here, you know, very good public transport, still has significantly higher emissions further out. And there's a subtlety with the colours. The difference between yellow and greeny yellow is a doubling of carbon emissions per commuter. And so I just really wonder whether the TDC has internalised that PT really needs 10-minute headways for to be a good transport option for people. And can you really imagine a 10-minute bus frequency from Wakefield into Nelson, from Tasman into Richmond? So today I want to flesh out three things in our submission. One, your underestimation of the potential intensification by your ignoring of certain typologies. Two, the underestimation of the speed at which intensification is possible. And three, asking people what they want instead of what they like is a fundamental mistake. So the typologies that are ignored, like this was almost a joke, but it's not a joke. We could actually have some people living in the Haven on floating towns in Holland. And of course, it's completely fit for sea level rise. Just a few hundred dwellings, but it was one typology that was ignored. The second one that the more major for us was that partitioning seems to be ignored as well. So instead of having to build out the back of an existing house where there's a limited number of properties where that's possible, what we're talking about here is putting a partition through an existing house, perhaps with a small extension in places to form two dwellings. And I presented this worked example that I presented before, but if you think building a new dwelling for 120,000 all up, including land, is not affordable or not attractive, then I think you're wrong. And as an architect, I challenge you to give me any house and I can show you how it can be attractively partitioned, even within the existing Nelson plan, as long as you allow 2 or 3 dwellings per property as of right. 3 out of the last 4 of my houses that I've done, the clients wanted to have a second dwelling in the new house, but council regulations just made it too hard. These were for instance, a live-in carer, family members to come and live for a while, or a student lodger, and they all need new dwellings. I put it to you that there's a dam waiting to burst as soon as you make it easy to allow more than one dwelling on a site with no or minimal development contributions. As I hope I've shown, no extra infrastructure is necessary. Another typology that seemed to be ignored, you had pictures of tiny houses, but you didn't mention them in any totals. Here's one of mine. It's got a full bathroom, including even a bidet, shower, 2 sleeping lofts, $100,000, 21 square meters. And it's relocatable if the ground liquefies or if sea level rise happens faster than expected. So there's opportunities for these tiny houses on land that you wouldn't normally deem appropriate for intensification. And here I think the speed of intensification has been underestimated. This is a slide from your own documents from Sense Partners, where they say 7% over the next 5 to 8 years is the increase in new dwellings for Nelson, just from the changes from the medium density residential standards. Now, there are other reasons why density might increase quicker, but your allowance is half what your Sense Partners have suggested it should be. And just by way of comparison, I've thrown up this spreadsheet of an alternative dwelling yield spreadsheet. So what if 1 in 5 houses was partitioned into 2 over 30 years? What if 1 in 15 was partitioned into 3? And on top of that, 20% of existing inner residential properties were replaced by 4 townhouses, plus 2% into 6 townhouses. 1 in 25 had tiny houses front and back, and 1,000 tiny houses were allowed on flood-prone or liquefiable land. These combined with 14,000 already, 14,000 dwellings already in existing residential areas, gets up to above the 29,000 new dwellings that you require. And just on a speed of intensification here, here's a map of car dealerships in Nelson. And if they were replaced with apartment buildings at a similar density to Betts Apartments, that's 455 additional dwellings right there. And I'd suggest that this would only take 5 years once the car dealerships were made into an industrial activity. The demand study that you put out, I think, is dubious. This is Stephen Burgess, who Nelson City Council had speaking in their own buildings here in October 2014. One of the things he stressed, and I wrote it down on my phone at the time, is what you want is completely different to what you like in a town. He said, what is it like if everyone drives like you? What does it do for the shape of your town? And this was the quote I also wrote down. People don't like attached houses per se. And he did use this word. It's all the good shit, good stuff that goes with it, that they like. Your demand questionnaire was incredibly naive, asking people what they want rather than what they like. You didn't show them good drawings as to what the increased density could be like. This is an example of quadruplexes. You didn't ask them about that. So just to conclude, settlement patterns cast a long shadow. The Roman roads in Britain are still there 2,000 years later. We can't allow sprawl anymore. While fast broadband and the COVID pandemic has shown us how quite a few people are able to work from home some of the time, the reality is that most people will be going to work in urban areas at least some of the time, and they will have children, most likely have children commuting to and from school and to and from after school activities. And locking them into car dependence is entirely the wrong thing to do. I hope I've shown that we don't need to sprawl, that population increases can comfortably be accommodated within existing urban areas. The draft FDS needs to change. We need to build in rather than out.
Peter, thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to open for questions from the panel now. Any questions for Peter? Peter, I have a question. That's just in relation to your comment about changing the zoning, I think was zoning or definition, to industrial in relation to car yards, and your view that that would have an enabling effect in relation to housing. Can you just talk to me a little bit more about that? And I'm conscious of that because I actually was Googling the definition under the RMA at the moment. I'm not sure we could call it industrial because there's a bit of a definitional issue. But tell me what the rationale is as to what that would do from a incentivising development aspect, given we've got a lot of existing car yards, as you've just identified, so they've got the existing right to be there.
Sure. At the moment, we've got 44% of the inner city of Nelson that's given over to cars, car parking and car yards. And having those car yards there feeds the notion of a city being car dominated rather than people dominated, and I think it's a huge wasted opportunity. These are prime sites, corners of the city centre and lining arterials that should be for apartments and office buildings, perhaps on the ground floor, so mixed use.
All right, so essentially, because what I'm reading is you're saying if car dealerships should be made an industrial activity. I'm not sure legally we can do that because I'm not sure they meet the definition of industrial activity, but is essentially what you're saying, what we should be looking at is actually restricting the use of those prime sites.
Yeah.
In other words, that there'll be some restrictions on what they could and couldn't be used for.
Yeah, whatever the mechanism is, perhaps making it industrial activity is the wrong mechanism, but moving the car dealers out of the city centre, I think is something really useful to do. And 450 dwellings, you know, right and close, no congestion from them, you know, it's an opportunity being wasted.
No, thank you. I think thank you very much. That makes sense to me. A question from Councillor Siriko.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Just in relation to tiny homes, just wondering why you were selecting flood-prone areas and liquefiable land, because I guess, you know, we saw in Christchurch liquefaction can happen quite immediately, and so people could lose their homes. Do you not think that they should have less natural hazard prone land?
No, perhaps I need to qualify that the tiny houses I was talking about are the ones on trailers. So they are easily able to be relocated very fast, or if the land liquefies before they can be moved, they can be relevelled very simply. They don't have permanent foundations, they're on a trailer. So it would be able to use land that would be otherwise unacceptable for normal development.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I suppose it just creates a little bit of a concern. I just want to tease this out with you very quickly because I'm conscious of time.
Sure.
But if I wouldn't necessarily, so we could look at tiny homes as an affordable solution, right? That could be something that we're thinking about. But with that, we also want to create communities. So my challenge really around that is it's all of the other social infrastructure that needs to be part of a neighbourhood. And we know that it's not just about the homes, it's about everything else that goes with that.
Sure.
So is that really a viable option to say, well, it does almost feel like you're putting the most vulnerable people in the most vulnerable location without all of the public infrastructure support that they may need?
I think you could create attractive villages, if you like, or suburbs of tiny houses, perhaps in amongst other houses that are not appropriate to be densified because of their earthquake-prone nature of the land there. So I don't see that as a problem. I accept, sure, we need to create not trailer parks. We need to create good living environments. But I don't think the size of the house is going to stop that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much again for a really comprehensive both written and verbal submission, and we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today.
Okay.
Kia ora.
Thank you for the chance.
Thank you, Peter. Our next submission is from Mr. Colin Garnett. And Colin, I think, is hopefully with us. Let's have a look on that screen.
Yes, it's John.
Is Colin with us, or it could be John O?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello, Colin. Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, there's probably good reason for that.
No, I feel like that quite often when I get up in the morning. Righty ho. So we look forward to. We've got your written submission. This is a chance to highlight any of those key points or provide any additional information that you would like us to consider.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to be primarily referring to Tasman because that's where I live. My apologies to Nelson for being left out. And I'm only going to pick on a few subjects. I'm not going to be able to be comprehensive, but I'd like to turn to the fact that we're losing a lot of our highly productive land first. And I'd just like to turn to the draft technical document, page 48, and read 2 paragraphs. This is about the criteria used for no-go constraints, which should apply to high industrial land if you follow the FDS. Where significant loss of highly productive land, i.e. land use capability 1 and 2 will result. During the first round of assessment, sites which scored a 1 under this criterion were also discounted from consideration and were only reconsidered when no alternatives were available. I assume you're familiar with the scoring of 0 to 4 for the options. And the footnote goes on to say something quite interesting. A number of sites were already subject to more detailed structure planning or a detailed plan change process to help deliver the 2019 FDS. Some of these sites featured highly productive land. However, for the purposes of the MCA scoring, they were considered to be already urban in nature and therefore were not discounted from consideration. And the classic example here is the Lower Queen Street Berryfields. I'm referring to T115. It, to my understanding, is on land use capability 1, yet it has a score of 4. So the question arises how the scoring that's given to it can change like that. It should be a 0 and it should be precluded as it stands if you follow the rules and regulations you've set out. Another example is T120, which is the Richmond South between Whites and Ranzau Road. We've got 19 hectares here. It scores 0. So according to your criteria, it should not be considered. It should be a no-go for consideration. It is deemed to be a greenfields and all go. And interestingly, the potential new community out Tasman on T116 Tasman Day Village and T168, they're both class 1, category 1 soils. And I'm not sure what the present status is, if 1 is being included or not, because you have about 35 areas that come under that category. What is disconcerting is that Berryfields, which should in the table have its soil classification as 0, is 4. That calls your whole process into question. If I just look around what's happening in Richmond and I can't see any effective control to stop the loss of the high productive land, and that other example of Richmond South happening, and it saddens me. And I think you're missing the boat. And I think the way you're using or sidestepping this, the safeguards that have been put up is, well, it really upsets me. And if that's the way it's working, it looks like the documents are internally inconsistent. And I think that point really needs to be looked at. I would really like, for many years, you can see that line was held around the Richmond area, and now it's just been gone, and there's just houses appearing everywhere. If we're going to have to put houses, then I suggest we perhaps look to infilling, as you've been told, and to a judicious use out in the less favourable lands, perhaps on the rural 3. I'll get to that. The second point I'd like to cover is rural 3. I think it's a misnomer. If you look at what's happened, historically, it was supposed to be 75% free and 25% developed. Well, I got examples where basically what's happened, rural 3 is just using for the urbanization of the country. The problem with that is that most of nothing's actually permitted as of right with consents under rural 3. and most consents are non-complying. Now that tends to favour the big boys only and leaves the little players out. So my suggestion is that in a comprehensive plan, we really need to change rural 3 to rural residential. That would then give certainty to people who want to do things, who want to do development. But doing so, we would then also have to look at a revamp of rural residential and make sure we have the subdivision sizes correct as to what we want. Otherwise, we get a free-for-all. The third point I pointed out is that no one seems to consider the options of looking at Rabbit Island or Rough Island. Now, I appreciate there might be some problems with sea level rise and flooding, but I think they're not insurmountable. I don't think you're going to get too many 100 metres erosion on the front. The back is easily defendable with stop banking and bund walls, and there's a lot of room there. You've got easy access to the Bells Island sewerage and perhaps water as well. And I'm just wondering why the FDS has completely missed giving any consideration to that area. I think that's covered most of my points. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I'll open for questions now from the panel. Any questions for Colin? Councillor Mayling.
Thanks, Colin, for your submission. That's an interesting suggestion about Rabbit and Rough Island, but we don't actually own it. It's Crown Reserve land, as I understand it, so you wouldn't be allowed to touch it. But I thought you might have been aware of that.
No, I've also requested a LiDAR map of the place, and that hasn't been given to me either. So, but if that's the case, then it's more problematic than what I thought. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Colin.
Councillor Bryant.
Thanks for your presentation, Colin. Just in relation to your suggestion around rural 3 going to rural residential, how would you imagine if we have residential clusters we would cope with the wastewater?
Composting toilets is a really good way of getting around it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is certainly problematic, and that's what Rural 3 found as soon as they started. They started out with rules and regulations requiring on-site. Everyone had to have their own on-site dedicated sewage system, which didn't work. And so I think the minimum building site would allow either for septic tanks that worked or perhaps a consideration of composting toilets.
Thank you.
Colin, there are no further questions. We thank you for your comprehensive submission and making time to come and talk to us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think our final submission before lunch is the submission from Federated Farmers New Zealand, and I see Debbie has joined us, and I think
Tēnā koutou, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, kia ora, we can, Debbie. Welcome to our hearing. An opportunity now for you to highlight any key points or provide any additional information that you want us to cover.
Thank you. Well, with me should be Sue Brown, past president of Golden Bays and a local, and Martin O'Connor, president of the Nelson province.
I can see Sue. Kia ora, Sue, welcome. And I've seen Martin.
Rachel.
And Martin's definitely on the Zoom, so here he is.
Hello, you there?
We are. Kia ora, Martin.
How are you?
Very well.
So I'll kick things off and then let the other two speak because they're way more interesting than me. And we're approaching lunch. So our concern in making the application, making our submission is to protect what remains of our highly productive land. We don't support the proposal for greenfield developments near Tasman Village. And I think echoing what other submitters have said, we think that we should be building in and up and not out. We're also mindful that there is an NPS, a highly productive land. It's in draft form at the moment, but it isn't going to stay that long if the government's timeframes are to be believed. And that will have some directions in there which council will have to follow. And they'll be going in the opposite direction to what the future development strategy seems to be proposing. And I'll pass over to the others, but just wanted to say there's a correction to paragraph 10 and it should read Tasman, not Seaton Valley. My apologies for that.
Thank you,
Right.
Debbie. Welcome, Martin.
How are you? I can't actually see exactly who's there, but
Oh,
nice
sorry,
to see
Martin.
you.
Sorry, Martin. You're talking to me, Rachel Reese, and you've got the panelists, Councillor David Ogilvie, Councillor Judy Negger, Councillor Stuart Bryan, Councillor Kit Mailing, and Councillor Brian McGurk. And we've also got Ina Cara France joining us on Zoom.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, that's good to see everyone. Yeah, I'd like to, Debbie sort of hit the highlights there. Really would like to see more intensification in some of the small towns, like encourage, like Tapawera, Murchison, Wakefield. You know, they've got the basic infrastructure and we're getting intensification in these areas. We've got hops in Murchison now. There's hops right through the Tapawera Valley. And there's a great need for things like workers' accommodation and things. But it's some of those situations can be a bit confusing to get through planning, but that needs to be allowed under the the scheme. This is, I suppose, a broad thing, but we're getting we've got those infrastructures there. We need to use them. We're very much against the Tasman development. It's as far as I can see, it's very much a joining of dots. You know, you've got Mapua, you put another town in Tasman, and next thing you know, you're in Motueka. It's very easy to colour in a whole lot between Motueka and Richmond, and it'll all be housing, and you end up with the very real problems of the urban-rural interface. And that's a problem I've run into a lot lately with horticulture, housing, bike trails, things like that. We're having some fairly big issues which are sort of semi-swept under the carpet because once you put houses up against any sort of agriculture, there's going to be complaints. So I'd really like to see what I see as the main strategy in this planning document to make use of the areas we've already got and concentrate them there, because you just make good long-term plans basically that we can stick with. It's the long-term planning that counts. The other thing that we need is that the councils are council-led and plan-led and not developer-led. It appears to me the developers come in and gradually they ask for a big chunk and they get a small chunk, and then someone else points over the fence, he did it, why can't I? And of course, Tasman's just full of that. It's full of houses where they shouldn't be on productive land. Yeah, that pretty much covers my submission, our submission. Sue, you've got anything to add?
Kia ora. Hello, Mayor Reese, councillor, staff. Ina, nice to meet you. As you'll see on your sheets, first an apology from me. I'm being Wayne Link for today. He's flying south to meet with some farmers down there. I do have a wee point to add. You've got our submission in front of you, and Martin's highlighted our feelings there. If you look under general comments, the FDS gives the figures of intensification can be handled in Nelson better than in Tasman. And I'm just a little bit curious looking at it, why Tasman hasn't considered the increase of, I'm going to use the word tiny homes, but they're second dwellings legally. Tasman made it simpler, or for an option for more people to have second dwellings on their properties. And it is happening, especially over in here in Golden Bay. It's on a roll of its own, and it's quite popular in conversation, even though we've only had a few of them done, that now in the right zoning, you can lease a piece of land to somebody who has a self-contained mobile, not pull every day, but can be moved second dwelling. And especially in the places like Takaka, Collingwood, Murchison and Tapawera that have sewerage schemes, that those homes can be, I think they're more like relocatable homes than actually than completely caravans, but that is on a roll, and we need to get that message out clearer and also understand it as Tasman, how many people are going to be housed that way, because it's a completely different form of home ownership than we're kind of used to, although we do have a lot of leasehold land in Motueka, but to be living somewhere for a long time in a small home, leasing off another landowner. So I'd like council to give consideration to both quantifying that, but also letting landowners that it's applicable to know that that's an option that they have to help the housing crisis as well in those small towns where we just need houses for workers in all sorts of areas. And as we age better, we want to stay longer in our small rural towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I'll just come back to Debbie. Is there anything additional that you wish to add, Debbie?
No, I think they covered it off nicely. I think our submission was quite clear.
It was very clear. I'll just see if there are any questions from the panel. No questions from the panel. It is a very clear submission and very focused on the issues that you wish us to consider in our deliberations. All right, hang on. Councillor McGurk's thought of something.
Yeah, no, just bearing in mind it's not just coming, that's what got me thinking about it. The question really is the prospect of increased employment in the rural sector, particularly do you have an indication the trend of potential increase or changing employment patterns in the rural sector?
I would have hoped council would know that.
No, I'm just asking you. We've got an idea what it might be, but I'm just wondering your input about.
I don't have any figures off the top of my head. Sue,
I'm happy to comment on that one. I think, Councillor McGurk, the reality is in Golden Bay now we have seen and we've always had a lot of people here who worked quite remotely, and that you see the viability of the WE Air service because we have people that go to Wellington 3 or 4 days a week. But since COVID and the ability to work remotely, that is only increasing. So it's not necessarily employment in the rural area and rural jobs that sees people living rurally now. It's complicated, but it's definitely, I think the days of our small towns being quiet because we need less people on farms is over, definitely in the Tasman district.
Okay, thank you.
Can I comment on that, please? I'd just like to say that as far as I know, like Murchison's full, Tapawera is full, Wakefield's full. Yeah, we need infill, we need a little bit of expansion perhaps, but very limited. There is a huge change in the rural Nelson, and there's a huge need for labour, so it needs to be considered, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much to all three of you for coming in to present today. We really appreciate you taking the time to bring these matters to our attention for the deliberations process. Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Enjoy lunch. Cheers.
Well, thank you, panel. We will take a lunch break. At some point, we're going to need to gather up the questions that we have for officers, and I'm going to hope that somewhere later on this afternoon we'll get a couple of breaks. We'll see how we go. We've got a reasonable gap for afternoon tea, so we might just take a few minutes there, but I think we'll break for lunch now, and we're due to resume. Our first speaker is Gary Clark, and he is due at 1:20, so we'll be here just before 1:20 to get underway. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome back to the hearing of the draft Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy. We're in our afternoon session, and our first submitter is Mr. Gary Clark, and we welcome Gary to our meeting. Kia ora, Gary. It's an opportunity for you to highlight any key parts of your submission or provide any additional information to us. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for providing the opportunity to present some of our views on the FDS and in particular a piece of land that we own in Mapua. I do have a PowerPoint presentation which I'll run through. I don't want to take too long on this because I'm hoping you've got lots of questions. So I'll just share the screen if that's possible. Can you see, oh, one sec, click on the right one. Share. Can you see that all right?
Just coming up now. Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so look, we've been trying to engage in this process for a little bit, but just going back to the 2009 FDS, the piece of land we're talking about is what's identified as T125 in the 2022 FDS, which is a piece of land that is bounded by Seaton Valley Road, Mapua Drive and Stafford Drive. And the 2019 FDS had part of this land zoned as commercial, and it was the previous landowner that wanted to move away from that and leave it as it was. Just notably in that FDS of 2019, it didn't identify any iwi issues or any significant issues that couldn't be addressed. As part of the 2022 FDS engagement, we've been trying to engage with council staff on this for 10 to 12 months. It's been a little bit frustrating. I suspect a little bit that's to do with COVID, but also maybe some preconceived ideas about the ability of this land to provide commercial uses. And some of the issues that have been raised is inundation. We've spent a bit of money with Tonkin and Taylor to do some flood modelling to find out what that means. And then out of the blue, when we get the final FDS come out for consultation, we see that there's a significant issue with iwi, which somewhat surprised us, considering we do have some correspondence showing that this land is highly modified and not likely to have anything of significance. This is just outlining the process. We don't know when we look at the MCA, the multi-criteria analysis. It's a bit difficult to follow why some of the categories or criteria have been sort of picked on in some ways, and these are some of the ones that seem to show some inconsistency. It sort of says it's highly productive land. It's definitely not. It's low range of housing. Well, it could have medium to high density, but we're not talking about residential stuff anyway. It says the stormwater is okay, but then you look at parts of the FDS and it says stormwater is an issue. And then there was this one about the iwi, which we understand in some discussions we've had with iwi that seems to relate more about water coming from Motueka to service this piece of Mapua, which is not an issue for this land. And again, we're just identifying these iwi issues that we've just sort of come out of the blue. It would have been nice to have a chance to have a chat to iwi around this, but this was very last minute that we told that this was an issue. The key thing, I suppose, is the land has been highly modified. It's been stripped of its topsoil, and that's the reason why it holds water in some places, and other parts of the land have been lifted to prevent inundation and flooding. So it's highly modified ground. There's not much original ground left on this site. And we understand some of those more significant iwi issues relate to Seaton Flats land, which is another piece of land that's looking to be changed in terms of zoning. And regardless of what the zoning of the land is, we still need to deal with these issues in any case. Even if it's the land we have now, we want to do something on it, we've still got to deal with those issues regardless of the zoning. In terms of this piece of dirt, Mapua has very limited commercial land available. FDS does not provide any for the commercial needs of Mapua, even though it recognises the need for it. The commercial land was considered important in 2019 and 2012. We still need to provide for the local needs and reduce travel. And the existing commercial land is too small, poorly shaped, or located in the wrong place to be effective in Mapua. And so some of the things that we've identified is the fire station now is in the wrong place. It's actually difficult for the volunteer fire brigade to get to that fire station in the summer with all the activity that's going down there. There's a need for more commercial space because Mapua is growing, more space for services, goods, food and medical business. Recent examples include a storage facility, liquor store and a new medical facility, all trying to find a place, but it's either in the wrong place or it's too small. There's a need for a different type of commercial style, and that's on the wharf. The opportunities are that you can live and work in the same location. This commercial zone that we'd like to make is centrally located and it's on arterial roads. It has flat land with 3 road frontages. There's a large block of land with space plan to provide wetlands, so it's not intended to make it all commercial because there is a need to provide a green corridor and a wetland environment through the middle of it, which will help actually make it look pleasant and nice. It's close to services, and it's better located to provide different types of commercial needs rather than just your sort of hospitality type industries. From an infrastructure point of view, we've got a bore on this site, which provides potable water at 50 cubic meters a day. Stormwater can be managed and also assist other developments through already planned Mapua Drive, developments on the opposite side of Mapua Drive. Wastewater will require a pumping station, but that's no different to other developments in the area. 3 frontages with roads with capacity, and the ability to link wetlands and reserves for sustainable outcomes from Aranui Park through to the Upper Seton Valley, and that includes a green corridor for bird passage all the way out to Kina Peninsula. The land ownership has changed kind of recently. There's only 2 owners that own T125 now, and they both want this land changed to commercial. They understand that there's going to have to be a significant amount of wetland as part of that, but that will form part of the ultimate structure plan for the commercial area. One landowner of the Seton Valley, there's one landowner in the Seton Valley Flats wanting to develop around 400 sections with a significant wetland area, and the idea is to link these wetland areas together and then through to Aranui Park. Just in terms of the FDS and trying to rezone land on the upper rural residential sections, that's going to be very difficult because of the existing lots that have already been formed, and it'll be inefficient because you can't get very good infill housing because you're trying to deal with existing boundaries and different landowners. So lower Seton Valley is easy to do compared to the higher Seton Valley because we're only talking 3 owners rather than multiple landowners. Flood modelling, we've done flood modelling in accordance with the inundation practice notes that was done by Tonkin and Taylor. That showed that if we lifted all our, well, the original bit of flood modelling only looked at 2 hectares. If we lifted 2 hectares up in the middle of our site, that would only lift the water on land that was already at by less than 100 millimetres. So there are design solutions around making this work from a coastal inundation issue. And that's just a quick plan of what we did. We put a 2 hectare, lifted that whole block of land in the middle, and the changes were, and I'll leave this for you guys to look at later, but basically it said that the flood depths outside the area that we're lifting were 50 millimetres, and was already on areas that were already wet. So there was no change in the amount of land that was flooded. Notably in this plan, you'll see onto the left of the big black square is 6 Seton Valley, which we recently purchased, which was zoned commercial in 2019 FDS, or proposed to be zoned commercial. This is just the thing about the wetlands. This provides the opportunity to connect the two. I won't go into that too much detail because it probably looks better on the plan. This is just a rough concept of just the 2 hectare block in the middle of the site, but this was an initial concept before we purchased 6 Seton Valley. That would change now, and that wetland would be larger than that as a result of that new land ownership. This is just a rough plan of showing what we're talking about. The red areas are the commercial land. We've got this green corridor connecting Aranui Park through to the wetland, through to the Seton Flats block. So just in terms of that lower Seton block, we support this development. One landowner makes the yield more possible. Intensifying the upper Seton residential will be too difficult and inefficient due to land holdings and infill. Significant wetland and supporting fields possible. Excellent use of unproductive land, and provides a green corridor from Mapua to High Seton Valley and beyond. And that's just another concept layout that's actually gone out for public consultation, which is supposed to be meeting sometime this week or next week on, and we would link into this on the bottom corner, obviously. And so what we're seeking is to have the T125 included as a commercial zone in the FDS for future intensification. And the reasons for it are to service the commercial needs. It provides a sizable commercial piece of land that's actually got some synergies in terms of its size. You've got willing landowners, the infrastructure's there, the land's not productive, and I'm sure we can work with through the iwi concerns. And in any case, there's still some iwi concerns, even if we do just develop the rural one land. Happy to answer questions. Sorry, that was really quick.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you for the work you put into your PowerPoint for us today. I do have questions from the panel, and I'll go to Ina for her question first. Thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Tēnā koe, Gary. You actually mentioned your iwi issues or concerns, and you're going to hand over the PowerPoint presentation that you conducted and presented to us. Do you have any other further clarification of these iwi issues and concerns that you've raised?
Look, we've been trying to engage in this process. We got caught by the iwi concern, to be honest, and when the FDS was presented as a document in the public forum. We tried to engage earlier. Our neighbour has gone to an iwi meeting to talk about what those issues are. This our neighbour who also wants the land zone commercial. It's their understanding it relates to the bringing of water from Otawaka Bore into Mapua. And I don't know much more than that, apart from the fact that we do have water on our site, so we don't need that water. Secondly,
have to meet the drinking.
And secondly, the piece of dirt is highly modified, so we don't think there's any issues there, but we're happy to work through those.
Okay, so it's a water take issue for the iwi, that's what you just mentioned. Look, I would really appreciate if you had any further attached appendices concerning your PowerPoint presentation regarding the iwi. That'd be really great. I don't have any further questions. It's best if I step back and analyse the facts accordingly. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ika. Kia ora, Gary, just a quick question. So there has been a lot of submitters who've said that there just aren't sufficient jobs in the, well, you know, a lot of areas, but Mapua in particular. So is your thought that this would become an employment hub and support the development of employment so that people didn't have to drive further afield? Is that, you know, is that where the consideration for it being commercial comes from?
At most, yeah, that's certainly one of the drivers. The other driver is the lack of usable commercial land. Mapua has grown. You know, the need for some variety in terms of the shops, particularly supermarket, medical centre, and those types of goods and services would provide employment opportunities, obviously.
Thank you. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Thanks for the, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Gary, for the presentation. Just a couple of questions from myself. Firstly, Gary, how many lots are you proposing that would be commercial and commercially available?
We haven't quite got to that level. We've only recently purchased 6 Seaton, but basically we are looking at, well, it'll be at least probably 2, I was trying to do some numbers, probably 2 plus, probably around 7 hectares of the available 11 hectares being commercial land. How that will be structured in terms of lots is not clear, because, for example, an 800 square metre supermarket needs about 4,000 square metres. But so it'll be broken up in terms of how it's the need, if you like, or the commercial need.
Thank you. And with our second question is, just in relation to Mapua itself, would this not fragment the township even more by having a commercial area in the centre of town and a commercial area at the port and then one at the other end heading towards Motueka?
Yeah, it's a really good question. What you probably can't see is across the road from our site is already commercial. There's a tavern and a veggie shop. There's the school and it's the old tavern. And then down the road is Warren Place, which is commercial. So we've got actually a little commercial centre point at the moment in any case. The type of commercial I would expect to be in here will be quite different to what you see at the wharf, which is more around hospitality. This is more around providing services and goods for the community and the wider community. And certainly in attending various public meetings, including recently Super Liquor Man one, people identifying the need for this type of commercial land and in a location that's not at the wharf. And interesting enough, in the Super Liquor Man meeting, a number of people who were against the liquor shop going into the old tavern said this site was actually a really good site for it. And that was with no prompting from myself because I didn't even know I'd owned the land.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Gary. I'm just in terms of the engagement that you've had, what's been the response from the Mapua and Districts Community Association?
Well, again, we've just recently purchased this piece of 6 Seton, which has really been the critical link to actually make this work because of, one, it's already at a height that's above the inundation issue. And two, it was originally in the 2019 suggested to be a commercial site because of its location. So we've picked up on that and the landowner has decided to move on. We fortunately picked it up. We haven't done that engagement yet, but to be fair, we've been a little bit caught out in terms of the FDS process, and as part of probably this other piece of work around the Seton Flats and the residential area, we might try and tag onto that and talk to council about trying to do a plan change that includes this whole triangle of piece of land just for to provide a cohesive sort of development to the Mapua on that area with the wetlands, the commercial area and the new residential area and sports fields. Sort of kind of it's the missing block in what is the urban part of Mapua and the rural residential in the hills.
Gary, any further questions? No, that concludes the questions. Gary, thank you very much for your submission today and the material you've provided us. We will, I presume we have got a copy of the PowerPoint that Gary presented, do we?
I will send, who do I send it through? I'll send it through.
The officers will be in contact. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you. The next submission is from Joe Roberts. I'll invite Joe to join our meeting.
Oh, good afternoon, councillors and your worship.
Kia ora, Joe, welcome.
Great stuff. Thanks for hearing me. I have sent through some supporting information, but I might share screen if I can, and then I can flip from one to the other. Does that show on your screen?
No, it doesn't at the moment, Joe.
Is it just still blank, or has it come through now?
No, we're still seeing you, so it's just showing you.
Okay, I'll just go back here, try again. Okay, so go there, share.
That's it.
Here.
That's it. You've got it. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks very much. And so my proposal and my submission is around a 4 hectare piece of land that I own in Brightwater, just adjacent to Snowden's Bush. It's right alongside the Greenfield area T102, which is proposed to be developed for residential and the current FDS draft. So what I'm proposing, and have been in discussions with council as an option, was that my piece of land is included as a tack on to T102, because over the last several months, I've been in negotiations and discussions with the Community Association, with the Department of Conservation, and with the developer, who is the plan that's in front of you approved for construction and for his resource consent, and his construction drawings have been through the process of the approvals with TDC. So he's underway on my boundary doing the subdivision. And part of my discussions with the developer, aside from DOC and the Community Association, has been to make sure this area, just where the word road 1 is, you'll see a darker road that goes to my property. Well, they're installing services at the correct reduced levels, the sewer, the stormwater, the water supply and communication comms, etc. So that if I get the approval to develop my block, then I've got all the services ready to tap in, and I can also make use of the infrastructure that they're providing by way of a major sub-pumping station. And I just see that as economies of scale, but also, you know, associated with minimising footprint. There's a very easy win for 40 sections to tack onto this development, which is a real consented on the books development. So I'll just scroll through a couple of the submissions there. I do have my own draft. Well, there's the community association's letter they wrote to me to support this application. They also tell me they put their own submission in support of my application for the development of this block. They see some big advantage in agreeing as part of this development, if it goes ahead, to take that strip of land. Is my cursor visible there moving?
Yes, it is, Joe.
Right, so that strip of land is my current driveway that goes to the house and the two houses and this farm implement shed. There's quite an area of hardfield, which is probably 50% of my property nearly is actually just farm buildings and hard stand. So they see that if I were to provide that strip of land to council for eventual vesting or transfer to DOC, the council's Parks and Reserve team also support this idea that this can be planted out with pittosporum and smaller native trees to provide a wind barrier. They 2 years ago in the Nelson droughts, they had some large trees in Snowden's bush that died, not the totara, but some other species. And Lionel Solly, who's the chief DOC ranger in the area, has walked the site and is very, very interested in having that strip of land in some way put into reserve. And part of my negotiations with Wakatu was to get this green piece of land here built as a road, and it showed on the previous slide as a formed road. Where I've got to is they're going to transfer that piece of green land to my title just as a boundary adjustment and provide those services at the correct RLs for me to connect into in the future. And once I've got that piece of land, that also means not only do I have a suitable access for this development if it goes ahead, but I can also vest that piece of land alongside Snowden's Bush that both the Community Association and DOC suggest is very, very valuable to them. There is a submission that I sent through to the officers that has the correspondence from DOC confirming that is a big advantage. There is also on the other side of Snowden's Bush some high voltage power cables that cross the reserve, and obviously as part of my development those would be relocated to the boundary so that they wouldn't have issues over the future years of their trees having to be pruned around the power cable. So that's a minor advantage, but it's something that DOC said was a real consideration for them. I can quickly show you all these items I have included in the emails that I sent as supporting information. It's a little hard to gauge, but that road that I showed you before comes in from here, and the Whakatu subdivision is Snowden's Bush subdivision is in this area. So my property wraps around the corner, and this is an extension of that green area of road. And I'll get a planner to provide a more professional looking service scheme plan when I have a little bit more certainty, but certainly the areas lend themselves to good sized sections. I've also got an area here that I talked to DOC about whether they were interested in taking that purple area as a future planting area. They said no, they're not in the business of taking on unplanted real estate and developing it. But there is scope because that green and pink area would be an area where I may borrow aggregate to raise the level by 200 or 300 mils minorly to make sure that all my gravity services work. At the moment they will, but so that area could be developed for park or community use in addition to Snowden's Bush. Snowden's Bush is on this area here, right through there, and of course around the corner. That strip of land that we talked about runs along this line here, down here. So just let me go back to, that's my submission from Landmark Lyle. They've reviewed my site for suitability as well. And that's their official comments in relation to the reasons why my property hasn't been included. mainly to do with the high value land. And as I said, more than 50%, well, approximately 50% of it is not planted in grapes. The rest I only planted in grapes last year just to keep the place tidy and provide some potential income. But it's the same as the T102 property, which is also in grapes, which are being pulled at the moment. So they haven't had a yield off them yet. So that's that. The plan I propose is going to be somewhere along this lines, but obviously the planner will tweak those sections to get the optimum layout, and it will yield at least 40 sections and potentially more, but I've used 40 to be conservative, and it's 40 quick wins for the council if we are in a position where we really want to get developers to put sections for sale quicker rather than later in the 30-year period. That is the plan we've looked at already, the grey being the road which I will develop. This is an agreement that I have with Wakatu. They have made it very clear and countersigned this little agreement, which deals with the that piece of land that I just pointed to. That's their agreement. Once they have to achieve their 224 certificate, they'll transfer that land to my name, so it'll be part of my parcel. There'll be no service, so the sewage and water connections will be available in the berm of the land transferred, and the council have agreed in the last couple of weeks on the RLs, reduced levels for those gravity services which suit my development, future development. So that's been agreed with Woods, the consultants that are working for Wakatu there. I have the ability to buy another one of their sections if I wanted to create a loop road in this area here. There's a section there, and that may or may not be a traffic advantage, or it might not be. It might be a simple cul-de-sac will be sufficient, but I have that option in the agreement with Wakatu, and of course I'll sign off on things. So that's their director, for their development director, Ian Sheaves, and I think I'll just click through the flood mitigation there. This we have the advantage from the Wakatu subdivision, which is in this area here, that one that I tabled first. All the flood modelling has been brought up to date by Tonkin and Taylor, and this was also from TDC's most recent update, which does show a level of floodplain activity here. I'm proposing to develop the land in this area. And that area I had on my plan, which I said was a borrow pit, is here. So effectively, the material from there just tidies up here to make sure that this level right through here, which is very similar to the Wakatu current levels. So that's why Mark Lyle from Land on Lyle said that the issue of stormwater, of floodplain is minor to mitigate. We can support quite simply the engineering to make that floodplain just shuffle it across a little and still have the same capacity. So in effect, I've got a shovel ready, almost shovel ready type of development available here. I've got the support of both the TDC's Parks and Reserve people who are very keen to see that piece of land and other potential areas vested to support the Snowdens Bush Reserve and protect it. And I also have the community stakeholders in the community association are also similar to DOC, pretty keen, and they have no objection to this being included as part of the T102 Greenfield area. So I probably said plenty. I'll pause and wait for any questions.
Thanks, Joe. Look, you've provided us with a lot of very valuable information, so thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions for Joe? I think what we're going to need to do, Joe, is we're going to need to go through that in quite a bit of detail, and then we may have some follow-up questions that we'll send through via the offices. But I think what you made it quite clear what the proposal is, and it'll just be a matter now of us doing a bit of a reconciliation and consolidation around the advice from the offices, and then we'll see whether we've got any follow-up questions.
Certainly. Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you. So don't think the lack of questions is a lack of interest, or that's not a good presentation. It's been really helpful.
Okay. Now all those documents that I've shared have been sent to the officers as part of the submission. Okay.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you very much. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you. The next submission is from Mr. Andrew Spittle, and Andrew is speaking to the submission from Spittle Properties Limited. Kia ora, Andrew. Welcome to our hearing. You've been allocated 10 minutes, and that's time hopefully for questions as well if we've got any. Thank you.
Okay, kia ora, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have two interests in developments that have been identified in the FDS, so thank you very much for that. Both these developments are greenfield and are close to existing urban areas, and I see this as the best way to meet the growth while being very connected to existing urban areas, and connection to existing urban areas is critical. You know, we do not support some of the FDS that is separate from the existing services. I think that we should be looking at connecting to people, connecting to existing services, connecting to existing communities, not putting communities or new communities that don't connect. And it's a very important thing that we see. The other thing we see is that we need to make sure that we've got enough oncoming land and sections and titles to meet the current short-term and mid-term growth requirements, because the only way we're going to get ahead of this housing crisis is to keep building areas and building them well. And I also think that we need to making sure that any greenfield developments are master planned and are looked at to make a community, but we are using the best space available, and we're getting as many new houses on greenfields as close to urban areas. As some of you might know, that I'm involved in a little development in Richmond West. We started that process in 2017. We got it through the special housing area. There's 1,450 houses in Richmond West, and when we're finished, 740 homes are already lived in. Remembering we only got the FDS in 2017. We've got another 150 houses under construction, and of 560 houses, sections, that are remaining, 75% of those are already sold. So we've only got another 12, 14, 24 months to 36 months, and those 1,450 houses will be built and lived in. So we've provided, just the development that I'm involved in, we titled 250 sections in the last 18 months, and they are going, and we're still selling sections. Our last stage released last week, they sold out in 5 minutes. So there's still a demand out there. So that's the big thing. So look, totally agree that intensification is in the strategy and needs to be done, but I cannot see intensification meeting our short and mid-term needs. And we need to keep on top of building houses. There's a construction arm now out there now that is built up to build a lot of houses. I think TDC did 650 last 12 months or something. We need to keep that going, and we'll get on top of the housing crisis. And we actually need to supply more than demand, and then you'll see the prices come down. So intensification is one tool, love it, but I don't think you're going to get the mum and dad investors or the owners of those houses or buildings now. Really, it's a minefield to develop and to get a consent. So I'll take my hat off to the Nelson City Council and TDC, to grade FDS. You've identified quite a few areas. Obviously, the two speakers before me have got some good ideas as well, but that's about where I'm at. No presentation. I'm too old to share screens. Too dumb. And I'll give you some time for some questions.
I'm not sure that's correct, actually, Andrew, but anyway, we're fine. That's right. So nothing further you want to add in relation to this one at this point? I'm happy to open for questions. Any questions from the panel for Andrew? Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, Andrew, you talked about two interests in the FDS. Were of one. Which is the other? Which are those two?
Oh, we own a little bit of land in Mapua in Seaton Valley.
Oh, rightio.
You would have seen our sketch on the Mr. Clark's. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions for Andrew? It's very clear, your submission is very clear to us what it is you're asking us to do. No further questions. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, see ya. Bye.
Thank you. All right, Peter, we've got a little bit of a gap now until 10 past. The next submission we're due to start at 2:10. Just have a look up there to see whether Vicky's there. Let's use this time to just gather some of the questions that we may want to relay back to the officers.
Before you do that, I've got some additional information.
But before we do that, it's just some additional information the Deputy Chair has for us.
Yeah, just Michael Motta has he texted me and confirmed that the combined his site and Christmas tree farm is 218 sites for the two T194 block.
Okay, 218. Thank you.
I'm assuming so because that's
All right. Okay, it gives us a sense of that.
So thank you for that, Michael.
Yes, really appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Brian. Right, opening for questions. So I'll start. You'll need the microphone, Doug. Councillor Ogilvie.
Thank you. At the section sizes, 450 is currently quite high, and we've got, say, 350 in Richmond and Motueka. Are we looking at reducing that 450 to 400, 350, or is that open to submission by the plan change people, developers?
Yeah, you're through the chair. Certainly, TDC has got a number of growth-related plan changes on around the district, including in Wakefield and Mapua. What we're looking at there is potentially reducing the section size. So their existing zoned land, a lot of it, but we're looking to enable higher densities. So it may be even lower than that. We may look at even down to 250, and that's coming to the council in the next couple of months to look at. But certainly, we've had direction already from council that they're keen on intensification and smaller lot sizes. So we're working on that at the moment. Yeah.
Because just following up with that, if we are reducing the section sizes, then that will ultimately also affect the number of greenfield sites we may need for the Waimea Plains. I mean, I know some of this area we're talking about is productive land anyway, but it's a matter of trying to balance the, I suppose, the brownfield sites or the greenfield sites and trying to get that balance right. So we need probably fewer greenfield and more brownfield, put it that way.
Well, let's leave that for the deliberations. Let's leave that discussion for the deliberations, Councillor Ogilvie. At the moment, if I could just perhaps use a few minutes just to gather any questions that the panel might have, and I'll go to the Deputy Chair first.
Yeah, I had a chance. Just one that does spring to mind, and it was somewhat inspired by Gary Clark's presentation, but I've seen other submitters asking or saying that we need employment close to communities. But one of the things we heard a speaker talking this morning about how things will change and towns will look a lot different. I also think employment will change a lot over the next 30 years and may not be in factories or office buildings necessarily in the CBD. So I just wonder if we could have some consideration around how we look at that, because I imagine a lot more people will be working from home, or as my youngest daughter tells me, I have a lifestyle. Lots of people will probably have lifestyles by then. So, or some other thing, some other term to describe how they live and work. I'm not sure that she understands. Well,
Thank you. All right, I'll go across to Ina for any questions you wish to relay to the officers.
It's just one in regards to the Māori economic development strategy for the area. And we've, yeah, so I'd like to actually see evidence in regards to the Māori economic development strategy. And this talks about, that particular strategy would talk about the potential Māori business development in the area and what that would look like.
Thank you. We will see what information we can bring forward in that space, and we probably need to draw on the Te Tauihu intergenerational strategy as well. I think that would be useful. Thank you. Now, Councillor Ogilvie, you're good. Councillor McGurk.
Let's have a look. Yeah, in relation to the Port Siriko, probably the TDC Council is probably far more familiar with this site than their city colleagues. But just he made reference for, I suppose, the draft Tasman environmental plan, I suppose the actual draft plan, what's the thinking around that business area being included in that, and consideration, I suppose, has it been included as business land, or whether or not it has been? So I'm interested in sort of reverse effects, because I know there's a few submissions for a block of land to the east of that site, top end of Liger Valley, so probably some consideration of the reverse effects. Next, so that's Port Siriko. We'll get that. No, I'll worry about that question. Next one was what's the current zoning of T 112? That's the Baptist Church site, Morris. Is it rural services and tourist services, the whole lot? Okay.
Probably a zone that hasn't had a lot of, well, Jackie's probably in a better position to answer.
Yeah,
tourist service was going to be that whole area around. It hasn't
it was
done what we thought it would.
Okay, anything else at the stage?
I'll let others, I've got a couple others.
All right, okay, we've got.
I could just follow on.
Yes,
Perhaps we
please.
do need some clarity around that tourist service, and if it's possible to change it to what
I suppose it is.
Mark was asking for through this process, which I doubt.
Between that and the bypass.
Yeah.
All right, so the office will have thought about that area and its likely future zoning, whether it's appropriate, it's going to remain or change in the planning. So we just want to understand what it's, from your professional view, what you think its best future zoning should be. Obviously, we can't undertake zoning through this process.
We can recommend or encourage, I guess.
Wish we could speed things up a lot if we could do that.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Now we've got maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, so I'll just go to Councillor Mailing, and then nothing further. Councillor Siriko. We'll get started.
No, I won't. I won't even try.
All right, okay.
To go through, but I just want to, I guess, confirm the approach, because we did discuss emailing questions through, and if there is a problem with them being emailed through rather than verbalised at the hearings.
I don't think so. I think we're going to have to use a variety of methods to bring this all together. So if it's easier for you to email yours through, I mean, I know you're working on that at the moment. So as we go through, then we'll do that. And then we'll have to have a bit of a discussion potentially this evening as we go through and work out how we're going to approach this rather complex issue to bring this forward for some deliberations. So perhaps I'll pause there, and I've got, I see our submitters are ready, but I'll just have a quick look at my list to see if there's anything I want to caption now. I mean, obviously we've got to have a good look at the Port Siriko matter that we had raised with us this morning. So I think that's sort of been covered by the other panel members in terms of the information we may need there. I was interested in the officers thinking around inclusionary zoning, and you'll remember we had that matter raised by Homes for Wakefield and a number of others submitted. So I'd like some sort of thinking around whether inclusionary zoning is within scope for the FDS process, and also the thinking about its the ability of how we could use it if we were minded to do so. We wanted to make some recommendations to council that are as supplementary to the FDS process. The regulatory, the matters that were raised by Mr. Robin Wally in relation, they're very similar to Deputy Mayor Bryant's comments, is actually around that what does future state look like and what sort of consideration if we put into that in terms of workforce, economy, all of the changes that we may see around technology. And I just want to make sure that, because we're obviously doing a future development strategy, so we need to turn our mind to that in some way. Any reflections on how other councils approach that issue could be quite helpful, I think. We've had the issues around coastal erosion and inundation raised by a number of submitters and emphasised today by Chris and Jill Knight in relation to the recent information on sea level rise that was released, I think, on Sunday night, Monday. Just like the officers to get some advice on how we approach that latest piece of information and whether it's already something that has been contemplated by our existing planning framework. I think we've discussed the weight, Mr. Mokta's submission. And yes, Ellie Howard asked us to work through our consideration around greenhouse gases, and that goes to infrastructure, business and housing emissions and why that wasn't included. So we do need to in response to the submitter, have some thinking around that and what is possible within this FDS. And again, what other mechanisms may be needed if that's not the method. The NELSA submission, Peter raised a question about why it appeared that we hadn't considered partitioning. So I just want the officers to go through what types of housing they considered when they were looking at the FDS. It made comments around tiny houses as well. And I,
about the rezoning or repurposing of the.
Oh yes, so
it's the suggestion that they car yards zoned industrial.
Yes. So what that raised, Councillor McGurk, what that raised for me is a similar question to what does future state look like. So when we're going through the future development strategy, we should be considering what do we take into account in terms of our future planning, and that will go to any plan changes that may be well advanced, where we would contemplate that they may come into the point where they're going to be notified, and how we address that hierarchy of because we're under an LGA process here, not an RMA process, and how do we address those matters of what do we take into account, and that's in relation to statutory instruments like the coastal policy statement. It's around plan changes that may be advanced but not yet notified, but that we would be expecting to get officer recommendations for notification. So it's just about how much weight we can put on those matters and scope. And then I think I'll probably, given the time, I'll pause here and go back to the submissions, and then we'll do another round a bit later on. All right, so next up, my list. We welcome David and Vicky James. They're our next submission. I think they're here with us. David's there. Kia ora, David, I can see you there. We're ready for you whenever you're ready to present. So if you'd like to unmute, and then we're happy to hear from you. We've read your submission. Now's an opportunity to highlight any key points or provide any additional information that you would like us to consider.
Okay, can you hear me there?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yeah, David James is my name. Vicky, my wife. I've never Zoomed before, so this is a new experience for me, so please bear with me. Hi to all of you there. Our concerns for the future development strategy for the Tahuna area with up to 6-story high buildings, we don't think is conducive to the area. And if you're going to have up to 6-metre high buildings, they need to be put in a position where the backdrop of them is to the bank or the cliffs around Tahuna. to put them out on the main street or down Muratai Street and that is, yeah, we don't think is a very good idea. The parking and traffic is a problem there now, especially around the Bisley Avenue where we have a place. If these buildings did happen, the fine print is now you don't have to provide parking for them. So where are these people going to park? That is a concern we have. The stormwater in the area fails now. So before anything happens, I think the council needs to address and fix the parking and the stormwater problems. It's no good building something and then saying, oh, doesn't work, so now we've got to do extra work. Get the basics right first. If you're concerned, the main thing we thought this was to get more housing for people in the Nelson area. Well, we sort of beg to differ that this is not really going to achieve it unless you put a condition that the owner must live in the building or it's rented out for a minimum of 3 years. So that is stopping high-rise apartments, hotels, motels. And what we're suggesting would then give housing to people in Nelson. You look around the district, not just Nelson City Council, TDC's in the same boat. Hundreds of houses are being built, single story, on some of the most productive land in the district, i.e. the Field and Sutton's type farms. There's not 2-story, 3-story housing going in there. So I think the council's missed the boat quite badly there. So in conclusion, really, the FDS for Tahuna should be stopped in its tracks now, fix the problems, and then perhaps come back. But get away from 6-story buildings. It is people in Tahuna, from the people I've spoken to, don't want this. The rising sea levels, I've heard that's come up a bit today. That's another issue you've got to take on board that wasn't taken on when this report was all done. And another negative side of things, the advertisement that was in the Nelson Evening Mail on it was the 16th of March, yeah, map of the area showing where things are happening. For some reason, the suburb of Tahuna was not there. And it was only through my digging around and looking into things that I saw what was happening here. I was not involved, but I did register my concerns when this was tried to put through as a special housing area, affordable housing, some probably 4 years ago. Yeah, they are our concerns. Disappointing we couldn't front up to you and see you at the meeting, but this is the next best thing. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
David, thank you very much, and you've done an excellent job of presenting on Zoom. So well done. I know it's an unusual experience when you do it first, second and third times, but you've done an excellent job, so thank you. I'll open for questions. Any questions for David? David, I do have a question around...
Sorry, I don't know who I'm talking to.
Oh, sorry, apologies, David. You're speaking to Mayor Rachel Rees, and I'm supported today with the panel for David, Councillor David Ogilvie, Deputy Mayor Judine Egger, Deputy Mayor Stuart Bryant, Councillor...
I have that list of names.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good to go. David, are you, just in terms of you talked about not supporting 6-story development within Tahuna Nui. What do you think would be appropriate appropriate type of development for Tahunanui?
I could live with up to 3 stories as long as parking is provided and owner occupier.
All right, that's a point well made. The other question I have for you is you referred to an advertisement on the 16th of March. Could you just, do you remember which publication that was in?
Yeah, the Nelson Evening Mail.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions for David? No, that's very clear. David, thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak with us today and for answering questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just not sure what to do now, but we'll find out.
The button that says leave. It's the one. All right, that's it. It's just I must say I'm really grateful to the all of the members of the public who are dealing with what is an unusual way to be presenting to your elected members. We are somewhat constrained still by some of the health and safety protocols within the buildings that we're operating, but we really do appreciate all the efforts that people have made to be heard, and it makes a big difference to us that you are here. The next submission is on behalf of the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, and it's been presented by Joanna Santa Barbara. Kia ora, Joanna, welcome to our hearing. Oh, apologies, no apologies, Joanna, I've jumped ahead. Chris, my apologies, Chris Freiberg is here to present his submission, and I have seen Chris, so apologies. Kia ora, Chris, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Chris.
Yeah, so, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good afternoon. I presume you've read my submission, which is 31685. Today, I want to talk about the secondary section of the draft FDS, secondary proposal, so to speak, and the flaws it contains in the documentation, and one possible consequence of that part of the proposal going ahead that I'm particularly concerned about. As presented, the secondary proposal is to establish a new community or town. Now, I've had both words used. The community is what's in the document, and at the webinar we got town. So it's composed of 2 sites which are 11 kilometres apart, one in the Aporo Valley and the other in the lower Moutere Valley at Braeburn Road. According to the draft, this would contain some 3,200 dwellings on the blocks indicated, and in the webinar we were told, I think, 5,000 or more in the medium to long term. As a resident, I'm concerned that including this secondary proposal in the FDS will send a signal to any commissioners hearing new proposals for the development of blocks T168 and 166 that intensification, that putting it in the proposal indicates that councils accept intensification beyond rural residential is desirable in the Aporo Valley. Now, these 2 blocks that I'm referring to there, 168 and 166, already have consents associated with them that are consistent with the valley's overwhelming rural aspect. In fact, it's a rural residential valley with horticulture quite prominent. There's some agriculture as well, but it's mostly horticulture. So there'll be, if these 2 blocks apply again for a revised consent on the basis that the plan indicates intensification down to medium density housing, there will be irrevocable consequences for loss of amenity value, and it'll probably be in circumstances of inadequate investment and planning for infrastructure and amenity. So first of all, I want to address the flaws in the logic that I see in the justification for this part of the secondary proposal on page 69 of the draft FDS. So if you could have a look at that, please. So this lists advantages and disadvantages of this proposal, the secondary part. In the advantage column, if you go to paragraph 2, and you can also look at page 67, a part of the 3,200 dwellings are not near Tasman Village at all. They're 11 kilometres away by road in the Lower Moutere. In fact, the two parts of the proposed community are serviced by different highways, have different primary schools, are both closer to Motueka than they are to each other, and to imply that these two areas will ever form a community is simply pie in the sky. Nobody's going to build a distributor road between the two. Nobody's going to connect them. They're always going to be separate. So I really resent the fact that this proposal presents them as a united community. It'll never be that. Okay, moving down to paragraph 4. The argument here is that early growth can be leveraged off planned improvements in public transport. But that is also an argument that early growth will be far from services and employment. And that is contrary to FDS outcome 3. So I can't see that that's an advantage, right? Paragraph 6 and 7 do not mention the coastal inundation problem, which already affects block T168, and which will become worse with expected sea level rise. Now you can find the diagram that shows this inundation area on page 8 of the FDS. So there are these things that are being said that are advantages and things that are being left out that I believe are simply not true. Moving on then to paragraph 8, makes a statement that the majority of land holdings are under a small handful of owners. Well, this is simply not true. There are some 300 land holdings in the Aporo Valley alone, outside of T166, 167 and 168. It is not even the case that those 3 blocks of land and area make up the majority of land in Aporo Valley. So how can somebody make them a statement that the majority of land holdings are under a small handful of owners? It's simply not the case. So on the disadvantages side, I just want to point out that no mention is made of the loss of amenity value. And give an example, if you've ever driven through the valley, of placing a berry fields like medium density residential development on the valley floor. It just beggars belief that someone would destroy the amenity value of the valley, which is rural residential, by putting something medium density residential in the valley floor. No mention is also made of the opposition of the landholders in the previous Harakiki hearings, and the Harakiki hearings were about, in part, one of the blocks, I think it was T167, was it? T167 has already been through a consent hearing. And if I remember it correctly, the outcome of that consent hearing was such that the rural aspect and amenity value of the valley was to be reasonably preserved. I mean, I don't mean that there was a specific statement to that effect, but the effect of what was approved was to give effect to the keeping the amenity value. No mention is also made in the disadvantages is that a part of block T168 is a working orchard. So some of the things are being said there or not being said would change the balance quite significantly in my view. Now, I could also go through the way in which this part of the proposal, that is this supplementary part of PEC, contributes or doesn't contribute to the FDS outcomes. I could go through one by one, but if you go to page 70 of the SDS, there is a little table there in colour which actually shows FDS outcomes against evaluation of FDS outcomes against the scenarios, or the scenarios against the FDS outcomes. And if you have a look, the option 7 has poorer outcomes than option 6. So in fact, by putting the supplementary thing in, that you're producing worse outcomes than by leaving it out. And I'm talking about some of the outcomes and even about the way they've been evaluated. I mean, you can look at the obvious one. The first one is greenhouse gases. There's no employment in some of these areas. People will have to go elsewhere for employment. They have to send their kids to high schools. So it's all going to affect it's going to contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. So it's going to make things worse. And that's, I don't want to go on anymore because I've run out of time, amongst other things. But thank you for the opportunity to present. And you can see I'm a bit emotional about the quality that was presented of the argument presented, not so much the actual proposal itself. But thank you. I'm happy to answer questions.
Chris, thank you very much. And we really do appreciate your contribution. Any questions for Chris? Chris, it's very clear what you're saying to us, and I thank you for using the documents. It's actually very helpful for us as decision makers when you reference back to the technical reports and the documents that are there, because it really allows us to hone in on the analysis we're going to do as we get to the deliberations. So thank you very much. It's very helpful. There's no questions from the panel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the next submitter is Joanna on behalf of the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum. Kia ora, Joanna, welcome. Just get you to unmute. Oh, actually, we might do that for you. Hang on. Oh, if you can do it.
Okay. Tēnā koutou. Thank you for the welcome. I'm presenting for the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum. And the imperative that we want to emphasize is minimizing greenhouse gas emissions in how we accommodate future people, commerce, and businesses. We know that greenfield development is much more carbon intensive in soil disturbance, infrastructure provision and maintenance, and most of all in transport needed to provide access to goods and services. We think that the carbon emissions of development should be quantified to make this obvious, and that the FDS must reflect the crucial importance of halving our carbon emissions by 2030. And the United Nations Environmental Programme calculates that this at this point means going down each year 7 to 10%. But I also wanted to insert commiserations to the planners and to all of us as we need to recalculate areas of future inundation after the just released findings of the New Zealand Sea Rise project. That's quite a punch in the gut, and it's really going to mean rethinking some of our mapping. The second point of the 6 that I want to make in 6 minutes, I hope, leaving time for questions, is that Tasman can't afford the cost to its reputation of sprawl development. Here are some quite shocking data. Tasman's per person greenhouse gas emissions are among the worst in the world at 15.9 tonnes per person per year, according to Stats New Zealand. They're way up there in ranking by state. Up the top, there's a cluster of oil states in the mid-20s of tonnes per person per year. Then there are the high emitting states of US, Canada, Australia, and right in there is Tasman. And then we come way down for the New Zealand average, 7.1, and Nelson is better than that at 6.6 tonnes per person per year. And this is really fairly shocking, and we need to act on this rapidly. It's where the emissions that give Tasman such extremely high rates are agriculture, construction, and transport. We're pretty much the world's most extreme car users, as we've spread ourselves out across the landscape to such a degree. And you might find what I've said to be hard to believe, but I invite you to check Stats New Zealand for those figures. So we really can't afford the reputational opprobrium of being among the world's worst in per person carbon emissions. The FDS must reflect the importance of reducing the hefty transport component of this by not increasing sprawl development. The third point, Tasman can't afford the cost in dollars to ratepayers of maintaining sprawl development. Numerous studies show that such developments are perpetual drains on council revenue and can't be serviced from an ordinary rates base. In addition, as likely energy scarcity sets in and the ETS cap is tightened, energy costs will increase, worsening the costs of servicing sprawl. That money is needed instead to cut transport emissions by providing good, active and public transport infrastructure to intensified areas. The fourth point is a further word to what we've said on likely energy scarcity. We must plan for renewable energy in future development, of course, and national planning NPS on urban development says we must, but we have to do it with a sharp awareness that renewable energy cannot replicate fossil fuel energy in quantity and quality. We have expertise in the Climate Forum on this matter, and we'd enjoy sharing it with the councils. Energy saving must enter into all planning. And the fifth point is that Nelson Tasman people need affordable housing, and this will not be attained through greenfield development with large houses on large blocks. It can be attained through denser development in settled areas with easy access to multiple services, eliminating the need for a car, enhancing affordability, and importantly, reducing social inequity. And my last point is a word on behalf of the other organisms who inhabit Nelson Tasman alongside us, and a moment of voice on their behalf, that Nelson Tasman's badly stressed ecosystems can't afford to be further stressed by further sprawl development. They need restoration, not paving over. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Joanna. Thank you for your submission. I'll invite questions from the panel. Any questions for Joanna? I think the submission is very clear, Joanna. It's there's been a lot of work put into both your written and oral submission, and the issues you are raising with us are very clear and will be the subject of our deliberations. So thank you very much for joining the panel today and speaking to the submission, and thank you for the work of the Climate Forum.
Thank you, Rachel.
Kia ora. Now, are our next submitters with us? Oh, they are. The next submission is from Ngatiapa Ki Te Rātog Charitable Trust, and we have Hayden Taylor speaking to the submission today, who may be joined by Rowena Smith, but I'm not sure if Rowena is here as well. Tēnā koe, Hayden.
Tēnā koutou, everyone. How are you?
We're very well. It's me, Rachel, here, and the panel is ready for you to speak to the submission. We've read the submission, so chance to highlight any key points, or if there's any additional information that you want us to take into consideration, now's the opportunity to put that to us. Just whenever you're ready.
Sure. Thank you. I think Rowena's just joined us as well, but I think the key reason for myself and Rowena to join the panel today was more to answer any questions that may have come up. There was a little bit of confusion internally with council in terms of the land area and the potential zoning that was put forward in the FDS document that was put up for consultation. So we provided some clarification to council officers prior to the end of submissions closing, which I hope the panel probably had a chance to have a look at. If not, I'm happy to talk to those clarifications now.
I'll just go across to Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mayor Rachel. So Hayden, at the Rotary Community Council meeting last week via Zoom, there was some confusion. So it would be good if you could just clarify it for a public record. That would be appreciated.
Sure, no problem at all. So the first one was the land area that was identified in the consultation document. So I believe it was identified as site T195 off the top of my head, and that indicated quite a large parcel of land, which is in fact owned by the Crown, not by Ngāti Apa. So just as a bit of background, that parcel of land owned by the Crown has been part of a land swap agreement between the Crown and Ngāti Apa. And as part of that, we lodged an application on behalf of Ngāti Apa, which essentially provided for a boundary adjustment between that parcel of land and a smaller existing title that is owned by Ngāti Apa, which is immediately adjacent on Massey Street. The existing title of Ngāti Apa's is approximately 1,000 square meters in area, and another 1,000 square meters of area from the Crown title was amalgamated with that Ngāti Apa land as part of that process. So overall, it's just a 2,000 square meter parcel of land that fronts onto Massey Street, not the larger a larger title owned by the Crown and administered by DOC. If it helps, I can, and if I'm given permission to, I could share an image which makes that clear, if that would be of assistance.
I think that would be very helpful, Hayden. If you're able to screen share, that would be great.
Do I have to be given permission for that?
I think you have been. It should work. Just give it a
Okay.
go.
Let's have a wee look here. Why isn't it letting me do that?
Here we go. It should be, well, maybe.
Can you see my screen now?
No, it's gone blank. It's just loading, I think, at the moment. It seems to be.
It's working. That's what my wife always tells me.
Might just be taking a moment to load, but we'll see how we go.
Madam Chair, I could just ask Hayden another further question. So would you be proposing that this lot be used for residential use?
So no, that's the second clarification, is that Ngāti Apa's proposed zoning of the land that was discussed with council was for papakainga zoning.
Okay.
Yeah, so Rowena may want to talk a little bit more to that, but I think it was detailed in her submission what the aspirations for Ngāti Apa are for that site. But it essentially provides
So we might just stop the screen sharing. I'll go across to Rowena.
Okay.
Tēnā koe, Rowena.
Kia ora, how are you?
Oh, we're doing very well. It's me, Rachel, here, and we're just working our way through a few technical issues, but I think we're going to get you back in a minute. Just a moment.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Do I need to
Hayden,
stop sharing? Yep.
Yes, I think you may.
Sorry.
Thanks, Hayden.
Kia ora. So would you like me just to talk through our aspirations for the section? Is that what? Yeah, sure. So what we're hoping is that to develop, like Hayden said, it would be ideal for the zoning to be papakainga. But what we're hoping for is something more akin to a community hall to be on that site. There'll be no dwelling or permanent residence there at all, although there may be some allowance for marae style sleeping. It's sort of more a cultural centre, community hall type is the vision. It won't be a big development at all, and of course it will be sympathetic to the environment as per the requirements are.
Thank you, Rowena. Just for the benefit of the panel, I don't know if everyone's got the site up. Have you got it in front of you, the panel members? It's the one on in between. It's on Massey Street, isn't it? That's one we're looking at.
Yeah. Yes.
Correct,
it is.
Typically, when you're looking at it, it's that bottom left corner of the site.
Excellent. Thank you, Hayden. I think you might have to crash your computer so we can see. So the moment. We'll close the program. I'm very sorry, since we've got stuck at our end where we've got a sort of grey screen.
Oh, okay.
And I think we're seeing your screen.
Okay, it might be easiest if I just sub out of the meeting and then back in again, maybe.
And
but yeah, just before I go, I'll just add a little bit of context, just in case anyone's not really familiar with the papakainga zone provisions. It might be relevant just to note that in terms of things like bulk and location, your building heights, setbacks, building coverage, and so forth, those are actually the same as the residential zone, and there are corresponding noise controls that are the same as applied to the residential zone, and so forth. So in terms of a sort of a neighbouring land use to residential zoning, it's quite a good fit, and it really preserves that inter-site amenity aspects. But it's better aligned with the vision that Ngāti Apa have for the use of the site than the residential zoning would be.
Thank you. Don't disappear. I think probably it's best you stay put in case we've got any questions for you.
Okay, I'll just pop out and back in again.
Oh no, I think I might just get you to stay there, because I think just because we can hear you fine. And I'll just check if there's any questions for Hayden or Rowena in relation to this submission. So this is providing the clarification. Is that satisfactory?
Yes. No, that's
Councillor, sorry, that's the clarification Councillor Bryant was seeking. Are there any further questions for Rowena or Hayden? No, that seems to be quite clear.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair.
Kia ora. Oh, kia ora. Kia ora. I know we can't, we've got a frozen screen, so I'll go to you.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair. Ngāti Apa ki te rātou, tēnā katoa, tēnā korua, paena tō te kaupapa o tēnei rā, o te papakainga o ngā whānau, ngā hapu. Paena. So thank you very much, Hayden and Rowena, for your submission. I'm very interested in, be interested to see the outcome of your papakainga. I like your considerations in regards to the placement of the cultural community centre within the residential area, and all the very best.
Kia ora, thank you.
By the way, Rowena, just a note, are you able to send through those documentations of that plan? I don't have it. I actually have a short note, one pager regarding your submission. I probably understand that the officers have the extensive corridor and your proposal. Is that right?
I would presume so.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it at that and I'll catch up with the officers, but thank you.
Oh, certainly if you need to follow up later as well, just let me or Hayden know.
Tēnā koe, Rowena.
Yeah, apologies for not being able to share those images more successfully there, but happy to email them through again if that would be of assistance.
Ka pai. I think we have a computer problem, don't we, Hayden? So everyone else is lost. You have me.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see
I see.
them on my screen actually.
I may have frozen the whole thing up by trying to share those images. So perhaps if I just pop out, that that might help things, I suspect.
I think it's actually an administration problem. I'm the only one in here, so my computer's fine. And I think they're probably all rebooting. But I just want to say to you both, thank you very much for the honour to represent you all. I'm truly honoured.
Thank you. No, it'll be an exciting project if if we can go ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you in the future. I'll be down there in deliberation, and no doubt I'll take the opportunity to meet up with all the iwi leader chairs i ngā hapu o te tauihu. So yes, looking forward to it. And again, thank you very much for the honour. I feel that I've probably got a reboot as well.
Okay.
Might be safest if we all do. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kia ora anō.
Okay. Kia ora.
Okay.
Bye.
Kia ora tātou, I think we're back again. Do we have Hayden and Rowena? Oh, kia ora, Rowena.
Kia ora, I'm here. I don't know that Hayden's made it back yet, but
okay, we'll give him a few moments. I'm sorry. I know I missed your question. We got completely frozen out at our end.
It's fine.
I'll hand back to Aina.
Oh, kia ora, Madam Chair. Well, actually, our computers went, so I had my chance to actually get my question. But for the sake of the recording, I just really acknowledged mana whenua in regards to the considered cultural community centre considerations for the neighbourhood and also the initiative itself. I also thanked the hapu for acknowledging me and also supporting my nomination as the iwi representative within this hearing. So those were my conversations with the hapu. Tēnā koe.
Ana mihi nui. And we do, as a panel, make that acknowledgement as well, Rowena, pass back to the one of the iwi chairs, our appreciation. It's we're very, very grateful to have Aina supporting this this hui and the knowledge and experience that she brings and through as we get through decision making. I'll just check if there's any further questions in relation to the proposal. I think it's very clear, and I'll just check that the officers are up to date with where this is at. Is this going to be part of your deliberations report? Yes, it will be. They're nodding. Yes, it will be. So thank you. I don't think there's any further questions.
Okay.
Kia ora, mā te wā.
Thank you. Ka kite.
All right, where are we on our list? We've got a break. Do we have a break now? We do. Will we spend a little bit of time just feeding through any more questions that we've got before we take the break? Or are we going to get a break at all if I do that? Yes, we will, because we're not due to resume until 3:20. So let's just spend a few minutes now gathering any further questions that we may have for the officers. And I think we're up to Councillor Edgar. And if you're satisfied that they're sufficiently within an email, then we'll leave it there and we'll work on the basis that your email will be sent through. Those that we'll be collating the documents that are relevant to the documents that we need for the record, and so they will be part of what we have in the record as we go through.
Just a question of clarification. Do I need to copy in all of the hearing panel members or just send them to Susan Edwards and Claire Barton? From my perspective as chair, it's really helpful if I can have them as well, so I can just start to think about how we're going to break this up. And it's on that basis, I think it's probably best that the panel members have them as well, because we're getting to the point now we're going to have to work out how we're going to actually go through the deliberations process. So if it helps, I have been trying to break things up myself, and so I've sort of broken it up into outcomes, legislative requirements / judicial review / process matters, overarching concerns, further analysis, assumptions and considerations for final FDS. Sorry, just scrolling. Amenity and character, natural environment, infrastructure, natural hazards / hazards, highly productive land, existing rules, impacts and incentives, private plan changes / rezoning requests, structure plans, and then additions, changes or deletions to the specific development areas, and then finally errors, maps or clarifications sought. All right. Okay, I think that's quite a useful, we'll have a look at that, and actually I'd like some feedback just as whether we think, and we might have some discussion later as to whether we think those headings are going to be useful for us as we start to chunk up our questions. The only other matter I'd say is, could you just take some advice from an officer before you send the email as to whether you need to take out the section that relates to legal advice and send that as a separate item. So I just want some advice on that, because it may be considered to be the subject of legal privilege. So we'll just make sure that we've got that managed. Will do. Thank you. All right. Just taking a look at my list to see if there are any further questions that I had. I've got up to just the submission that we had from Joe Roberts. I'd appreciate some sort of a consolidated advice from the officers just in relation to T102, just in terms of that additional land that he was discussing. So I'm sure you'll have that anyway in your deliberations report. And then the final things I think were, no, I'm happy with I followed all of Chris Freiberg's matters, and I think we're good in terms of my notes. We've covered off the matter around what type of accommodation do we need in economy, because did we, Stuart, did you reference the Federated Farmers submission? Was that the one that you referenced or another one? Just in relation to that was in relation to what type of accommodation do we actually need? So yes, it is, but also that ongoing need for workers' accommodation. So this has been a fairly, so just really thinking about what we need, and Sue Brown's request that we really have, we could consider adequately the opportunity for relocatable homes on leased land as we go through thinking about how we're going to address the need for housing.
Also talked about the demand and the whole Tapua purchase in Motueka Valley area as well.
Yes, he did. So that's Martin. Yeah.
Jackie's well aware of that issue.
Okay, so that was the Murchison Tapua. Where else? Accommodation issues.
Sorry, Chair, can you just go to that question again? I got a bit confused. Can you just rephrase the question again? What's the information you want? It's on the demand for different types of housing, seasonal worker housing?
The question really is for the officers, have we adequately considered, and the advice that you've brought to us, have we adequately considered the need for workers' accommodation and as part of the analysis, and the sites where that may need to be, and the opportunity that's provided through potential relocatable homes on leased land? So when we're thinking about how we're going to provide for housing, have we got, because it's not homogenous, it comes in all sorts of different shapes and forms and needs. It's really just making sure that we've thought about actually who it is that we're providing housing for and where it is that we're providing housing. Oh, a few more items.
Well, that was
Councillor McGurkin and Councillor.
Yeah, I was just following on your comment there, because there was a question I did ask about the increased working force working in the rural sector. I suppose that's working on those rural areas surrounding those towns. I talk about the Beatrice and Tapua and Makefield in particular, the ones that spring to mind. So their response was this should be data that we have, but just whether just trying to just quantify what is the employment growth or expected employment growth in those particular sectors?
Growth or population growth?
Well, that's it, because employment growth drives population, the people living near where they work.
Yeah.
And thinking about the capacity of those towns.
I certainly know we have population growth prediction figures, or Jackie does. Yeah. I'm not so sure about employment. That's pretty hard one to judge. I'm not even sure where you go, but Jackie's more knowledgeable on these things than me. We get that.
I'll just go to councillor Mailing first, and then we'll gather this all up together, and then I'll cross to Ina.
I was just thinking, particularly in the horticulture area, employers are taking care of that accommodation as part, because it's mainly for RSC workers, and it's similar for hops and things like that. So I wonder if it's something we should actually be involved in, because they tend to be here or involved for no more than 6 months, and the employer takes the responsibility, and they have accommodation on site, which would be a considerable amount of that type of workforce. And then if you look in the dairy industry, they do exactly the same, but it's on more of a permanent basis. So I just don't want to create work where that work has already been done or it's already provided.
So if I was just, I think probably what we'll be looking for, what are the influences that we need to take into account when we're starting to look at capacity issues, and work, and where does worker accommodation sit in that mix, and also in locations. So I guess I'm also conscious of the ongoing discussion that we will have at a government level about our reliance on the RSC workforce, and really just that's again thinking about that future state. I'll cross to Ina. Any additional questions?
Kia ora, Madam Chair. First of all, I can't see you. My screen is completely blank. But however, I can definitely hear you. So my question is in regards to T66, the Aparoa and Tasman Valley Harakeke development and Harakeke housing development. Oh, kia ora, now I can see you. So it's just in relation to a question for a note for the officers in regards to the Wāhi Tapu issues there for Ngāti Atiawa. I already have spoken in private in regards to this particular matter, and it just needs to be highlighted so we can discuss that matter in private.
Thank you. Any other items at this point? Councillor Ogilvie, anything you want to?
In line with that, perhaps we should also be getting comments about the questions that Gary Clark raised in terms of his Seton Valley property and the was it Te Atiawa questions as well.
I think the officers will probably have captured that. As they go through looking at the technical report, there's commentary already in that document.
It was just quite general in that technical report, as I recall, Madam Chair.
We will bring it forward as part of the deliberations. We will bring that forward as part of the deliberations, I understand. I'll just go to Jackie though for clarification.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We can discuss it in deliberations, but it may have to be confidential.
Yeah.
All right.
Kia ora. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, nothing further. We'll break for a cup of tea. All right, and we're due to come back for our first submitter for the afternoon session. 3:20 is Mr. Gia Thompson. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Rees toku ingoa, ko Aotearoa mātou whakatū. Hello to everyone, this is me, Rachel Rees, and we're chairing the draft Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy. We're into the afternoon session of hearing submissions, and I thank everybody who took the time to submit on this process and who has also made additional time to come and speak to us as part of the hearing process. We start this afternoon submissions with a presentation from Mr. Gia Thompson. Gia, welcome to our meeting. Good to have you here. We've allocated approximately 10 minutes for the presentation and questions, and so I'll hand over to you to speak to your submission.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the opportunity today. It's appreciated. Yes, look, as I've stated here, I've got an interest and have just a general interest anyway in both Nelson and Tasman and their futures, and I'd like to just put my views to you for your consideration anyway. And in my opinion, Tasman has allowed too much development to occur on the good flat horticultural land by Richmond. Admittedly, some of it is not so good, but a lot of it has been in things like berries and all that sort of thing. And that was to feed the population growth. But I feel that a lot of this should be more directed towards the hills where people have a better situation, because compared with a whole lot of little houses all jammed together on the flat where nobody sees anything much, and as I say, it uses up a good land. Yeah, that's where I'm saying there too, that the intensification should be where it doesn't cause problems like that, where multi-storey developments don't cause shading or restriction of outlook or sunlight, which is a problem in a lot of areas where that has occurred and proposed. But areas like Wakefield Quay, where the apartments up against the bank there, they don't cause any issue at all and have a great outlook and get the sun. And that's the sort of thing I think should be occurring where possible. And with building on hills, the land is cheaper to start with, so that's one thing, but I know it costs a lot more to develop it. But in the end of the day, you get houses that do have a view and look over the one in front as a rule. And the land value does increase too, which from a council point of view is very helpful, because that the rates are either based on the land value or on the capital value. So by building on these hilly areas, the capital value certainly goes up, and also does the land value. And with the fact that there's drainage going downhill, you don't need to have pumping stations for the sewage and stormwater. Admittedly, you've got to pump your rainwater up, your water supply up, but that's the only thing. And the houses getting more sun and with that sort of thing does reduce energy resources and makes them a healthier place to live often. And there are large areas of suitable land in the foothills around between Nelson and Richmond that can be developed, as is happening at the moment in the Attawai area up there. There's a lot of money being spent, but I would say the end result will be very good. And also coastal areas, I know the councils have got a fixation with not allowing building in coastal areas, but a lot of them, like sort of the flatter parts of Mapua and places like that, where they do have the services still there, and if they're not directly facing the wash from the open sea, I really don't think it should be too big an issue, providing that they're built on a wooden floor, which means you can easily relocate them or lift them up. And I believe this new report that's just out is excessive and unrealistic. Because way back there were photos of Rocks Road in 1915 with waves washing across it. And so any big swell and wind and things can cause these problems. It's trying to mitigate them where possible. I don't support the high intensification of Mapua, as I reckon it is an attractive place, and it would be destroy the character. Obviously, there's plenty of areas that can be developed there, but I think there again, it needs to be done with interest in the end result. I also support what has occurred, and most of you folk will be familiar with what's occurring on the ex-forestry land, which is on the coastal side of the Moutere Highway going to over to the Moutere or to Richmond that way. A lot of houses being built in there on various little sites, which will not create extra problems for sewage and water and whatever, because they'll be catching their rainwater and in their sewage, I imagine, which should be on a septic tank, which is provide good lifestyle properties without a lot of land. And they will probably make the best use of what land they do have. I don't support the three house situation that has been proposed for small flat sections by the government, for Nelson anyway, because of the fact that it would shade places and block out views and not the sort of character that Nelson would want. And I'm totally opposed to this proposed 8-story blocks of social housing for the CBD. And it is just, to me, it'll be a disaster waiting to happen. And it'd be like Lewis Stanton on steroids. And I saw the results of this when I was in England spraying pavements a number of years ago, and we went round quite a few of these areas outside London where you had these multi-story housing developments, and really they were a disgrace, and people wouldn't want to live there. I did provide, and I think you've probably got a copy of it, hopefully, what I thought would be a good use of the already owned council land up Walters Bluff on the right-hand side, with terrace type housing, because it faces the sun and has a outlook, and yet is handy to the town, and it is not returning the council anything at all at the moment. Could I ask you, did that all come through on my submission?
Yes, it did, Gia.
Did,
Yes,
okay, good. Thank you. And I have given that to the council, but unfortunately I didn't even get an acknowledgement of it when I originally sent it in some time ago. That land then would also become a valuable rating base for Nelson City Council. And not only is it close to CBD, but it's got the open area of a park just over the road. And unlike the CBD one, it could have garaging on the lower downhill side, which wouldn't be full stud height, but would be probably ideal for a garage for each block or two. And so that's one of the other problems I see in New Zealand is that we had a period of very rampant immigration, which really put the pressure on housing all around the country, particularly in Auckland, where a lot of good Pukekohe farmland got gobbled up, or was being gobbled up, which is a great disappointment. Because I think we need to be careful in New Zealand about the level of immigration we have, because we're an agricultural country. We've got to feed the people that are in it, and we also need the agricultural produce to export. And I think we need to bear that in mind when allowing immigration and not going over the top, because it not only does that, but they're worried about greenhouse gases and things. But the more people you've got here, the more that problem exists as well, as that is one of the major problems overseas with their large populations in some countries. Anyway, I'm happy to try and answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Gia. Thank you for your submission. Councillor McGurk has a question.
Yeah, thanks to you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Thanks, Gia, for your submission. Quite a few submitters have talked about intensification in the inner city of Nelson in particular. I know that you've got quite a few holdings in the city. What's, in your view, what's getting in the way?
Well, it's expensive. We're doing one at the moment where the noodle canteen was, and is going to go back there, but because it had the fire. But we're putting 5 apartments on top of what was a single-story building there. But it's far from cheap, and it doesn't really show a return. That's one of the great problems. And the other difficulty is, which would work quite well in a lot of instances, but if you're trying to convert an existing building, you end up with all the fire rating issues, disabled access, or other problems that make it too awkward to do in many cases. Because I do feel that the higher floors in Nelson, it is a good use for a lot of them to have the people living in Nelson, but unfortunately, the costs have just blown out lately, you know, with steel and everything else really going through the roof. And as we were not going to be selling these off as ownership units, we were going to just have them as rental units. The economics of it are not really there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panel for Gear? Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Gear. Just in relation to the extra information you provided, you've gone against the trend and opposed the ribbon development along the State Highway 6 out to Wakefield. And you've said it would result in further speed restrictions. Could you just expand on that and why you've opposed that?
Well, it's like a lot of these areas where they reduce the speed limit, you know, if there's houses all the way. And for people going further out to even Wakefield or whatever, it will just add to their time of travel and add to their frustration in many cases. I know it's simple to just build out and have frontages along the main road everywhere, but it doesn't help travel and things. And this is where even out our way now, at Adawai Way, the 60 k's through part of it and 80 k's the rest of the way, when it's really a pretty open road without roads coming onto it. But there seems to be a phobia these days of reducing speed limits, whether it's really needed or not. And going to Blenheim is another example of that. But because you can be restricted to 90 k's on a good straight road going to Blenheim, but you can do 100 k's up the side road, which might be gravelled. It's just, some of these things are just done by people that don't really know practical reality, I don't think.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further questions for Gear? Gear, that's the conclusion of the questions, and we want to thank you very much for your submission and taking time to come and speak with us today. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next suite of submissions are going to be presented by Jackie McNay. And Jackie, I'm going to let you introduce each submitter as we go, and you do them in whatever order works for you. We have got you through till about 4:40 this afternoon, so hopefully that's enough time.
Right. Well, kia ora to the panel. Thank you for this opportunity. Just on, there has been the staff have moved one of my ones to, I think, 6 o'clock. We've moved one of them out of the order. So the McCliskey Ma submission, which is 31804, that should be on your timetable, whatever the time is you come back from your break. I think it's 5 to 6 or 6 o'clock. So hopefully that's
We've got 6 o'clock. We've got Richmond Pohara Holdings Limited, but it's possible there's been a swap around.
Okay,
we can work with that. That's fine.
Okay.
And welcome, Matt.
Thank you. So,
Thank you.
so we're starting with the Griffin submission, and I have Matt Griffin with me today. Unfortunately, Rick couldn't be with us today and sends his apologies. The Griffin submission is about quite 3 separate areas of land. So what we thought with the panels, if you're happy with it, we would take each piece, and you may wish to ask questions about each piece before we go on to the next one. So we wanted to start off with the Champion Road, 187 Champion Road property. It's also, there's 2 properties there, a smaller property of 1,800 square metres and the large 8.4 hectare property up in Upper Champion Road. It's where some of you be aware of the riding for the disabled. That is located on the Griffin land. So this area, we support its identification in the FDS. It's area N100, and so that is supported for its inclusion. And you'll have our submission there, but there's a few key points we want you to note. One, currently it's split zoned, with probably over half of it in the residential zone and the upper half in the small holdings zone. In the FDS, the whole property is shown as part of the urban area, and we're hopeful when the Nelson plan is notified that that whole property will be residential. Also, if any of you have driven up there recently, you'll have seen 2 small accommodation units being established on the upper part of that land, and that's for some accommodation, but also a bit of a pilot project on construction that would follow through on this land and potentially some of our mayor's land in terms of options for some smaller homes and sort of modular type typologies that Matt can speak to a bit more if you have an interest in. So just confirming the vision for this land, the Griffin family has a working have a draft master plan that's still being refined. They're very supportive of mixed density development. They want to see medium and high density on their land where the contour supports that. And some of the upper areas are more standard, possibly lower density in some parts on the upper portion, but where possible, as much opportunity for a range of typologies in that medium density particular. Have interest in potential some areas of 3-storey. The benefit of this land holding is that you've got a stream boundary and a road boundary. So there's a bit more ability to do that on this land without some of the issues having impacts on established neighbourhoods, which is a problem that the previous speaker sort of alluded to in some situations. So that's very much supported. And the final point there, before I ask Matt to add anything to that, is stressing the need that within neighbourhoods we need community and commercial opportunities, and whatever framework you come in with, that should be part and parcel of the neighbourhood, not just housing. We're looking to have commercial and employment opportunities within at an appropriate scale, appropriate to a residential neighbourhood. And that's probably the key things in support of N100. Matt, did you want to?
Yeah, kia ora everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. Certainly emphasise everything, or support everything Jackie has said. This is my parents' property. This is where they currently reside, and certainly noticed a huge change in the 25 years since they've owned the land, with the real, I guess, extension of pretty much typical residential development up in that area of Champion Road, and pretty much, bridging now between Richmond and Stoke in general, apart from Saxon Field there, it's pretty much a big cookie cutter layout of housing. And so certainly speaking from my family's perspective, this is almost an opportunity of the last easy access and flat-ish land left to do something quite different and really maximise a resource which potentially hasn't been maximised as much as it could have. I mean, obviously taking into account Somerset has got a large amount of density in the nearby vicinity there, but it is a fantastic piece of land. It's got great recreational links around it. It's got a great level of amenity with the landscape and trees and ponds. As Jackie says, it's got topography on its side. It could really handle some additional density without having any impact on surrounding parties, and we certainly have appreciated the opportunity over the last 18 months to communicate with the Nelson City Council planning team on our vision for the site, and have discussed with them how our intent looks for that land with regards to location and typology and density, and would really just like to see I guess that dialogue we've had to date be evidenced in the future plan when it becomes a reality.
Thank you, Matt. And Jackie, any questions for Matt or Jackie on N100? I think that's where we're discussing now. No, I think that's very clear. Thank you. We're happy with that one.
Okay, well, moving on to Ahamea land. That's above Angelus Ave. Angelus Ave is access through Hill Street. Some of you will be aware that the site is a SHA site. It has a resource consent for a mixed density development in excess of 70 units. There's in that consented development, which may still be refined a little bit, still working through some issues there, but there was envisaged lower down on the site quite a high density development that may have been incorporated with the hotel facility. Thinking on that in the last few years with what's happened, maybe not the hotel, but still very much focused on higher density, possibly some unit title development in the lower part, moving through the site as the physical constraints allow, perhaps up to a lower density. We do have some fault lines through there and some geotechnical challenges that need to be worked through. But around that, it's a large property of over 7 hectares. So we've got some flexibility to work around that. So that's not identified in the future development strategy. Currently, it's zoned rural residential with our resource consent for the representing the SHA. But we feel that it should be identified in the FDS as having greater potential than a rural residential zone with a minimum 2,000 square metre subdivision, and it's something that the family is supportive of. And it's somewhat reflected in the consent we have, but we're working through refining that design because of a few challenges that I've noted. But still, the vision remains mixed density. How that's done may not be quite as we hold in our current consent, but there's still commitment to that. So we're seeking this be identified as an area that has greater potential than its current zoning, and that should be identified in the FDS. We note the T114, which is the Heslop land, which is above this land. So if this is rural residential with the 2,000 square metre a minimum, and above this, the future development strategy is the Heslop land showing as urban. So it's maybe a wee bit interesting. You would expect us to at least have the same density aspirations on this land. So I guess a simple way of putting it for this land, just extending T114 probably covers what we're saying for Ahmea. We'll still continue on with our work in relation to our current consent, but in terms of what the FDS should be showing, this should be part of an urban growth area, T114. Do you have anything?
Yep. So just a couple of other comments on that. I mean, as Jackie mentioned, we were fortunate enough to listen into Gear's summary there too, and I have to say I agree with Gear's statement about the fact that hill land on the foothills of Adelaide, Nelson, Stoke, Richmond, Brightwater. I mean, that is really where a lot of our opportunity in the future lies, and we've certainly been working very hard as a family to unlock the potential of this land, and are very grateful for the consent we've got via the TDC in order to undertake that. The same principle also applies to the Dunstan land, which is just to the northeast, I guess, which would be, I'm not sure whether there's any been submissions put through on that, but that also holds an SHA for another something in the order of I think 60 or 80 lots or something in that. So that is where a lot of development energy is being put into the hills of Richmond, and I think, as I say, that will be a real focus for housing capacity for Nelson and Tasman in the future. So that's essentially what we're seeking, is that I guess the consents that we've got are reflected in the zoning when the updates come out.
Right, just to see if there are any questions on this side. Jackie, do you have anything further on that one? Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Have you discussed with the officers why it wasn't included? Well, it's a question I can put to the officers, but I just wondered if you had any clues for us today, just to help us with any questions.
No, well, I suppose it's a bit of an interesting process, and it does all happen a bit of a hurry. To be fair, we didn't put it up as a FDS, the process sort of happened, and having time to reflect it on, to be fair, maybe we should have put it forward. Yeah, so there's been a couple of opportunities not taken up by council. We were surprised in the council's plan change rezoning the SHAs that this one wasn't rezoned, and said so, but we were told the scope of that plan change. So we just, when these opportunities come up, it's really good to take them, and so we're taking an opportunity now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think there's any further questions. That one's very clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last area of land is the upper area of land, the Sylvan Hills block of land at 218 Champion Road. There's a number of titles within that, comprising approximately 170 hectares of land. This includes Matt's own home property and the wider family trust land that's used, a lot of you be familiar with the Sylvan mountain bike park, and that is through that area. So, and a lot of you will also be aware through your support to the family for the transitioning their land in accord with the government's Billion Trees program, transitioning out of the pine forest into a permanent forest of natives and selected exotics. And you'll have seen that's well progressed now, amazingly finished now. And so I guess the main attribute here is its recreational values and environmental values for everyone, a lot of biodiversity values there. But along with that comes, in supporting the mountain bike park and the recreational activities, there are a range of things that are arising, and you will have seen those who use the mountain bike park from time to time. Matt and his wife have got a coffee cart that for certain occasions they bring out, and that's much appreciated. And I think that underscores the need for this commercial support element, and that the planning provisions support that type of activity within there. So we just don't have these zones like rural and nothing can happen in them. This is an area for use with a focus on recreation, but it needs to support that recreation with levels of service, so maybe small cafes, boutique accommodation, lodge accommodation possibly, and maybe appropriately located small enclaves of residential development, subject to land being physically suitable, could be accommodated there. So we're just looking for not a blanket approach to future planning on the hills. That's sort of the vision.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. I think that for a bit of context here is exactly why the forest is in a change of use phase at the moment, is that before our family owned it, it was a very steep sheep farm that was burned every year, and it wasn't entirely productive when it was purchased in the mid-90s. My family planted one rotation, first and only rotation of radiata pine on it. When we came to harvesting time, we got into some very interesting discussions with the infrastructure managers of both councils, who were quite concerned, and probably with good reason, about the erosion and sedimentation impacts of harvesting, or the impacts of harvesting silver forest on the downstream catchment, which, as we've just discussed, has been obviously a real focus for residential development. So, for a variety of reasons, our family have decided that the pine forest, the radiata harvest that was completed last year, will be the last harvest on that land. And I think there's potentially opportunity to look at what's happening at Sylvan Forest here slightly differently to potentially other areas which are being considered under the FDS, which are in their current established use and would like a mandate to maybe consider changing to something else in the future. In this scenario, we've actually taken the lead on that, and we have decided that growing rotations of radiata pine on the foothills immediately behind Richmond and Nelson is potentially not the best use of that land. And as such, we have retired it. As Jackie mentioned, we got some support through the Billion Trees Fund, and the change of use was supported by TDC and the NCC for the reasons I've outlined. I guess in light of that, the land still needs to be productive, doing something. We've got a really ambitious planting scheme, which we're about 75% of the way through, which is turning the forest back into a mixed forest with a large percentage of natives, but also some real highlights of exotic features in there, which will become, in the next 10 to 20 years, a remarkable backdrop for Richmond. We've really encouraged and privately funded the development of recreational use of that forest through Sylvan Forest being a privately owned but freely accessed mountain bike park. And I guess what we're saying is that the land needs a mandate for its new purpose, which we have already enacted, and just having it as rural doesn't necessarily support that, and doesn't necessarily encourage the land to be viable in its new use. And so really we see it, it's not a piece of land that can be chopped up into a bunch of 600 square metre sections. It's not an old dairy paddock or an old boysenberry farm. It's steep and it's challenging country, but with that comes its own opportunities for obviously gravity assisted recreation and for fantastic views out over the bay. So I guess what we're saying is, as part of the support we'd like to see to make this change in use a reality, is to acknowledge that the land needs viability in its new format, and with that we really like to see support from councils with regards to opportunities to have things like accommodation or hospitality or residential in an extent and to an intensity which is appropriate for the steep land that it's on, because that will really help us realise the vision of Sylvan Forest in its new form.
Thank you. I'll just open for any questions on that item. Again, that's very clear what you're seeking. Jackie, we will obviously have to have some discussions with the officers around what we can and can't do within the scope of the FDS. So it's a matter of what that tool allows us to do, and then actually what needs to follow through other documents.
Yes, and it's an opportunity for us to share with both councils that vision along the hillside, which hopefully will be reflected in both your reviews of your plans as well.
Plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I know. Any questions? No, we're all good. Thank you.
Cool. All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. A bit of a production line here today. So I'm moving on to Selwyn and Deborah King. They can't appear with me today. This one can be quite brief. It's actually entirely in support of the FDS. Selwyn and Deborah King have a property of just over 18 hectares up the Motueka Valley on Stony Ridge Way. This is, as a lot of you will know, a lifestyle area anyway, but their land is zoned rural too, but land adjoining is zoned rural residential, and surrounding, whether it's zoned rural residential or not, it is in lifestyle blocks, except their block is one of the larger blocks because it has until recently been in forestry, and that's probably influenced its zoning in the past. It is shown as it was in the 2019 FDS. It's in this FDS as T17. It's fully supported. We seek, if the FDS is going as far as specifying subdivision density within the rural residential zone, we see that the 5,000 square metre minimum should apply. One of the rural residential zones in this area has that density. From our point of view, there are physical constraints on the land. It won't all be subdivided to that level, but where it can be, it should be. And I know this property process is not for rezoning, but clearly we support the rezoning at the earliest opportunity. It has been this is the second FDS it's been in, it needs to come forward. And the submitters are working on a development proposal as we speak, and that may well come through as a resource consent application, but the zoning needs to follow as soon as it can.
Thank you, Jackie. Any questions on this item? No, that's very clear. Oh, yes, sorry, there is. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Jackie. So just in regards to the point about rezoning, is that something they would consider perhaps putting forward in a plan change option? Because I'm not sure how long our rezoning policy would take to look at this property.
Yeah. We have given consideration, but given we're looking at a rural residential density, we're most likely still going to pursue it as a resource consent application. A private plan change for this scale of development is probably not the appropriate process. We're not really introducing a new character. This area, regardless of its zoning, is rural residential. It just hasn't been recognised with the zoning. But we do realise that, at the moment, the only process is your new plan, and that may be some time away. But where you are deciding because of shortages in different areas of bringing forward some plan changes, and you are in other parts of the district, then keep this on your radar, because it wouldn't be much to add into a notification process. But yeah, we accept, if that doesn't happen, that it will only come through the new Tasman Environment Plan.
It's very clear. Appreciate that.
Jackie, that's just prompted a follow-up question from me, which is a more general question. If areas are included in the FDS, such as this one, does that advantage a future resource consent application?
Well, that's absolutely my opinion for the new resource.
Perhaps you could ask Rachel what was his.
Yes, I suspect it as such. So that's something that we've had quite a few submissions around actually what the FDS does and how influential it is. And I'm asking you that question because I think it's one of the things that we need to be mindful as we go through, is that it does have an impact on the consenting process.
Yes. And with this one, as I say, it already is in the FDS. It's not, it's not something new to the neighbourhood, and we've got that. And I'm fairly sure, looking at everything, the only reason back even in the late 1990s why it wasn't rezoned was it was in forestry, and that has now been harvested, and no one wants to see that land go back into forestry.
No, I think we're all familiar with this particular area. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next submission.
So it'll be the lynches on just So we're moving on to the lynches submission. With me today is Bill and Erica, and their submission relates to their property at 75 to 81 Seaton Valley. It's a just over 19 hectare property in Seaton Valley. And it is identified in the FDS as T033 for residential zone, as a new residential area. This is very much supported by the submitters, as you'll have seen from the submission we've put in. Just a couple of bit of background to that, because we didn't put in an extensive submission to the FDS because our submission has focused on the submissions for the proposed plan change, for the Mapua growth plan change. But recently, just because I know, so that the panel is broadly aware and it's got quite a lot of background, I asked the staff to circulate our submission to the plan change just as background. So hopefully you have got that to look at in your own time. But they have been working, the lynches have been working with the council consultants and council staff over that plan change. Their land currently is zoned rural residential with a minimum 2 hectare subdivision standard, yet it's immediately adjoining deferred residential land. So that's in our view quite a waste of the land. A little bit of background, some of you be aware that this some years ago did support an orchard, not a particularly productive one, and one where there was, over time, as there was more development in this area, because it really is peri-urban, the cross-boundary effects have just been intolerable. It could no longer, even if it had been a productive orchard, which compared to the Waimea Plains, as you'll all be aware, is not, you don't get that yield here, but it's intolerable trying to, you cannot operate an orchard in a peri-urban environment. So the orchard is out, but there's some really fabulous assets on the land in terms of accommodation. The ex-pack house that's been converted to accommodations. There's already, in a small way, a range of accommodation facilities there, but probably the prize or the jewel of this land is the existing lake on this land, and that, as you can see, it's an existing lake, and the land comes around that lake really as a comes down and into a basin, becomes a bit of an amphitheatre. It's a really fantastic setting, and if you haven't had the opportunity to go on the property, I'm sure the lynches would be very happy for you to do so. And so with that key asset, the lynches very much support urban zoning on this. Their vision for this land is for a mixed density development. They very strongly support compact density being part of the plan change for Mapua, and they have a vision for a level of high density, medium density around the lake that allows some potential of different housing typologies around the lake and around the lower levels of the property, and getting lower density as you get up onto these steeper slopes. I'm not sure, I also asked the staff to circulate to you some photographs of a development the submitters own a unit in northern Queensland.
Thank you. I'll just pause for a moment and welcome Bill and Erica. Thank you very much for joining our hearing, and thank you for the invitation if we need to view the site. I don't believe that in my papers I've got today tabled either your submission to the Mapua growth plan change. So I'm just going to ask the officers if that we've received that material. It may, and some photos. I don't know whether Jackie can screen share that today. I don't know if you've got the photos with you, Jackie, loaded up. That's probably,
I haven't got them loaded up.
No.
It was sent in on Friday afternoon.
All right. Look, we've got a mighty amount of material coming and going. So I'm just looking at various offices to see if we've got it. If it doesn't appear that it probably is in the system, and apologies that it hasn't made it to us, but what
addresses, it would have been better if there was one, but I think I sent it because I was asked from the TDC staff if there was anything further we wanted to provide to send it in. So it went into the TDC Future Development Strategy email on Friday afternoon, mid to late Friday afternoon, if that's any help.
We'll just give the staff a moment now just to see if they can spot it, because then they could potentially email it to one of the officers in the room who can then screen share for us. I'll just give them a couple of minutes to see if they've spotted it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can talk about it while they look at it. Yep.
Okay, we'll keep going.
And I will invite Bill to tell you a little bit more about, I'll come back to the property in northern Queensland, but it's given the Lynches a vision for the land, and you will, and Bill can talk to that a bit further if you get those photos. But I guess the key point for the future development strategy, we're not interested in a very standard subdivision across this, of equal 600 square metre blocks. We want a mixed density of this on this land. This land really suits it with the lake, with the water corridors, providing biodiversity corridors and opportunities for walkways and good connectivity both down into Seton Valley and to the land to the east. So I guess so in terms of this, we wish to maintain this, the TO33 as future zoning, and stress the range of density of developments we have there. Also like to highlight, as I did for the last one with the Griffins, very much I see that this will be developed as its own neighbourhood. It will have good connections, but the focus of this neighbourhood will be that lake, and see that with their very changing work habits that a lot of people will be attracted, as are now anyway, to Mapua, work remotely, and often they're working internationally, nationally, not just locally, for a lot of residents, as you'll know, in the Mapua Ruby Bay area. So with that in mind, having employment support areas as part of subdivisions, it may be somewhere there may be a building or a part of a building for meeting rooms, hot desking, good shared office facilities, or good photocopying facilities, all of those things to support the working from home, remote working, which we see that this development in particular will attract that type of future resident. And as part of that, also maybe having the opportunity for a small cafe, possibly childcare facilities, those sorts of things as part and parcel of the neighbourhood, not just housing. And I think that's coming through clearly in a lot of submissions. So perhaps returning to the and perhaps I can bring in Bill and Erica here to talk about their experience in Northern Queensland with the unit they've got there. And that development is a very high scale, much larger than what we're looking at here. But when you get to see those photographs, you'll see what we're meaning, because this property in Northern Queensland, and some of you may, is it coincidentally, I've stayed there. So if you've been in the Cairns area, you may well have stayed at this resort, but it has a lake as part of feature of that development, and it has a beach nearby. So very similar attributes to Mapua. So I'll hand over to Bill.
So it's pretty rare for us to concede to the Aussies that they do something better than us. But we've been inspired with our ownership in north of Cairns for some years now with the development, and it triggered us to work with Jackie in a proposal that we see as our vision for the future, where very strong community values are developed, where there are amenities such as we have the pleasure of at Mapua. So within that community, a range of amenities to complement what we already have is provided by, usually in a community living with a body corporate structure. And quite commonly that will involve a range of typologies of buildings. There'll be apartments in clusters where you get high density, and the Aussies are very good at it. That will reduce the cost of housing. Normally they have a standard sort of 3-story height without lifts. So you have a low cost of construction, and then there'll be 4, but on the beach fronts, they'll go a lot higher. But we have a very, I guess, synergenic situation in Seaton Valley, where we have a very strong amenity values running on the property. With the lake is quite large, and then it's fed, there's 5 nicely contoured ridges with valleys. They all feed into the lake. It's a central feature, and it's very special, and it's probably pretty well unique in the deliberations that, as far as I can see, that we're dealing with now, to have these features on board. So the opportunity was to take the best of our experience in far north Queensland, and I'm still chair of a body corporate up there. I'm fairly well entwined in what goes on, and also we have other Kiwis involved that I think the guys have got hold of something there. Yeah.
Managed to find the photo, so we've got it. Just we are listening to you, but it's just on the screen behind us.
Yes, that's one of the complexes that I sit on the body corporate, and you'll see a central lake. You can see the ocean in the background, not dissimilar from where we are in Mapua. And you'll see on the left there'll be a cluster of apartments, mainly 3 stories, and behind them there's some 4 stories. And then on the other side of the lake and further out, you'll find there's villas, which effectively are residential properties with a pretty small section footprint. So they don't need a lot of land. They share, it has an air of spaciousness because the common property is owned by everyone and the facilities are shared by everyone. And it makes a very nice living environment, almost, not quite, but almost like living on the resort. And we see that it's time for us to consider something like that here, because it would deliver in the requirements that we read in the future development strategy of trying to reduce the cost by having a number of properties sharing a footprint and sharing services. So that's working very well, and we enjoy going over there.
Thank you, Bill. Anything further on to present, Jackie?
The only thing I read, and this is probably a wider planning issue that you would see from our Mapua plan change submission, and that's for another day, appreciate that. But it's really important, we support compact density, but adopting the current compact density provisions in the current TRMP got a lot of issues. There's a lot of micromanagement and prescription in those rules that make them quite unworkable for the intent of them. The intent is great, we support that, but when you see what the kind of vision that would be looking at for a portion of the property, I don't know that it's going to be able to be realised through those current compact density rules. They need a bit of attention. Anyway, I've put that in my Mapua plan change submissions, and no doubt council staff will work through those issues with the councillors. But yes, that's our submission, and yeah, I guess the main message is fully in support. This is the right place. This is inland from the coast. It's on elevated land. This is the right place for expansion of the residential zone. It's immediately adjacent to the existing residential zone.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Bill and Erica. I'll see if there's any questions from the panel. Any questions? It's a very clear submission. We appreciate the work that you've put into both what you've sent us in your written submission and what you've presented to us today. So thank you very much, and we'll give this due consideration as we move through to deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Very much.
Yeah. Can you just tell Gary Thompson maybe another 2 minutes?
Just wait 2 minutes. You knock on the door, or he come in 2 minutes?
Tell him I'll come and give him
Okay.
2 minutes.
Bye, team.
So I'll just quickly move on, and again, these clients aren't appearing, and it's quite a straightforward submission for Farmerlink and New Zealand hops. That's 31814.
Right,
beg your pardon?
I know we've got that, Jackie. Right, we're happy for you to proceed. Yes.
Thank you. So these two submitters, you're probably all aware of where their industries are, which is on the Appleby State Highway, nearing Farmerlink just before you get to the Blackfire Road intersection, and New Zealand Hops has been there for forever, right on the corner there of Blackfire Road and the State Highway. Now, these two industries are both extremely important to the region. Farmerlink, for those of you not aware of what Farmerlink does, that has it's a supercritical process of extraction from bulk raw product, such as mussels, where they extract from that products that are then used for a range of nutraceuticals. So it's significantly adding value, hugely adding value to our raw product. It includes a lot of land-based product as well. They do have extracted oils from hops and other products, land-based products, as well as our marine-based products that we are blessed with in our region. So both of those, and New Zealand hops, as you'll be very aware, we are the only commercial hop growing area in New Zealand. We're held in very, very high regard internationally for the quality of our hops, and with moving into speciality beers around the world, there's very high demand for these hops. And New Zealand hops, as you're probably aware, they do a level of downstream processing, and it's the main distribution point for New Zealand hops, which is a cooperative of probably about 3/4 of our hop growers in the district. So very important. So in terms, and both of those properties, as you've seen from the submission, figure 2 in our submission shows that only a very small portion of their land holdings are within the rural industrial zone. For Farmerlink, probably 80% of its land is in rural 1, and probably over 60% of New Zealand hops is in the rural 1, and only part of it in rural industrial. It's very far behind the zoning framework and catching up on where we are in terms of actual expansion that's already happened, expansion that has been consented to, because both properties have consents that they're working on, and then beyond that there is still some further potential. These are critical industries to our district. These should be identified as business growth options, and we've talked to council staff and they are aware of it, but I think confirming it in the future development strategy, it's not going to offer anything for other industries. It'll only be for the growth of these industries, but just so that it's not doesn't go off the radar for rezoning when that opportunity comes through the Tasman Environment Plan. It's very important. Otherwise, we will be committed to another 20 years of resource consents, which is probably not bad for my business, but I don't think it's good for theirs. So I think it would be good to see that also for rural industrial.
Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you, Jackie. Very, very pleased. We probably don't want the same outcome as your previous clients either, where they can no longer undertake the activity that they were because other things have happened around them. So that's understood. We will certainly see what we can do to address that matter.
I did have a question.
A question from Councillor Bryant.
So thank you, Jackie. Just for clarity, you want the whole entirety of both sites in the business zone?
Yes, the whole entirety of its owned, yes.
But in the meantime, they have the option of applying for resource consents.
In the meantime, we have some current resource consents that we're still working through stages of development. And in one case, we are varying the consent because, as you know, you get the consent and then the detailed design happens, then there's changes, and that's the frustration of resource consent processes. If we had the zoning, we wouldn't have those frustrations when the detailed design doesn't fully reflect what we've got resource consent for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
We'll move on to the Mahau Dason nominees submission. I'll just bring in the clients.
Thank you.
Just use it. You can sit in Barry.
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome, Barry. It's me, Rachel here. Welcome to the hearing. And
this is we've got Barry Thompson with us and Michael Thompson, Barry's son. Both
You're welcome.
Both Barry and Michael are involved in the management and no doubt in the details of the ownership for Mahau properties and Dason nominees. So we've put this forward as a joint submission, and I'll just do a few introductory comments, and then Barry would like to give you a bit of comment about the demand for business land that he regularly is approached by people for this. So just quickly in an introduction, you'll have the submission in front of you. So this is about business growth for two groups of properties. One group of properties at 52 to 54A Gladstone Road. So it's immediately adjacent to Trinders. There in Putama Street intersection. These are some the residential properties immediately adjoining. And that's one group, and the other group are down the other end of Gladstone Road, near one of the access ways into Jubilee Park. That's 24 to 28 Gladstone Road. We're very pleased to see that the request went in. We've been talking with council staff about the zoning of these both of those blocks of land, and did request that they go into the FDS as business growth areas, and they have as T117 and T178. So we're here to support that and confirm, the need for that very limited business land. We need a lot of choice of built business land, and Barry will tell you when I've done these introductory comments that there are just not enough opportunities with for people to expand and people coming into our district. And in both groups, these land holdings have been held for some time, and those of you who have had an opportunity to drive past those on Gladstone Road will see that the housing stock is nearing the end of its life, some of it very close to the end of its life. Now's the time for the redevelopment of that. The submitters are fully committed to that redevelopment and have a range of options that they may pursue, but having the zoning there is going to smooth the way. We have already used one of the properties is subject to, has recently gained resource consent next to Trinders to provide some desperately needed expansion area for Trinders for their office staff. So a lot of their draft and design staff have gone into 54A at Gladstone Road. We've got that consent. There won't be any noticeable development. The staff will just move between Trinders and that site. And I guess that shows, how there is a ready market there for the rezoning. The final point I want to make before introduce Barry to talk about that demand is just timing of rezoning. We know that, and I know you can't rezone through the future development strategy, but we don't, this is really needed now. We don't ideally want to be waiting till the Tasman Environment Plan. You are looking at your Richmond South plan change, and this would be a small add-on of a plan change for business growth that could, it would be efficient to do it at that time. And so we just put that on the table for those that on the panel from Tasman District might take up that request. So I'll hand over to Barry, because Barry wanted to talk to you about demand he has for a range of blocks, a lot of tenants and clients of his.
Right. Thank you, Jackie. Welcome, Barry. It's me, Rachel here. Thank you very much for attending our hearing today.
Yeah, this is the first conference I've ever dealt with this way. So excuse.
Isn't it good you can still have new experiences?
I had a fair bit of experience attending council meetings, but not this way. I'm an accountant in Nelson, but for the last 40 years, I've found there's more money really in doing land development than accountancy. It's harder work, accountancy. Anyway, and Kit Maley will tell you sitting there. But anyway, I act for 3 major groups on the side of Gladstone Road. And most of the properties I deal with have got a frontage, or a lot of them have got a frontage to Gladstone Road and a back entrance to the railway reserve. The first one is the Shell garage, which Gary Damon and I bought many years ago, about 30 years ago, and we've enlarged that, and we've got a very big block there of 5 industrial properties, Shell, Repco, Oakley's, and Richmond Auto. That's our first one. That's quite a big area. We then come along the road a bit, and we've got numbers 24 to 28 Gladstone Road. Now, I bought those many years ago on a bit of a hunch, and my hunch worked right, because I was able to deal with Jim Freighter of council and swap the back of some of those properties which stuck out into the sports grounds, and swap them for the back of some land behind Shell, which gave us, it really worked very well, both for Tasman District and ourselves. So we've got that. We've got 3,000 odd square metres in that block. There's 5 titles. I'd like to do something with it, but I'm not a residential developer. I don't like dealing with tenants like that. Commercial tenants are good. I understand them. I don't understand the stupidity in most cases of residential. Then we go along on that next, and by the way, then we come to Trinders. Now, Michael and myself, we bought Trinders some 5 years ago. We owned all their industrial properties, and then I started buying houses next door, and I've got 3 titles there and can get more. The setup of Trinders is a bit mucky with access and so on, and they're expanding. They want to shift down to the bottom of Queen Street, but they've been there for 5 years per our agreement, when they were only going to be there for a year. And I believe they'll be there for many years into the future, and I'm trying to do a development there with them. Then I've got on the other corner, I'm a trustee of the Brown estate, and the Browns own a huge block there. They own the car dealer on the corner, they own Richmond Glass, they own Waimea Truck and Crane at the back. They've got they've got a packet of land there. There's no houses there, but then we go up to the Three Brothers corner, and we've got where Jack's Tyres are in the corner, and I've been dealt with the Browns for 60 years, and we've got 4 houses there plus Jack's Tyres on the corner. We've got a very big area there. We'd like to develop the whole lot. Now, my big problem is that I have queued up people who want to go onto those sites. You take, for instance, the ones at 24 to 28 Gladstone Road. There's 5 titles there, and I've had a development made up by David Jerem, the architect who does all my work, and he's done an arrangement where we could have some industrial buildings at the back, right against the council reserve, which the council would be happy with, and would have an entrance in and an exit out. In other words, instead of 5 access ways, we'd reduce it down to 2, and we'd have a lot of parking off the road. And believe it or not, I'm very keen on parking. I mean, down at Shell, we've got about 50 car parks there. I do not do a development either in Nelson or Richmond without car parks. My office in town, I've got 10 staff and I've got 16 car parks. In Richmond, we've got an office out there. We've got a bundle of car parks. We treat that as being an essential matter. And we don't like, well, you take it also, believe it or not, I've done the airport subdivision, which is right against the airport, against the deviation between Richmond and Nelson. Now that's 20 acres. And I've done that in conjunction with Damon's and Dave Freeman at Contour. That would be the cleanest, best, I believe, subdivision done in Nelson for years. We've got sweet bugger all parking on the street. We've got big car parks on the titles, and all the plans come over my desk, and I won't allow anybody to have big buildings and small car parks. We've got EnviroWaste just going in there at the moment. They're going in with, believe it, listen to this, they've got a 3,500 square metre site they're taking right against the motorway next to toll transport, and they have 122 square metre office building and staff building there on the 3,500 square metres. If you can't say that's good planning, I'm buggered to know what the story is. In other words, all of the developments I've done, particularly in Richmond, Nelson, and round the place, and I've done a packet of them, they're all set up that way. Right. We've applied for one of the houses in Trinders to be used for Trinders staff. I'd like to pull the houses down and make a small office complex there, which is Trinders, and clean out their rather rumbly factories, so they've got a much more efficient setup there. They're not my clients; they're just tenants. So I'm open to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Barry. Any questions from the panel? Councillor Bryant.
Thank you, Barry. I'm not sure my question's quite so much for you or perhaps Jackie. Just in light of that area that you've talked about, and Jackie, I'm thinking this looks like a lot of ribbon development. Are you thinking over time that there will be commercial type developments right along that frontage of Gladstone Road?
Well, of course there is.
Yeah, I think if you look at that, it's a very much an area in transition. But these areas, it still leaves those decisions in between the 2 blocks. It leaves those decisions for the council for the future. But it's very much an area in transition. You've got a very large motel complex sitting between these 2 areas. On the other side of the road, while it's still residential, you've got the vets. You've got the second-hand shop next to the vets. You've got versatile garages, and there's a couple more there. So it's an area in transition, and we need to sort out the zoning. And it is an area for a range of small businesses, well, Trinders is obviously a large business, but other businesses, because it gives you that frontage to your main road. But as Barry has rightly pointed out, because of how he's managed to bring those a lot of sections together, there can be a reduction on the number of access points actually onto that main road, which not a lot of landowners would have that advantage to be able to do.
So with that, you don't see the increasing traffic along there being an issue?
No, not because they say Barry's got a unique advantage, like for example, the Trinders block, a lot of that traffic can actually be brought through Patama Street. And in fact, the office consent that we've got, we've been very careful to structure that consent, that the parking, we're making some arrangements to have some parking straddling between the two blocks, but so you enter from Trinders through Patama, park on the boundary, or you actually park straddling the boundary between that and 54A, and then you can walk into that building. So we've got that benefit that a lot of people don't have, so that we can manage those traffic effects.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your response.
By the way, just in passing, when I did the airport subdivision, which I bought the land in 2003 and started the development in 2009, I put up an idea to Transit New Zealand to put a slip road on the last corner by the airport, so that instead of going along the straight to the Mitre 10 turn around and come back Quarantine Road, you'd go straight in that corner. And the transit thought that was a great idea, the people I saw here, but they went back to Wellington and got their heads knocked into shape and told not to progress it. It was a great idea because there's a huge number of people that come from Richmond and they can't get to the airport without going to that Mitre 10 roundabout and then down Quarantine Road. It would have helped Nelson considerably, but anyway, it got knocked back.
Thank you. Barry and Jackie, I'm just wondering, is that the end of the submission, or is there another element to this part?
No, we're just focusing on those two blocks and,
all right, thank you.
supporting FDS acknowledgement of it.
All right, thank you. I don't think there's any further questions, so I think we've got everything we need to move forward to the deliberations round. Thank you very much, Michael and Barry and Jackie.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for coming.
Oh, here we go.
No, we're not too far behind. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We've got two submissions that Graham is involved in, and so we're going to, as I've said earlier, we've moved the McCliskey submission to the 6 o'clock spot, so Graham can be here for both of his submissions. The first one that Graham would like to speak to is submission 31806, which is projects and ventures. Now, I'm not sure if, I think when the staff, Graham had a statement that he sent in this morning. And
yes, we've got that. Yes, we've got that. And welcome to the hearing, Graham. It's good to have you here. And yes, we have received your statement.
Yes. Thank you. So I think just it's probably easier to just hand over to Graham, and he'd like to speak to that statement, which just picks up on the key things of interest, of importance in terms of his interest in terms of the wider submission lodge. So I hand over to you, Graham.
Madam Chair, if I may make a slight suggestion or alteration, I have 2 or 3 minutes here just talking. Then I'd like Jackie to get underway with the Marahau part of it, and then Pahara part of it, and then come back for general discussion after that, if that's acceptable.
That'll work very well. Thank you.
Okay. You have in front of you the future development strategy. Last Thursday at 4:30, the panel indicated having read a copy of the future development areas we were proposing, which is the Braeburn Malcolm block and the Mahana Thorley Appleby Hills area. I'm not going to get you to answer the questions yet, but are the 2 locations being considered for rural residential zoning? Requested a meeting. Will that be proposed or not? If not, why not? The FDS, as council has proposed, needs changes. The outcomes sought The FDS should be looking at growth needs over the long term and should adopt a high growth projection as the basis for planning. History has shown that our region has often exceeded the high growth projection models, often significantly exceeding such models, and as such, the FDF must adopt a high growth model. The submitters consider the yields identified are overly optimistic, particularly for intensification. The submitters fully support Council's endeavours and provisions within the planning framework for intensification for a range of housing densities, including high density apartments and townhouse typologies. However, the yield Council has identified arising out of intensification are overly optimistic, particularly in the short to medium term. In many locations, the area identified for intensification are low-lying existing brownfield sites that often are heavily fragmented in the first place. As the FDS itself acknowledges, it will be quite a long time frame to realise some of the intensification aspirations. In the meantime, ensuring that there is a full choice of supply in the market for a range of housing typologies, it is essential that there are the growth options available in all settlements to ensure that housing options do not become any less affordable than they are currently. If Council limits the supply and limits opportunities, housing affordability will continue to be a remote possibility for many in our community. The submitters support the opportunity to develop the growth settlement around the Tasman coastal area, providing for urban density of development, and seeks to have the Rule 3 areas revised and identified as rural residential. We are perplexed by Nelson City Council's withdrawal of residential development area and hire. It seems a retrograde step. Stagin Smith, a very long established and well respected firm. Jackie McNay holds a very high profile for planning advice and planning matters and direction. Davis Ogilvy is also long established, having bought out Gordian Ward, operating in Nelson, Christchurch and West Coast. Tony Lindbaum managing the Nelson operation. Myself having 40 years of development, real estate and business development behind me. Also chipping away at councils over the years for change. Please, this group has a very, very strong representation for change to the FDS now. We need to consider very seriously the outcomes sought and the direction given. The existing FDF direction will not achieve what is obviously necessary to achieve adequate supply and demand balance or get anywhere near this within the next 30 years. Affordability does not follow this FDS direction without change to occur. Summary. Speed growth of titles issued over a sustained period of time equals affordable housing options for the following: first home buyers, subsequent lower income buyers, rental availability and more realistic lower rental rates. Overall house and land values will drop lower due to supply and demand balance or near balance. Conclusion, fixing supply, fixing demand equals substantial regional growth, which equals affordability levels achieved. Now that concludes what I've wished to speak about. If I can get Jackie now to look at our Pahara position and what we are looking for.
Thank you. I'll just move on to the submission for Richmond Pahara Holdings Limited, which is 31813. This is a property at Pahara, some 34 hectares. In our submission, figure 1 in that submission shows the property, and the submitters support the growth options are shown in Golden Bay. It's not an either or. They are supported. There needs to be growth options for Tākaka. but there needs to be choices. And a lot of people choose to reside in the coastal areas, and in Eastern Golden Bay, that is the Pohara through to Tata area, that is your growth area. So we were very surprised to see that Tasman Council, having done significant work in growth options for Takaka and Eastern Golden Bay around the 2007-2008 time, the years following that, we've done a lot of work with that, and then that resulting in initially variation 57 to the TRNP, which became Plan Change 8 after the plan was declared operative. We're very surprised that the settlement policy work that was done resulted in the changes to the plan, in particular to the policy framework. And that showed, and you'll see that in my submission in figure, so on page 5 of the submission, on figure 5, you'll see there the growth area around Pohara shown in the green. That includes the submitter's land, and that was the plan that was part of proposed variation 57, and that was influenced the policy framework that went into the plan, and I attached those policies in Appendix 1 to my submission, so you can look at that in your leisure. So very surprised, and there's a very clear framework for this coastal growth. As they were not saying growth options should not happen in Takaka and the other areas in Golden Bay, they should, but why is this being left out? We've looked at the reasons as to why it was excluded, and under, I don't think I've got it written down here, but it was given a number under your categorization of areas that were looked at for growth, and it was excluded. And the reasons that it was excluded from so perhaps go back a step, we've got part of this property is a SHA and has resource consent for 73 residential allotments, and that area has been rezoned residential, which is shown in figure 3 of our submission. So the submissions that we're making today are about the balance area of the property, and the reasons given why the balance area is not shown as a growth area was that iwi raised strong concerns over cultural heritage significance of the location, and the site was said to be subject to flood risk and stormwater discharge challenges, and a wetland potentially exists in the lower part of the site, and therefore it said that the site performed poorly in your assessment criteria. In relation to those issues in our submission, we acknowledge that the council, through a wider project for Pohara, is working through their stormwater, their flood mitigation project, has resource consent already for the flood fund along the Bartlett stream that's going to be addressing that, and then working towards the construction of that. We acknowledge that. We also acknowledge the cultural heritage precinct on the lower parts of Pohara, adjacent to the coast, and we've shown that in figure 4 in our submission, and that precinct does come onto a portion of the submitter's land on that lower area between Bartlett Stream and Abel Tasman Drive houses. A portion of the submitter's land is on that. It is for that reason in our submission that we have sought that the council does identify the land on the other side of the inland side of Bartlett stream, on the more elevated land, that should be a residential growth area. And we provided to you in Appendix 2 of our submission what could be framed a structure plan for the area. We first produced that back in 2007, 2008 for the entire property, showing how the land could be developed for a range of densities of residential and commercial development and what a roading network could look like. And then we reviewed that structure plan and said that the area, the lower levels of the site, should be held back from development until these issues of the flood mitigation and further there would need to be ongoing consultation with iwi over we know where the cultural heritage precinct is. Cultural values may well extend beyond the precinct area, and we acknowledge that, but that does not impact that higher elevated land. That land in the higher area, that was owned by Golden Bay Cement. It was quarried. It's high, it's steeper land. It should be in the growth area and it can be serviced. It doesn't need that lower area for servicing. It can be seen, as you can see from our structure plan, there's always been a proposal to connect roads from the side that we're about to embark on, the subdivision 4, adjacent to Richmond Road. That network shows it crossing over the gully into this upper area. So that would be the progression of development. Obviously, there's some years of development in the consent we hold, but this is looking out 30 years. This opportunity should be taken, and this land, it's not quality land, it's not highly productive. I've just outlined that as you can see where it's been quarried. The benches of that quarry are all through that upper area. You can see where that is. That land is suitable for development, and we're looking 30 years out. We need to start looking at these longer time frames. We're happy for the lower area of land to be left to monitor the success of the flood mitigation issues and to work with iwi over what needs to be protected in terms of the cultural significance of the lower areas of the site. And so we're happy for that to wait to another future development strategy, but for this one we feel that elevated land should be part of the strategy. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. I'll just open for questions. Any questions for Graham or Jackie in relation to either of these matters? I think it's very clear what you've presented, and if there are any follow-up questions that come forward as we move through into preparing for our deliberations, we'll relay those via the officers. But we thank you both very much for the work that you've put into the submissions. Jackie, I'd take the next submission now, but we do need to stop for a little period.
That's right. The client's not here. I've done it coming at 6, so that's fine.
All right, that's fine. And thank you both very much for the work you put into this process, but I would also have to just acknowledge the contribution that you both make to actually many of the projects, council's plans, project strategies, and the work that you do on behalf of your clients. And thank you both very much for your professionalism and being willing to meet with us on a fairly regular basis. Thank you for your contributions.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
You will. Thank you. Well, panel, I think we'll take a break now until we'll adjourn for a little break, and we will be back to start again at 6 p.m. this evening. At the conclusion of the hearing submitters at 7:30, we're going to have a discussion about next steps and how long that discussion takes. Will depend a little bit about how much energy we've got left. I suspect it's not going to be a lot, and so it'll be a bit of a just a quick conversation as much as we can about next steps, and then we may have to come back again by email just to set up another conversation, because it's been a very long day. I don't particularly want you all sitting here till 9 o'clock tonight. I don't think that's a good use of our mind or bodies. Okay. All right. Good. I can see agreement in that view. Okay. We'll stand adjourned. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome back to our draft Nelson Tasman Future Development Strategy hearings. We have an evening session to complete today, and that will hopefully that'll be the end of our hearing of submissions, and then we'll be moving through to commence the deliberations processes. We're due to conclude tonight's hearing at around 7:40. We've allowed 10 minutes for each presenter, but you don't need to use the full 10 minutes if you don't need it. We'll try and get questions within that 10 minutes. So please, if you want to have questions, and don't use up the full 10 minutes. Sometimes we don't have questions, mind you, because the submission has covered all of the matters of interest to us, and we don't have any clarification questions. I'll just ask that if you're not presenting, that you mute your microphone, and just so that we don't get any interference, because the system in the Tasman District Council chamber does pick up all the noises, and I know that happens for you at the other end as well, as submitters are telling me. So we have to be a bit careful about how much noise we make here in the chamber. I'm Mayor Rachel Rees, and I'm chairing this hearing process. Deputy Chair is the Deputy Mayor of Tasman, Councillor Stuart Bryant, and we're joined by Councillor Brian McGurk, Councillor Kit Mailing, Councillor Judy Nega, and Councillor David Ogilvie, and Ina Kara France is also joining us as part of the panel, and Ina is on Zoom, the rest of us are in the chamber. So I know it's a bit difficult because we're quite small on the screen, but just letting you know who it is that's talking to you. So we'll start with a submission from being presented by Jackie McNay, and I understand this is a submission from N&S McCliskey, and I think Neil is with you in your office, Jackie.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this submission is on behalf of Neil and Sue McCliskey and Jeff and Sophie Ma. They are property owners in Golden Hills Road, the Tasman area. The McCliskeys own a 11.5 hectare property, and the Mars a 13 hectare property. This property is not in the FDS, and we would like this property, these properties, to be identified as future rural residential growth areas. Just quickly recapping on some history, the land holdings are currently zoned Rural 1 closed. It's an unusual zoning. The effect of that is that subdivision is prohibited. It's very rare that that's the case in the district, but these two properties are in that category. The reason for that, the history was that the original landowner of this land sought rural residential zoning back under when the TRMP was new. When that was first notified, that submission initially was declined, appealed to the Environment Court, and there was a mediated settlement that effectively allowed the appeal but didn't rezone it, a bit of a Clayton's thing, didn't rezone it, left the zoning but wrote a rule into the zone allowing the property to be subdivided into effectively the subdivision of the landowner of the day wanted. But then it wrote in a rule that there could be no further subdivision, that it would be prohibited, and so that the underlying Rural 1 zone would be closed. That landowner created some lifestyle blocks, kept the land holdings that these two submitters now have as his household, his homestead blocks, and he planted a vineyard. The land subsequently sold to the Mars and the McCliskeys. The vineyard that is still on the McCliskeys' land, not a particularly successful one. Neil can talk to that. The land is not top quality land. It has some productive value, but it's not of Waimea Plains quality. Only get about 1/3 of the production from the vineyard that McCliskeys have on this land compared to their Waimea Plains vineyards. Mars have given up the vineyard. They've removed the vineyard on their land, and the McCliskeys, because the vineyard, as it so happens in terms of the vines, it's coming to its natural conclusion of those vines' life, and the decision will need to be made what happens to the land when that happens on the McCliskey land in the next couple of years. But the Mars have made their decision that they are already out of vineyards, and certainly it's not viable proposition to replant. So the submission seeks to identify this area as rural residential, and that this should be the future of this land and should be identified under the future development strategy as such, which would then lay the pathway under the Tasman Environment Plan for that to happen. A little bit of background, some councillors will be aware, particularly Councillor Mailing, because he sat on that hearing. This land was also part of Plan Change 73 last year. That was a sort of a miscellaneous tidy up sort of plan change that, amongst other things, removed redundant rules in the TRMP. Some of the redundant rules were the rules for this site because the subdivision had happened. We opposed that plan change because while we agreed that to some extent the rules were redundant, they removed the rules about being able to subdivide into certain lots, but they left the land as Rural 1 closed and left the prohibited activity subdivision rule. So it's very draconian. But these landowners are probably subject to the most draconian rules of landowners in the whole of the district. Yet other people that are subject to a closed zone would be someone that's got a hazard on their land, such as coastal hazard. That's where, in my view, it's appropriate to use such a planning mechanism, but not in this case. There's no reason, there's no planning reason for the closed nature of the zone. Anyway, we opposed that. We sought to be zoned rural residential. We was found that that was out of scope. As a fallback position was that we at least became standard rural with the closed nature of the zone being removed and the prohibited status on subdivision removed. That was also declined. So our position, the McCliskeys and Mars position, remains the same. They see the future of this as rural residential within this lifestyle. It is a lifestyle enclave. They are the larger blocks there. They wish to have the opportunity in the future to move to rural residential development when the new plan comes through, and we seek as a forerunner to that to be identified in the FPS. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Neil, is there anything you wish to add before I open for questions?
No, I think Councillor Mailing's quite aware of the quality of the land, and it's just not productive land. It certainly doesn't fit Rural 1 quality of land.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? Councillor Mailing.
I just comment that I certainly agree with you there, Neil.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? I just have one question is to Jackie, there would have been the option to appeal the decision, but I presume that you accepted that it was out of scope.
I did accept that the rural residential zone, the way the process had been gone about, it cut us out of having that option, because you either supported what was in the plan change or not have the plan change. So yeah, not much of a plan change really. So I did accept that the rural residential was out of scope, but it was an opportunity to get this on the radar. I didn't accept that the removing the closed zone status was out of scope, but really appealing to the Environment Court to just be left with Rural 1 zoning anyway is not achievable. So that's why that was not pursued.
All right, and so therefore, if the panel is minded to consider this as we go through, obviously we've got to go through our deliberations. There's still quite a process to be undertaken to get this into a status, because you've still got to address that essentially prohibited status rule.
Yes, it doesn't change the resource management plan, but it's a forerunner to the new Tasman Environment Plan that at a strategic level you have seen this as not land that needs to be held in Rural 1, and that it is open for, it could be an urban, a future rural residential growth area, and we could see that as a pathway it still doesn't give us a resource application pathway.
No, okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. No, I don't think there are any further questions. I think it's quite clear that what it is that you're asking. So thank you very much for coming in to present to the submission tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
So Jackie, does that conclude your...
Sorry, yes, you can have a break from me now.
Thank you very much. It's always nice to hear from you. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll enjoy seeing some new faces after me.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our next submission is from Joanna Hopkins, and I can see, so kia ora, Jo. Welcome to our hearing.
Kia ora.
We've received your submission and read it, and so it's a chance to highlight any key points, or if there's any further information you want us to take into account, then now's the opportunity to provide that.
So I've just got a, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, great. So I just wanted to introduce myself, just give a quick background real quick, and then I have two particular questions. First of all, thanks for having me on, and I'm speaking in support of the proposal to rezone land in Murchison to allow much needed growth to occur. This rezoning is long past due and has stopped the natural growth of this town for many years, much to the frustration of everybody in town. I'm a developer and property investor, and I purposely set out to find a rural town in need of growth. I did my own due diligence and concluded that Murchison was the town. And I subsequently completed a development of sorts by converting a motel into residential housing. If it was not for my development, 2 teachers, a nurse, a helicopter pilot, a farm worker, and a gold mine worker would have had nowhere to live and would have had to leave town altogether. So my small flats were their last option. So that's how desperate they were. So that being said, I have 2 questions with regard to this plan. Firstly, in the plan, there is a mention of making available 200 sites around Murchison. I've heard that Jackie, who I believe is on, Jackie Deans, correct? She there?
Jackie is here. She's
okay. All right, so she may want to answer this question. I had heard that Jackie had some conversations with the owners of the land to be rezoned, and that this 200 number may be wildly optimistic. I know that one owner had the number 30 applied to her subdivision, but she intends to only do 5 lots. So that's already 25 down to 175 total. And the reason I'd be concerned about this is I don't want the council to say, fantastic, we've given Murchison 200 sites. That's us for 30 years, when it's actually only 40 to 50 sites. Then in 5 years, we're back to begging for more and going through the same problems as the last 10 years. So my question is, what is the actual realistic number?
I can go to the offices at this point, but I think probably what's best is that we test it out through our deliberations, Joe. So we'll be asking that question around actually what's the likely yield and over what time frame?
Excellent. Okay. Because I just don't want you guys to say, great, we've got 200 tick, and then you're not going to pay attention for the next 10 years as to what's going on. That we actually have a real number on the books.
I think that's the question that we pose the office. What's the likely yield and over what time frame?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Exactly. So then my second question is, in the future development proposal, it mentions Murchison and other rural towns are experiencing growth pressures, yet on the webinar meeting, there was reference to study that the council had clearly been using as a resource that indicated Murchison would not grow, but actually decrease in population at about the 20-year mark. Also, Stuart, with all due respect, had mentioned in a public meeting last year that he did not think Murchison would grow. So I am also curious, once again, if there's information out there that contradicts what the actual residents are experiencing. So what was that study that was referenced in the webinar meeting, and can the public be provided a copy of it?
I'm sure that will be, the officers are writing notes, so if there is a study, it will be part of the public information, and we can certainly direct you through to that.
Fantastic. All right, because we seem to be working at cross purposes somewhat, and there seems to be something out there that we're going, but hang on a minute, we haven't seen it. So that's my concern in that respect. And that's really my second question and both of my concerns.
Thank you very much. That's really clear, and both of those questions have been noted for follow-up and by the officers. Are there any questions from the panel? Councillor Mayling.
Joanna, thank you for submission. There's likely to be a plan change start later this year. Will you be involved in submitting on that and have some proposals?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
I would encourage you to, because it'll be about rezoning some land for residential, as I understand it.
Oh, then I probably will. Yes, I probably will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for making the time to come and speak to your submission tonight. And Thank you for discovering the joy and wonder of fabulous Murchison.
Of Tasman. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you. The next submission is from Nick, John, and Joe Tuffery. Let's see if we've got Nick and Joe. They may be named under another name. Just looking through my list. I can see Jane. Oh, Nick is just joining now, I think. So Nick's just arrived. Let's give him a moment to connect. Oh, kia ora, Nick. It's me, Rachel here. Welcome to the hearing. We're ready for your submission if you're ready to go.
Kia ora, Rachel. Thank you. Sorry, I thought this might have just been a little bit early, but obviously running just a little bit ahead of time.
Would you like us to wait? Would you like us to wait?
No, you're fine. We'll go now.
All right.
So kia ora koutou, ko Nick John tōku ingoa. Whānau mai hau ki a whereka ki te tonga. Te tipu mai hau ki Aotearoa I nainei noho ana hau ki Whakatū I te tauihu o te waka Māui. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you all for making the time. Obviously, you're very busy, but making the time to hear submissions on future development strategy. And thank you also for receiving late submissions, of which mine was one. I'm here this evening presenting for both Joe and myself, and I think you've got my submission somewhere near you, and you probably had a quick read of it. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. I've got a little bit more information if you're happy for me just to run through that, and then we'll get to questions after that, but please interrupt me if you've got a question you'd like to ask. So, yep.
Oh, Nick, Nick, I was going to say, look, that's absolutely fine. So yes, absolutely. If you've got further information, now is the time. I just want to check, is there any, we've got your late submission, is there anything that's come subsequent to that, that just in terms of material for today's hearing? I just
no, not at all, Rachel.
No, right, no. Okay, fantastic. All right, I'll stop interrupting. Away we go.
That's fine. So the first part that I'd like to point out is, or talk to, is about context. And that Nelson Tasman is a Tier 2 environment under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. The tiers have been categorised obviously due to population size and projected growth rate. And what I really want to make sure is that Nelson doesn't become a Tier 1 centre, and we shouldn't be aiming for this. The future development strategy is prepared under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, but it still allows us latitude and ability to tailor it to the region, which I think is a really key thing and we need to be really mindful about. For instance, we could apply for certain areas to be excluded and protected, certainly things around special heritage areas or amenity areas, and I think that that needs to be considered, please. The horizon of the future development strategy is 30 years, and that time frame will have considerable uncertainty associated with it. We need to ensure that we don't instigate actions now for outcomes that don't materialise, and also we need to ensure that actions undertaken now don't have significant impacts that can't be reversed, e.g. the loss of heritage or the loss of community. The policy landscape is being challenged also at the moment due to significant changes that are occurring at both the national and regional level. However, the policy landscape is also missing significant components, such as the National Policy Statement on Heritage, and also we have a bit of a lack in the region on strategy or capability in the heritage space. So with those kind of capabilities missing, or that direction missing, the urban development framework and the urban development strategy is taking a lot of consideration, and we just need to be really mindful of that. In terms of process, the process of intensification needs to be given more consideration. Currently, there is a considerable shift to increase the exclusion of people from the process through things like changes to the RMA, and they may be either nationally or through our regional plans. While this may enable more rapid change, it won't make for the best outcomes. For instance, the Urban Design Panel, of which the councils have signed up to, makes significant mention of the need to incorporate a wide range of stakeholders in urban design and development processes, both at a regional scale and at a neighbourhood scale. The development of the future development strategy also needs to be measured, considered, and enable people to understand, partake in, and respond to the change that is going to occur as a result of it. This strategy largely places the development of the urban environment in the hands of developers. Developers are much needed as part of the solution. However, this places the development of the urban environment in the hands of a much smaller group of people than we have ever seen in the past. And understand